worthy?
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
And welcome back here to the PGS to EMEA qualifiers desk here. Of course, my name is Avenger, and I'm joined by the lovely Toby and Colors. Guys, we are 2 games done, and we're going to be going over to the fantastic takeover here, James. And you're super excited about it, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Not only for my intro, which Toby loves, but also for the fact that so far, I mean, our takeover games have been really fun. I've really enjoyed them. Our previous one, of course, we had Sarvam and Twisted Minds really facing off, duking head-to-head to get things going. And Sarvam, up until that takeover, had really nothing on the board and then had no guns really to finish it off, Toby. So that was interesting.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, thank you, James. It is always great having 2 hosts in this show here. I'll just be the one analyst into this, I suppose. No, I think Takeover as well has really played well so far. We still have a few areas of the map we've yet to explore, but I'm sure we'll get them because in terms of the variety we've had so far, it's actually been pretty impressive, despite, I mean, when you look at Erankle and military games on repeat. So thank you, Takeover, for giving us a little bit of variety to play around.
Yeah, it was a bit of a fortress you saw yesterday, and then it turns out when you have blasted all your bullets on crazy bolt shots and whatnot, James, then you have to go out and with some, not inferior guns, but different guns than you're used to clear out the rest of the guys.
Yeah, and it worked. It did work. I mean, I think they had a numbers advantage by the end, right? It was a 4v3, so that definitely helped as well. But they pushed aggressively out of the compound when technically Twisted Minds had a bit of circle favor. Not much. I shouldn't overstate it. But yeah, Sarvam brought the fight to them. It was good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, again, another variety of our circles today here, Toby. As you've seen, the variety in our Wrangle games have been steadfast.
Yeah, it's been good so far, and I love how fast teams... I know that the map has been in rank for quite a while, and in play in total for even longer, but still, bringing it to a competitive scene is a whole other ball game, and we're already now seeing teams make use of areas of the map that I don't think teams maybe knew by the start of this tournament were a thing, but then go back into the VODs, they see other teams utilize them and instantly try and take them in the games to come. So I guess that's the only place where, because we haven't seen circles repeat themselves all that much yet, we're still getting new areas of the map that teams have yet to find. But eventually, we will have explored all of it, and the games are going to get even better.
Yeah, there's some extremely strong compounds that, throughout, when you have 60 players or 55 players alive, that is just going to be realized that it is so strong that it might be worth even crashing and breaching and trying to take over, because, in a situation where Sarvam was left alone for quite a while, James, the more we play it, the more we'll realize, okay, this is a prior compound. This is the compound that we have to take or try to take away. Otherwise, we're not going to win these games.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many compounds on Tego, and this is something that I guess we don't speak about too much, but let's speak about it, that are kind of arranged like Cube on Erangel, to use an example, right? So you can position your cars in between all of these locations, kind of defend their wheels quite nicely, and then quite a lot of those for building compounds are on a slight incline. So you could actually use them as somewhere that's going to be a vantage point against teams encroaching on you. So there's definitely a lot of that, and the teams are getting used to it and using it strongly.
All right, guys. Hope for where we're going to end here. Toby, quickly.
East. Anywhere east of the river.
You, James?
I want to go east too. Can you?
Yeah. Same. I love the eastern side here. Obviously, it's also
Now
where you
it's
have the
ending on
dried
Apple.
out river. But we guys, we have already jinxed it. So I'm just excited to see what's going to happen. Of course, this is the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers, this guys, and we're going to be going to take our third match of the day. And when we're done, we're going to be halfway through, and we're going to have a really good idea who might be the 2 teams that's going to be going to PGS with our GPT team. So guys, take it away.
That was a lot of acronyms, but it's time to Tago. That's no acronym. It's just the official slogan of Tago. As we've got now game number 3 for
Yes,
the
man,
day.
okay.
I'm joined by Toby to bring this one to you.
What happened to Mike Myers, man?
Jo, ljudi, kasnim danas,
You know
jebi ga.
what? An agreement. I wasn't gonna say it because I was gonna test our friendship, and you just left me hanging.
Look, I've been a busy, stressed boy.
And
okay,
I don't even get
today.
to hear it. I don't want to hear Saga do
Kako se držao,
It's
ja.
Time to Tago,
Pet,
Austin
ja.
Powers impersonation tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not gonna be.
I
as
wanted
good.
you to do it today, James, and you make a bail on me.
I gotta just save it for PGS2, I guess.
Question
What do you
mark,
That's
treći,
what it
jebote.
is.
Di je,
For all
pa,
the casting
question
you're gonna
mark,
be
treći.
doing at PGS.
No, inače
Oh,
to
no, I can just
odlično.
throw it to the casters with. Well, I was about to do it, but I'm not going to.
Fair. I guess we're saving it for the
Just the
ultimate,
bail.
the
Neka se
ultimate
sjedim sve
chance,
ponovno.
but we'll have to wait.
Prvi
We'll
game
have to
dobar,
wait
drugi
exactly
loš.
for a little while longer. In the meantime, these players don't
Nisam
have to
ništa
wait.
gledao,
Well,
pogledaj poslije
this
tvoje.
playing path pretty
Završeno
decent
me.
diagonal across the land of Tago. As I just really want to go east. Just,
Yeah.
we haven't seen any play in and around the shallow river at all yet. That's really one of the few spots that I've yet to see properly explored in a competitive environment.
Well, after both of us asking for it, it's definitely not, as you say.
Yeah,
So,
probably not.
You're expecting the Harpo.
Wall song, that's where we're ending. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see now. And as we're having all of these teams settle in their positions nicely. Hey!
Oh my god! The game.
Pogodili
delivered.
vraća.
You know what?
That is insane.
Pogodili lagano.
We have magical powers. We didn't run out of mana on this one. Woof.
I vas je već krenuo.
But this circle, James, I mean, when we look at unplayable terrain, for those of you guys who don't have the map open, it's the big red line just cutting straight through the eastern edge. There's a lot of land you can't utilize for anything inside this circle. It's not just water that technically isn't going to be used, but could be. This is just can't go there.
Yeah, it's land that
It's
exists,
like a third of the circle.
and it forces you out. If you go into it, it's like, no, you're about to die if you do not leave. It's like, okay, calm down. It's
Yeah.
a funny old place.
This is really interesting because not only, I mean, I'm all smiles right now. Not only are we seeing a lot of teams having to come in from the west-hand side, but look down towards the south. You have that unplayable terrain, just a little bit of a tip up towards Songam as well. That's really gonna narrow the angle you can approach from. It's just forced, like pinning teams closer towards one another. I know there's still technically plenty of space, but when you have Busan in one side and you have like down towards this the
Šta
studio, you
kažeš,
really
Sejku,
want to
kako ti
wrap
igraju?
through
Ne
that.
znam, brate.
There's a
Evo,
lot of
po
interesting
tablici
rotations
bi
about
rekao
to happen
dobro.
that we have never
Nisam
seen.
gledao ništa, pogledat ću
Yep,
poslije. Kad
cool,
završim već
good,
pogledat ću
cool.
to je.
As we'll have a dropping
Ništa
of course,
nisam
gonna
gledao,
be very
bukvalno sam sad
happy with
došao
how
kući.
things are settled right now. They were in a
yeah.
big
S obzirom da su
2-2
pet
split,
juče,
and they'll be
juče isto
rendezvousing with
bili
one
tako
another
što pet.
in due course.
Ne mislim,
Likewise,
nego
after all,
jesu
is already
100% bili
making
pet.
their moves to
Tako da,
find
to je
themselves a
skroz
bit more
okej.
central a position to get things going. Because I mean, when a circle comes in
Trova je
like
dosta
this that
samo
you
storage.
really don't have as
jebi
much
ga.
experience against the rest of the lobby, a central position oftentimes is going to be better than
Ovdje je vrlo
an edge
lako
position.
pogriješ.
Most of the time you're going to be able to just sit down, hunker down, try and kind of survey your surroundings.
Yeah.
Edge positions,
Nije
they're a bit
problem
more
kad
stressful,
trovaju,
and when it's a circle
ono
you're
što
not as
meni,
used to.
što ja
in
ne volim da
a
vidim je nekad da ne
competitive
igraju
lobby like
dovoljno ono
this. Yeah, it
frapero,
gets
znaš,
stressy.
ne, da
And now,
da ne uzimaju
and now for the
dovoljno
sake of
terena.
everyone on the hunt for
Ali
PGS2
po bodovima ne bi rekao, po
last
bodovima
game,
bi rekao da je okej.
we looked at Ascent as the team in Stolper when the game went hard military and said, ha ha ha, they're gonna die. Everyone's gonna have a chance to rack up points and they still get second place. Now I'm seeing Ascent and I'm saying they're the furthest away team again. How are they planning on rotating into this one? Because it ain't your clear cut. We know exactly what to do military game. This is a rotation that I don't think we've seen any of these teams ever do in a competitive game. And I'm not counting scrims, but we've ever seen them have to go this far southeast. So curious to see if they're going to dare really to just emergency pick up their way into the unknown.
But the funny thing about Takeover is it's a deceptively long way as well. When you look at the map and you kind of look at how this terrain is and stuff like that, it actually takes quite a long time to get from one side to the other.
Yep.
So gonna have to be accounting for that as well, as all the teams now in the middle are jostling for position. We're having question mark coming in from that west side as well. Who, I mean, the one thing that is of an advantage, you were talking about that kind of rotation, kind of north of Songnam, and then in towards Studio.
Hello.
Technically, it's more open than channels of rotation from Miramar, right? Where so the terrain isn't as punishing to people that are wanting to rotate through the hills.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Also, you don't have that one team with the perfect angle. As I say that, you don't need a perfect angle. You just need to tap people in the head twice, which is what James did right here. Perfect 100 damage done as he finds the mat. And Howl take casualties early yet again. Howl just cannot get off to a good start.
No, they can't. Ruin here now. Just gonna... I mean, they're slightly away from all of this as well. Any supporting fire that would have been possible against FaZe when... they're already relocating is not to be the case. And for now, I mean, actually, I'm quite impressed at how quickly a lot of these teams got into the center. It was quite swift.
Generalno
We're
i
5 minutes in now, as we're going to have a lot more teams entering. It's going to not be that rotate you were mentioning earlier.
Exactly. Twisted Minds parachuting into the far east now as well. Try and see if they can claim some real estate in the center of the circle. And Navi, as you mentioned, wrapping their way forward up towards Studio, which is still not taken by anyone. So should be able to get a somewhat decent rotation going forward. Question mark just made landfall here on the southern side. Should have pretty good oversight. Everything ahead of them. That being, of course, if they don't stare into loop.
And there's a decent a possibility that next circle shifts as well are as punishing as this one. I mean, they could still include a lot of that unplayable as a 15 times
Drugo mjesto je Question Mark. Mislim, drugo koje prolazi je 67.
Yeah, look, I'll be like, well, I mean, okay. What big gun does Bestalosh have this time? It's a FAMAS with a bigger scope than the gun on it. So, okay. Yeah, cool.
The 15x MK. We'll see if he can hit anything with it. Should be able to do just that. Exhalation crossing over the shallow river. The one leading down towards Kanyong. As they are approaching the circle from the far north. They do have Exalt wrapping in that direction. And with honestly, while we could giggle about this just slowed them down for, let's say, 4 seconds. That might just be exactly what causes them and Exalt to run into each other.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Fate is the one that's moving. It looks like the rest of Exalt is actually moving north. Not sure why, what they might be looking for here. But Navi...
I've seen cars roll around in the river.
Which maybe. Like, oh, look, a beautiful hippo.
No,
I don't know what's going on down there, but you know, it's something. We've got ourselves Melman though perching up and looking for, once again, a Navi versus Twisted Minds fight. This never ends.
Yep, really does.
Very
narrow position. I think, have they seen Sparrow further up? Batulin said it is further up the hillside. I'm not sure they have. Batulin's going to get a pretty clean shot. Quite a few of them as they come their way, but I think with them seeing them now set and kind of limiting their chance to just sneak around on the eastern side, they're just going to 180 and go back to find south. So might as well wait out as we once again see Hello My Bad do flips with his vehicle.
They're loving it. You know,
having fun.
Yeah.
Ma da ne znam da li ste pratili skrimove, koji prati skrimove mogu da primijeti FaZe i Entropi koji dominirali skrimove.
I mean, they're not quite the BMX master Danimo, but, you know, they're trying their best.
Yep, can't fault them for trying. As they've now tipped the vehicle, and I think this was Exhalation saying, you know what, Hello My Bad, have your fun.
Jedino što me čudi je, znaš,
play the game now, and he lost his driving privileges.
Get out of the
Znači, ja sam očekivao Havla.
Stop driving!
Mada ima još da se igra.
And, yeah, they picked him up.
I Navi igra prloše, ali
anyway, we've got ourselves Foot who are chasing them
Taka se
down.
lane, mada realno Navi nikad
online
nije nešto.
Just sit back after having them moving away. And Exel ended up running into Yappa, who, yeah, I mean, you've mentioned it a lot. Yappa can barely ever avoid these earlier skirmishes going down. So let's see if they take any more fire.
Beer Pong uradio svoje, da.
Reaching a point where it's happening almost every single game. Is it a coincidence any longer?
Odradili splavovi posao.
Just going too far with every rotation of them, just not stopping to scout, to then just push straight into an opposing team. Because they've also fallen under the kind of the curse of losing a player somewhat unnecessarily early on, which is part of the reason why they just haven't been able to get.
or sometimes you get Voldman making a little bit of a pop-off going on. That was pretty impressive at the start of the looking at the most impressive team in the lobby so far, Ascend, who is coming in very slowly down towards that south rotate. As I say, it does take a while to get from one side of this map to the other.
We just have that proven by Mika literally refueling his vehicle as it ran out of gas, and now, of course, full tank, almost full tank available. Should be able to get that last couple hundred meters towards Circle. Go, Circle, down towards the south. This is going to be an interesting one, because look at the amount of teams up north that now have to find the approach, and it's literally impossible to grab east of it.
Turns out maybe we picked the wrong town to be heading towards here. I was hoping for Kangyong, but there's an opportunity here for some of the teams. Of course, Question Mark currently has it very well controlled. A lot of teams going to be blitzing their way down from that north side, as you were mentioning, and there's going to be a lot of crossfire that's going to be hitting on some of these teams. Still a lot of compounds available, especially north of where Ascend is. They could take their pick of the litter.
Say Question Mark. Well aware that they currently in a position which they probably won't get to play with alone for much longer. Into the western side of the town. FaZe has been one of the towns on Takeover thus far that have committed to cities pretty quickly. They sit in here, they wait for teams to come their way, and this time around is no different. Exhalation, in the meantime, trying to full speed send it on the southern side, but down towards the south. They're going to run straight into an After setup here, which so far isn't quite working the way that I think After wanted it to.
No way Daboom's going to be able to get out of that as well. Yes, he goes down to Ainen and looking for a little bit more with all of this. Hobber was actually making the seat swap here to try and make something work, and does get Ainen. Whilst Klim finishes off the so a little bit of a blow for blow at the moment. My bad. Really need to come in to reinforce this, but Danimon's going to be the one to take out Hobber from that angle.
Ubjedljivo najpametnija ekipa. A kad vidite ovako individualno, oni daleko toga da su loši, ali su definitivno, na primjer, Ace je, po meni je duplo lošija ekipa od Entropika. Ali duplo što se tiče individualnih sposobnosti. Ili Kai je dobar, ali nije najbolji.
Are just gonna commit to the city, saying we don't know where to go. We literally don't know what tips are playable. Let's just go to the city.
Ne navijački igraju pametnije.
Maybe expected this to be the case.
Sad je li Kovo ili IGL, definitivno da je Kovo dosta pomogao, jer oni su, to se poklopilo kad je Kovo došao, oni igraju dobro. Mada je u isto vrijeme s Kovom došao još jedan igrač, ali sad ne mogu reći tačno. Ne znam tačno koji. Znam da je četvrti došao u isto vrijeme kad je Kovo sad. Šta je tu? Sve pomalo.
So it's not terrible. It's not great though, as we do have After here and the Woo battling it out up in the northeast. Quizzy down now. A lot of utilities being expended here to try and get him out of this sticky situation. Lou even putting in some shots here against After is in a scary predicament.
Yeah, it worked out for them just before with the help from Twisted Minds, and this time around, seems like Twisted Minds ain't all about that alliance no more. So shots fired this time around. EB does fall to the nade. And curious to see if maybe Twisted Minds opts to aggress more forward. We have seen them slowly creep up towards this fight. Daniman right now, though, is the solo defender towards the south. They really need to deal with Woo fast if they want to be able to survive this.
What? Oh my god, that turnaround here from Nixie on Klim. I thought that Klim had him dead to rights on that transition, but no. That was pretty wild there. And Nixie is now down, though, as Hibako...
kako ga pljunu, ljudi.
The end... But look at all the shots coming in against these teams here. This really shows just how the terrain on Tago can be quite punishing at times. It's so open for these teams to try and make transitions and make the fights happen.
What is constantly swapping seats to avoid the bullets? I think he might have been. And now the enemy actually might be able to get out of here alive. I'm not sure how he baited Spiro so hard, but in the end he will fall.
That was a little bit wild, that. But anyway, we have Lou as well as Batulian cleaning things up now from a distance.
Da li ste vidjeli kola PUBG-a
here for them to continue it on. Perfectix is nowhere near them, by the way. I mean, he's very far away to try and just hold on to a compound towards the south. And Foot is just finishing off very quickly here, but needs to back up because they're once again on a big 2-2 split.
Ja za njih ne navijam uopšte, ali me faktički me ćera da navijam zbog Nixija. I to zašto je naš lik. Ali generalno... Po meni je njihov vrhunac ovo što su došli do kvalifikaciju.
how
Bez
long
obzira
can
što
we stay
su
alive?
dobra ekipa,
Therefore,
ali to
hype
nema
fast
IGL.
and game is showing us.
Ili imaju, ja ne znam, možda je
No.
quiz i IGL, ali
Maybe the
ono,
commitment to
raspad
this
sistem.
location was just a
Brate, vi
little
ovdje
bit
imate
too
na
early. I
trenutno, ovdje
mean,
imate 3
there were still
dobra
opportunities for them to play
4.
spots in the south, but they
ostalo
decided,
sve.
nope, we're going to bomb it through and try and take some of these fields. It has worked for teams in the past, we've seen it, but the way in which the compounds around these fields work, if you're on corners, eventually another compound from a different angle is going to be able to see you, even though you've got cover from, let's say, the DA compound just there.
Koliko pušta
And
ono
while I
ti?
know that Navi has had
Bravo,
two pretty
Laki.
good games on the
Lik
back,
prošao kod Barovnice.
this is
Prosto
just so
odsakaće.
unlike Navi.
Invalid je,
YOLO
možda.
center
Ti
from
baš realno.
behind the con waited out. It's, I mean, they're
Hvala,
so
Mačak.
good at taking
Kako
shots
ti
at a
kažem.
distance, just playing it smart up on the hills. And now, I mean, by driving off, they're giving Ascent all that space to maneuver. And
Ne
we'll
valja
see
to ni bit
what they
nekad.
make of it. But
Pogotovo ako si
Navi
streamer.
committing to these incredibly kind of passive defensive positions is it's just very different from the Navi we've seen in the past. And in all fairness, the Navi we've seen in the past had more success in doing
Ja
what
kad
they do. Is he
kažem nekad,
readying?
kad Entropik se
I think
raspada, ja
that's to
kažem,
safety.
braću,
I hope
Luka
that
je
T-Bone just
napravio najgluplji
lead
potez
all
na
the way up
svijetu,
to 80 there.
po mom mišljenju. Ugasim
That'd be
stream,
amazing. Woohoo!
probudim se
That
ujutro,
would be pretty
10 poruka na
amazing,
Discord,
but
šta ti
no,
pričaš, Entropik kida.
As time goes on here, they'll
To
keep
tako
going, you know.
funkcioniše
The
kod
thing
nas.
is that, as you say, where Navi's taken,
Znaš,
where Ascend has
ako
taken,
daš
I feel
neku
like
kritiku,
Navi
to
could have
automatski
been.
znači da ne
And that
navijaš na
feels
njih, da ih
more like a
hituješ,
Navi play.
ono.
So yeah, I would agree it was slightly uncharacteristic, but and they're all just getting knocked slowly
jebi ga,
in those fields.
Ja vas da kažem ono što
And that's the
mislim.
thing, right? Because what counters those
Kao da
fields
igra
is high
brutalno,
ground, and the
brutalno,
position
kao
they
igra
left
loše,
from Game
loše.
Ascent is high ground. So by leaving that position and going somewhere else, they're essentially just asking teams to take what they had before off of the info they've been given and take him out. And now Navi, well, down to 2. Make that 1.5 as Upa is knocked here as well. Actually, no, actually, I take that back. Not knocked. But,
Ne znam ko
in the
je,
middle.
iskreno ne
The
znam
circle
ko
shifts
je...
north. Howl, they lost
Ascent,
one early.
though.
Maybe this is the chance for them to turn things around.
IGL. Ko je? Jel
Maybe,
Mika?
maybe this is a good position
Nemojte
for them to
Mika
start
u
things.
Waze.
unless
Ne znam
they
ko im je
get-
IGL
get
trenutno
crunched
je
down on
najbolji
by some of
IGL.
the teams if they're trying to crash on in. There will
Ono
be
malo, kad
potential
imaš
crashes
Sašu Batulina u
eventually,
konkurenciji,
if,
teško je reći da je bilo
some of
koji
these
najbolji.
teams, especially on
Jer
the
ljudi su ono
east
konstantno
side, want to
prvi.
try and make some
Ali
very,
ja
very
nekako
bold
navijam
moves
za
because
Is
there's really not
malo
that much
više,
for the
jer bi
east
volio
teams
da vidim
to play
nešto
for
drugo na
on the
sceni.
east side of
ono,
this circle, to be
5
honest.
godina
So
Virtus
let's see
dominira.
how it's going to play out. Now already Ascend is on the move down
Ali
to the
ono,
south.
Saša Batulin recimo broj 1 na osnovu svega. Trenutno bih rekao da Ascend...
As easy as a pick as you get. Finds the double
A
headshot
mislim,
connected.
teško je to
That falls to the ground.
upoređivati, jer
Transition on the edge of the
znate
bush.
kako, IGL je dobar,
I mean, he has
su
5
mu i
nades,
rezultati
can he
dobri.
lop it through the
A
window?
Saša
There's always gonna
Batulin
be someone
ima bolje rezultate, između
crossing the
ostalog
T
i što ima
angle
jebenog
against you when
Spyra
you're
koji će
wiggling
sada
left
pobije
and
cijeli
right, left
after,
and
ali
right, but it
a
doesn't
Mika
change
nema
your
nijednog
position to
igrača
the
koji to
person
može u svojoj
who's looking
ekipi.
at you from the side. That's
Ista
unfortunate,
stvar je i
but
s lukom,
Foot
znaš.
able to do quite a bit of damage
Dobro,
here,
nije ista
actually,
stvar.
against Astral as well as Twisted Minds
Ali
on this
slična
side.
recimo
As
stvar.
the big moves are trying to happen here from these teams
Znaš.
on the east side, knowing
To
that
je
there
ono
isn't
koji
much to
Messi
play
je
for.
najbolji igrač
But
svih
Foot's just
vremena,
holding
ali
all
je
the
i
base.
Čavija i Injez.
Exactly, really preventing them from going anywhere. Perfect falls as his helmet gets
Ja,
torn
nema,
off.
to je malo teško
Trying to get
analizirati,
back on his
svako
feet, I
ima
imagine.
neku svoju
Tulins in the meantime trying to defend
preference.
alone against all of Entropic. Say that Logarux was alone before, but now the team has arrived. But Tulins trying to wrap around the side. Not
Da,
gonna
ono,
happen. as
IGL
Taylor
može
finds him.
postaviti
I thought he was
ekipu
going
i
to try
sve,
and
ali
continue
ti na
that
kraju
spray, but
dana
it's a bit
ako
of
nemaš
case here, as
ekipu,
say, nail up.
ne možeš uraditi
Nail
mnogo
and
i onda
popping
si
for
loš
him.
IGL
Will
po
be
defaultu.
throwables on towards
Tako ko je
the rest of
najbolji
Twisted Minds,
IGL,
who are
ne znam.
kind of
ono.
also next to Ienan, kind of next to Vard. Very, very sandwiched at the moment as Twisted Minds. It's going to be hard
Znaš
to
šta
get
je
out of this
problem, ja smanjim Twitch,
Impossible. Ian
ali ja
does
ne
not
rečem
want.
PUBG,
He's
brat.
second as well. Nice spray transfer there. And taking down both of the Twisted players as they fall in 14th.
They're down. Ian's still alive until just now gets taken out at a distance here from Foot. Meanwhile, in the south side, Ascend is doing Ascend things. They're sending it big through here against the position that Navi and DA were actually shooting at them whilst they were making this move. Where are
Samo
they
da
going
ne
to stop?
izginu, hoće god.
Because they are still 4 alive.
Mislim da im
No,
ova
3
vas-
alive, even I should say. So they still have some power about them, not full force strength, but they've found themselves a spot for the moment, it seems.
Full speed sending it through field sometimes work out against all odds. Face though. One of the
Kako
teams
bi im
has to
lego
make way
shift.
through the
Sad bi im
side.
jedan shift
Going
lego
on.
vamo ko budali šamar.
So not Beamy. Just a little off there with the ball.
And he's good with this bolt. We see him hit a lot of great shots. Already hit some in this game as well, but now Foot, not so bad. Still 4 alive, holding some of these teams at bay, as we were mentioning.
Mogu nema taj kart. To je nekad u CS. Dobili su shift. Klasičan entropic shift. Joj, i šta sad? Pobit futbolist.
Now we talked foot just before. They're currently 29 points out.
Ma ide Jole. Na dvojicu. A ovaj prikazuje Duzija, a ja ne mogu ovaj cast kuni. Ljudi, treba da se 2023. godina je PUBG cast. Ja bi nekako napravio da svako od nas može fino da kontroliše, gleda ono što hoće. I sad to što mi gledali Entropi cijelo vrijeme nema veze. Ali brate, neću ni da gledam egzampla kako čuči u buš.
If you're Howl, you need to do it right now. Like, you need to be shooting at everything that moves if you have any hopes of trying to catch up, considering how poor a day they had previously.
Joj, ne ida, dobar ne ida.
Navi games, so they didn't go well either.
Brate, mili, kako oni znaju gdje se, jel smo čuli auto, on je pješke bio. Mislim, došao je autom pa je pješke trčao lijevo desno. Nađoše ga, braća, što je ovo, evo tu sekundi. To, Mićo! Šta je ovo, brate? Ja ne može ovaj DA, ovo je najgora ekipa na ovo mid bolanje, tu playstyle Turaka, pusvijet, ne, oni nikad ništa iz ovoga izvukli nisu. Ok, ubili su Entropi, sad će izgubiti dvojicu. Kakav je ovo play, pa šta je ovo jebote? Bukvalno, evo, ovo se slažem sa Tobijem, DA doing DA, pa šta je ovo zna, da ne razumijem ovo. Šta su oni dobili s ovim? Može neko to bi objasni šta su oni dobili sad s ovim? 3 boda, šta, ne razumijem. Koji su oni? 6. Oni bog mi igraju kao da su 17. na tablici, ono, znaš, pa su se predali.
The compound that Sarvam has down in the south
Kontam,
is not
brate, evo da vidim.
dissimilar by any
Ajde,
stretch
pogledat
of
ćemo
the
tvoje,
imagination.
nemam mapu ispred sebe, ne znam ni odakle su došli, ne znam da li je to bilo najbolje što su, no, ne znam, ali mi gleda glupo, ono. Jebo majku, rizikuješ puš, pa da je rizikuj ga, kreša hangar u centar, ili znaš. Ne druže, krešaš Tropi koji nema metar zone, ma nema ništa zone.
Now, though, Voldemort solo player left alive for Yepa again, as I said. Tall order for them to make their way in here, if not near impossible. And Hal, well, they desperately need the points, so what better than have Yepa feed you a couple as they try and crawl
Ili
forward.
su,
As I say that, though, it's excellent.
postoji druga, on nemaju šta odavde, razumiješ, ovo je gotovo. Jedino šta mi evo sad pada na pamet je da je DA znao da je Entropic desno. I da su išli da ih ubiju. Vidi, kad su vidjeli najlup Nokan, mislim da je u to toliko bio call, idemo desno i pobijemo i to je to. Ja ne vidim drugo rješenje, jer ovo nije bio play za win. Ovo je vjerojatno bio play da se eliminiše Entropic. Ne znam šta drugo.
Now is where they have to be wise though, because yes, they can go aggressive.
Stvarno ne znam šta drugo.
They have to move. They could be looking in their direction. Monarch does fall out towards the west as Howl makes more space for himself. Lassa finds the double, and now the fight continues up towards, or down towards the southern side, I should say. As question mark try and bounce forward. Rex go able to find the first, but in the team coming up right behind it.
If question mark gets a little bit more as well from this game, look how terrifying.
Miramar ide sad.
You've got 2 spots for PGS2, and it's
Jo, danas je obrnuto, danas su krenuli s Erangelom, jel da? I sad idu 3 Miramar, koji je ome? A ja, idu 3 Miramar. Ja bi iskreno volio da se igra 2-2-2, ja sam toliko zavolio Tego. Znači, za kompetitiv nema bolje mape. Po meni. Dobro, možda Miramar ima. Ma opet Miramar ima one stjenčine, planinčine posred mapa, razumijete, pogotovo dolje na južnom dijelu mape. I to me nervira. Ovdje imaju rijeke, ali ovo mi je bolja mapa.
Who phase down at the moment.
15. i 16. ekipa u ljutom fightu. Evo te vi kaš kontate da Molodov je 16. Ali ih svijet.
Big stuff, but a nice spray from Arctic coming around the corner.
Yeah, I think Ruin had a nade in hand too, indeed he did. So he will fall. Are they going to get the rest up here? They could commit to it, but it's dangerous knowing that Lassa is on the other side. If you want to get that up, you got to do it now before the blue nade collapses back down, and indeed now that just happens. So can't commit to the Moldog rest. Damage done towards Lassa though.
same time while this is going on.
Yes, Harry cannot go
Completely
first.
against Ascend, and Ascend is actually getting involved here. As
For
Hal
sure,
gets
to je
knocked.
bot.
And where's Hal during all of this? I guess he was trying to hold things off, but Artix will be
Će
able to
dignut.
get him over
Dignuo će
the
mod.
box. Here comes question mark now.
This is a difficult hold
Ovo
off.
ne bi
It's
valjalo.
just
Najbolje je
Chris
bilo
down here.
question mark
Rex
umre.
literally just drove it north, far
Ace ovdje
west,
nema
and
neku
Chris,
šansu.
please just bait their attention for long enough to me, or for me to make my way
Ma ne
inside the
valja.
circle. I can't
Obrni,
save
okreni
you.
za
You're
Entropik, ovaj
alone
meč
against
ne
the
valja,
whole
nisu
question
smjeli da
mark.
umru.
Somehow Chris is still alive.
Lijepik ima još, ima dosta sigran.
Trying.
Jer sad Ace neće
Gonna
vinat
have
odavde, ali će
magic
ući top
happen here.
5,
It's not
ono,
good
jel?
enough at all.
Teams
Plus
5,
the
već
team
top
from
5.
across the way.
Su naboli koji
Now,
2 kila.
this shows the vulnerability of question marks eventually
5-6
transition
bodova
from
njihovo.
that building. You can see how open it is. Cars
Question
are gonna try and
mark.
be utilized. There's 3 in that car. If
They're
they're
4
gonna be
up.
4 in that car. Spraying comes in, killing off Ascend.
A
Thankfully,
nadam
they're
se da
taken out
neće vinat.
early-ish compared to where they've normally been at.
Ma da ne valja ni da futbolisti vinaju. Ništa trenutno ne valja. A baš je stakana tablica, vrati. Od prvog do 10. ono, 30 bodova razlike. To sve mijenja u jednom meču. Samo kojem ne smije vinati. A vidi, veći je problem futbolisti da vinaju, čini mi se. Ma nije, realno, question mark. Ne smije vinati. Ma i neće vina, nemaju poziciju. Do duše, ako Sarven... Evo, sad možda i dobio timing.
This might work out perfectly in their favor, despite them getting 2 points knocked just before Sarven got them.
Sad ako ispušaju.
Now they're pushing forward. There's still plenty of space for eSports to wrap, to kind of spread out and take control, but 8C is still on the ground. And with nades coming in, they cannot commit to the rest onto him. Bart though, nice damage done over the top towards CT.
Dobar nade.
Pomjerili se. It wasn't a bad trajectory on the nade if they hadn't have moved, but they're much too smart for that. Gonna move away. Now with the position that both of these teams have taken against this hill, they're slowly giving away their angle
prvi dan je bilo
question mark.
2 Miramara, Taego 3 Erangela. Sad ide 2 Erangela, Taego 3 Miramara. Opet i dođe 3-3.
I think they want to hold out question mark first.
Overall.
Yeah, I mean, but that's a little... I won't say too late, because they're still on the other side of the road. But at least disengaging. I just feel like this is them putting themselves in a much worse position, because I think Foot can play the far east side on this and shoot Sarvem without being seen by question mark. Again, it's those narrow angles that we haven't seen in play before, but I think they might actually...
Dobra stvar je što nisu uzeli previše zone ovaj question mark sad.
As long as they hit shots like this,
nisu baš iskoristili
This is
ovu čarkicu.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, a bit dicey. I think they were hoping as well that Foot would realize that problem for question mark is at least like easy pickings, like shooting fish in a barrel when they were eventually coming out of there, but it's not to be the case. They have not really aggressed quite as hard as they may have done on that. And I think Foot realizes, let's stay up here for the moment.
Ja bih volio da je 2-2-2. To mi najviše smisla ima. I najzanimljivije je i gledati, igrati. Nema zasjećenja. Treća mapa je previše. Vas da je treća mapa previše po meni. 3 Miramara za redom. Ovako taman dođe do neke vrste zasjećenja, igraš drugu mapu, ono nešto malo. Zanimljivije i za gledati i za igrati sigurno. Plus Taego je, meni Taego najbolja mapa za kompeticiju.
Yeah, taking them out is of the utmost importance. They're Ascend and question mark are gaining an extreme gap over the teams that are also eligible. You're thinking it's almost it's a 21-point gap right now against question mark and Entropic, as Bestalosh just decides to do Bestalosh things once again. Hit some nutty shots and try and chuck in some nades for good measure.
Flush as well. Falls. One of the guys has been able to do a lot of damage at a distance. He's going to fall before that fight even starts.
Maybe we should give Sarvem some Uzis and maybe they'll win it out on this.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah,
they need shotguns and Uzis.
Yeah.
They have too much ammo.
I think that's the problem. Yeah.
Might just be. But eSports now spotting question mark as well. Again, these open angles, they could not really prevent Foot. Oh, sorry, question mark from being able to wrap across here. And I think question mark is playing this one wisely. Playing it slow. Now they got the Foot on the other side. They have a bit of a rich line. They have the vehicles. They have a rock to work with as well. Just play it slow. Maybe by staying alive, you'll get a third-party opportunity.
I also realize why Foot's playing it slow. They're low on ammo. They've been taking all these fights over on this east side, and we're seeing guys having like somebody had 27 bullets in a gun with nothing to reload. That's an unfortunate smoke hit in the back of Global Army, but you know, yeah.
Brate, su li oni upravo rekli da Foot igra polako jer nema metaka?
Now he's got what, 42 shots, 17 on the reload. Like, there's really not much available. They've been look.
Gledaj ovo, rekli su ljudi zajedno nemaju 100 metaka.
Yeah. You do see 3 smokes on B. I think T-Bone had 1, HC had nothing.
Ja sam mislio da trola lik, ono, braća, stvarno nemaju metaka. Da li si izgubiš fight i rastaneš bez metaka? To nikad nisam vidio.
With the most to work with.
I think so, and they've also got 2 crate guns, which is kind of terrifying as well. But
Evo
here
ga,
now,
Duzi je brzo.
we're going to see a lot of lying down. Sarvam is always
A Duzi i Bestolog su tu jedini igrači koji ja...
They realize the fight is going on across
Ono, znaš, koji se dokazali u lanu,
really
ovaj
the
Dante,
utility you
razumiješ.
want to punish that. Imagine if one nade came across the ridge from Foot.
Do they try to wrap on this? I think that's what question mark is starting to fear now as well. Because
Sve
there's a
ostali
chance
bez
with the smokes
smokova.
being deployed that Foot could try and wrap east around, or northwest around in this circle.
Easiest win ikad. Zamisli ljudi, ovi izgube, futbolisti izgube fight. Jesu, oni ostaju bez metaka. Oni stvarno ostaju bez metaka. Čime pucaju ljudi, jebo? Evo jedan kill.
Dante down to 1 HP as there is just one player left alive on either team.
Ja mislim, evo sad treba pogledati koliko su svi oni zajedno u šanžeru ostali nakon ovoga. Ako imaju 20 metaka, glavom je
And they pounced at just the right time here. What a win for them here on Tego.
Absolutely.
Meni je ovo veći problem nego da se question mark odvoji.
Prioritizing Sabum in that position. They knew they were prone. They knew that they were literally a half second away from being able to see all of them. And as soon as they start shooting, the smokes on their left side dissipate, and Beamy and 8C just...
Jer nije ko da question mark s ovim drugim mjestom nije prikupio od milion pojena.
So many of their engagements very well in this
game.
They were controlling so much of that northeast side, taking out the teams that were trying to wrap around on them, and then disengage from Sarvam when they did. I mean, even though Sarvam kind of initiated that to start things off, but you know, they didn't get extremely aggressive on it. They just bided their time, waited for their chance to blast both the remaining squad members.
And I think it's a great understanding from Foot in
Prestigo ih je Foot,
where they
to je
were
to,
on
ali...
the leaderboard as well. You cannot risk
Znači, futbolisti su se uključili...
Well, not only Sabem was right next to you, but even more so question mark.
Ma ništa ovo nije gotovo, brate. Tropiš jedni game prvi. Ajmo kako si igrali. A evo sam gledao, ali nema veze.
It's not going to be just a scrambling through so far here for Foot. They're not going to be on the barrier to qualify for something or what's going on. Or regardless, they're going to try and grab it with both hands here. Now moving up to, I think, about 64 points-ish or something around those areas. Means you've got an opportunity now to strike at those spots up towards the top. And here's the final moments as we're watching it. Vesperos really kind of causing a lot of problems for Sarvam, but both teams causing problems for each other overall once Foot showed up.
Yeah.
Kako ovaj umro? Znači, od njih 4 ovdje, ovaj lik ima najbolji spot. Jer ovo je najdublji uzor, ja ne znam koga je ubio. Nije mi je question mark, jel? A čini mi se da je ne znam, ovdje ga niko ne vidi. A joj, iz one je majku tijebe. Ja mislim da ovo ne može se igrati, ali tako, zna neko. Ovo su oni plastenici ili šta li već, ne znam da li to može se igrati uopšte.
I thought it was too open an area. Oh boy, was I wrong in terms of the kind of contour of the hill that they had available to them.
Da vidimo DA odakle
ran away with it, man. They took fight after fight and looked great doing it.
Although Foot won here, I gotta say I was extremely impressed with Question Mark being able to go into Oyang, survive with 4 guys, and get that far into lane, gate them the Toby.
Oh yeah, it was a very challenging like Western wraparound. The good thing is they come into it when
At least a
Bolje
few
je kam
teams
krešat
always
nego
somewhat
entropiju, a
move.
ne kontam ovaj...
So,
Ovo je
on
sigurno
paper,
bilo
yes, you should
call,
not be victorious in a
sigurno je
Fortnite,
call
but we
bio je
know how
Oljka
sacrifices
Jovica
go down
nokan,
sometimes. It's
gdje,
so
da li se to
difficult to
pokupio?
play, but question
A to je
mark,
to,
very good at
Jovica je
trading
dobio
one
nok,
another, very good at these,
oni su
like,
skontali gdje je
up-close
Jovica
engagements and stayed alive throughout all.
i na njega pa.
Yeah, and even though Foot were kind of
I
on the
umrli.
northern side, just chilling for some time,
Brate,
they still
realno
engaged
je
a lot of fights.
bolji
With
play bio da
14
igraju
kills games
ovo
for
što
them,
je
and a
question
win,
mark
of
igra.
course, is 24 points going their way, and much needed points to say as well.
Yeah, they reaped the benefit of
Question mark drugi je
all
da
of those
igra.
teams, because there was a lot of teams on the east side having to make wide rotations. There wasn't really clear paths for them to try and move through the middle when you had DA there, when you had
ovaj
half
meč
of
prodal,
Navi
znači
there
nećemo,
still alive
nećemo
for a little bit,
realno
and then Ascend kind of blazing it through. Yeah, there wasn't much opportunity. They had to try and make the wrap against Foot, and it didn't work.
Mislim da je
and
najviše
24
problem
points
bio
here,
ovdje.
Foot, as I said, and
Što
Christian
je on
Mark with
krenuo
another
sam
great
gore.
game for today. Toby
sam dobro
16,
primijetio,
Savim also coming up there, and the
Por je-
best game so
por su
far,
bili up i on je
Hal,
krenuo sam gore.
8 points for them.
Yeah, it's a kind of worst case scenario that been one of the top
Nisu
contenders
bili
right
fora.
now isn't
Nisu
getting
bili,
too
oni su
many
tri
points,
bili,
being Ascend
jebe.
with 5. The other one that is starting to separate themselves
Ooh.
is just racking them up. 83
Dva,
and
7
88 now
vratio, i
respectively.
onda je on
That is
ostao
huge.
sam.
Yeah, exactly here. And as we are now
Da,
halfway
on
through the
skontal da
games,
može
we have
doći
played the
kreš
ninth
odavde
match.
i
This would
duplali
mean
su
that
što je
Ascend
okej.
and Question Mark will be going through,
Pa
and
ništa,
they're well
nisu
defended
prodali.
by Twisted Minds and FaZe at the moment here. 20 points down to Foot here, James, with a huge buffer for the rest of the games to go. 3 more today and 6 more tomorrow.
Yeah, it's quite extreme. I mean, of course, you know, Foot could quite easily come out and get the back-to-back, right? They could do that. They are Foot. They have been capable of it in the past, but considering that Ascend shows no signs of really slowing down in terms of just, you know, even going through the hard sends themselves and salvaging some points on one surviving towards the end. It's going to be hard to catch up with, I think, both of the teams, to be honest.
Yeah, and 2 impressive games here for Question Mark. Toby obviously puts them in a situation where they're now in the
Ja ne
top
znam
two.
koliko sam puta
I
odigrao
think, yeah, and
i na
impressive
Screamsima
feat for sure, but I think to look back
i
to Ascend
ovako
and First right
gledao
now, they almost have more
u zadnjih,
placement points than
recimo,
they have kills.
20
It's very,
dana
very
ovaj
close.
krug
So
Janes,
again, to
brate.
go back to even their bad games, they get
Jane, ovo je.
I mean, the
I,
fact they're
i
always
vuklo
making
je
sure to
vamo.
get these
Evo,
extra
ne
points
kažem
on the
to
board.
sad da
It's
se
so hard to
desi,
contend with, especially
ali
when you're playing in from behind.
Yeah, in this situation here, obviously you're able to get, you know, instead of having that 1 or 2 point game, James, you're talking about, you need to have those 4, 5, 6 points every game and you're fine. And then you have your good games and that's going to put you in the lead or at least within striking distance if you're not in the lead already.
Get things evened out, and
je baš
you'll be
teška
sitting
zona.
pretty, especially if you're able to constantly
baš
find
teška
yourself
zona.
in those top 5 spots, because then you have the potential to convert those into top 1 spots. You get the victory off the back of them, and you know, teams like this, if you put yourself in those situations more times than not, sometimes you will make those conversions happen.
And here in this case, Savim, they were in a fantastic compound, but unfortunately they were the team that kind of was not decided by the other teams, but they got squeezed out by the circle and by not being proactive enough here, Toby.
Šta ću ovdje, mislim. Ovo je uzeto prošli krug. Jedna proba krešat jednu zgradu. Mislim, ja bi definitivno krešao jednu zgradu. Jer ipak je to najbliže centru. Ali mislim da bi jednako prošli kao i sad ovo. Koji je ovo shift?
Because if we start looking west too early and the
Yeah,
likes of
zakasnili
Entropic
su.
or DA make their way up behind us, that's us torn apart. So it was smart in
Zakasnili su,
the
nisam
sense
ja
that,
vidio.
that Foot never
Oni su trebali prošli krug da kreš. Ma istin kurac.
Yeah, and in this case here, Hal with their
Problem kod ovog shifta je što je Militar zauzet u drugom krugu. Šta ti ovdje kreš?
kind of comfortable to be, you know, even
Ovo
holding
ne
down
mogu
as a full
potpuno
format. There's
unplayable
just
tu.
too many. It's like a small village basically. There's just too many angles.
A mislim da
that can be
svakako je
either
trebalo
crashed
se
or
kreša
breached, and then it ended up
zgrade
being
jer
the
gore
case
nemaš
with
šta
Ascend and
tražiš.
Jepa pulling up, and then later, of course, Question Mark joining the party.
Hard to hold as a 4-man, but they weren't even that, right? They were 3 for so long, so it makes it even more
Ali
hard.
Question Mark imao
It
sreće ovdje.
exacerbates the problem so much. And I do
Sam
feel like
shift
they
also
are
good.
constantly
Nice.
having the scenario of, okay, yeah, we're losing 1 on rotation.
Pogledaj
Okay,
zone
we
jebo
don't feel
majku
as comfortable as a 3-man compared to a 4. And then it's really kind of maybe
je
even
vino?
getting into their
Okay.
heads a little bit, because we've seen that they can
Dobro su odigrali, nema
really
šta.
even turn
Ali
it like the
svakako
easy,
njima mnogo
with
lakše
this
igrat s ove
one. So far,
strane.
it doesn't look the same here.
Yeah,
Zato
I'm
što
super
je-
sad to see that, of course, Hal. It's
Evo.
it's a team that we have high expectations to, Toby.
Yeah, but I also will say that our high expectations have come very
ovo je glupo.
I'm not gonna say that their PC spring performance
Znači ja gledam kako je question mark s ove, znači imamo ovaj shift.
Can't go too far back and see
ovaj krug. Meni nije mi jasno bilo kako je question mark sam ostao s ove strane. Onda, brate, vidim da u drugom krugu Exalt otišao... Ja ne znam, juče smo gledali Erangel, tu je završilo. Ali, brate moj, to je 1 od 70 mečeva.
And now that we're halfway
Ljudi
through the
bukvalno
games
dali
here, James, we
džabe
have
stranu
almost
benchmark.
50 plus points for some of our bottom teams up to that top 2. Is it done for them yet,
No,
or can
yeah,
they just win the rest of the games and be okay?
Zakasnili su sigurno krug cijeli.
50 plus.
Okay, right. So I was thinking, oh, maybe you're referring to how with 15. I was a bit concerned there for a second. But yeah, for 50, I mean, there is still an opportunity, right? Like, we are, yes, maybe at that halfway point, but there's a lot of games to play. There's still a lot of slips and slides that can occur for some of those top teams. We've seen teams that, you know, have had great starts, but then all of a sudden not been able to get onto podium finishes through the rest of the tournament and stuff like that. And that's where you can start catching up. That's where you can start having your motivation and your movements occur in the second half.
Yeah, currently the bottom 5 teams are 55 points or more down or up to question mark currently in second place. So that's obviously a huge kind of play for them. But again, question mark could, they end up, you know, being going out. But we still have our mid-pack teams, Toby, that are close, that are within that striking distance, and just one or two rough games for our top contenders. That means our mid-pack teams, they're ready to strike, and they could easily either overtake or get close enough to be within a kind of comfortable level.
Definitely, and then we also have 3 teams who, while there's a lot to play for, they are guaranteed to go through. I know there's PGC points on the line here, but when you think about it, right now, Twisted Minds and FaZe have a very good chance of just saying, we'll sack one game to make this closer.
Right.
Of course, this is probably more conversation for the last couple of games for tomorrow, but they really have a chance to dictate how things are going to go down, especially with how big of a spread there is right now with the teams down below them.
Yeah, and with 22 points or so from Na'Vi up to FaZe on 4th games, that is still one pretty decent game for them, and they're within that PGC points that they kind of need. We're talking, you know, 350 points or more, or even more, you know, 400, 500, that would be really comfortable, because they are super far away from FaZe right now, or about, I think it's about 500 or 550 points they're away from FaZe in terms of the PGC points. So in a perfect world, they need to get top 3 to be comfortable going into PGC polls to make sure they go to PGC.
And there's still a world where it could occur. Again, we've seen, you know, the start of the day and how things have gone down and stuff like that.
Izbio ga je u vožnji.
I mean, they've been more volatile than stable in the past couple of tournaments, so that's a counter argument to me saying it's possible.
Gledam jedino...
Alright, before we get our game started here, we're obviously going over to Miramar in this case here, of course.
Da li je bolje da je Entropic odmah otišao gore?
Tell me about some teams that have either surprised you pleasantly or not so pleasantly.
I'll still go back to DA. I know they haven't had the best couple of games just now, but team
oni imaju firepower strašno. Prosto su oni ekipa koja je rođena da igra ove ćoškove. A mislim da ih to malo košta i bodova. Iskreno, malo ih i bodova košta. Ovako kad su u naletu i kad dobijaju shiftove, oni uzmu 50 bodova. Ali kad ne dobijaju shiftove, onda jebi ga, znaš. Zato ide jedan meč dobar i 10 loši. So far,
breaching into the top 3, breaching into the podium, but the last time we saw Sarvum trying to battle up against the very top of the EMEA, I don't think it went that well. Just off the top of my head, I can't quite recall the result. But right now, they're looking better against the top of the EMEA, so it shows progression in their game overall.
8 kilova, 4
And I gotta say, question mark
boda
has
na
been
blizu.
a pleasant surprise. The best luck change is really coming into effect now, working quite nicely for them here. But on the other side, though, Exalt here, Toby. They just haven't been the Exalt that we've seen from the previous two Europe's tournament here.
Je sa njihove pozicije uzela 5 kilova,
I mean, they are putting themselves in the same spot on the leaderboard as Howl, but
znaš,
I want
3
to put
kila
them in the
više.
same
S
conversation
tim
with
što
Howl
je
is that
Jep imao
expecting things off of a team that does
3 igrača, ako se nara, ili 2 igrača.
30 tournaments they've played. I love seeing some of these usual open qualifier teams really get things going, but maybe it was only when the stars aligned, and right now they aren't doing so anymore. I'm hoping to see them turn things around, but I'm not expecting it.
James,
3,
quick thoughts
2.
on question mark or Exalt?
3, digli su ga.
Love what question mark's doing. Don't love what Exalt's doing. Those are my quick thoughts.
That's fantastic. All right, guys, this is obviously our next set of games here, ready for match 4 shortly here for Miramar, the first one of the day. But we're going to be playing 3 more and 2
Mislim
more tomorrow.
da su oni imali ovu poziciju
PGS2 EMEA qualifier starting soon
da bi
here. Guys,
pobjedili
take it
meč.
away and have fun with it here.
Jer ovako, znaš ovo.
Alright,
Tamo su krenuli, pa su morali da brane leđa.
We are ready, the teams are ready as we get into
Pa ih je napona, pa su ostali u sandviču i gotovo. A da su igrali odavde,
EMEA and the top 2 so far are
da su.
not the
Nemam pojma, ne znam šta je bilo.
team,
Trebalo bi
so
dodigraju tale pa da
there's
vidimo.
opportunity here
Ono
for
je
those
meč.
two to just run away with it, Toby. Let's see if it occurs.
Hope not. But one thing that I do know is that this plane path is a very, very southern one. I almost want to say as far southern as they come. On Miramar, it's very rare that even Power Grid is a stretch when you come in from the south side. So, James, are we gonna go Los Leones east side, or are we go Val del Mar?
I give up. Yes, we're going there. It's too frequent.
I do feel like we're getting a little bit of repetition, but again, that's where we have Tago to come in and just
shake it
give
up.
us all the variety. Yeah, thank you. That's where we can ask for circles and they are presented.
Apparently.
Here, a little more weird.
Yeah, here we get given the same circle and we're force-fed it compared to the Tago, the buffet of Tago. But anyway, let's see how it's going to unfold. As for now, we do not have Yepa and DA dropping on each other, but we do have one member of each kind of dropping close to one another. Odin is near. Who is that? Lyran? Yes. Run away. Both have a car by looks
Should be
things.
easy. I mean, we did see them hot dog each other in
The church.
in the church yesterday, and thankfully they've stopped doing that. So that's evolving in the right direction. In the meantime, we are also, of course, due to the plane path, seeing a lot more teams south. And oh my God, the one circle that I did not mention, the Junkyard Circle, has presented itself.
Okay, well, you know what? It's really
It
not
was
that...
one of the 3 either way, you know.
Yeah, it's not that far a stretch away from where we were expecting anyway, but here we go. It's gonna be over towards the east it goes. I feel for the western teams, not so much the southwest teams, because sometimes they get the circles in those cliffs, in those hillsides. But you know, anybody who likes western, northwestern drop locations, unfortunate for you.
Yeah. Fortunate indeed. As Navi now, off of 2 very good games and then a more quiet game, have at least shown signs of life today. Again, they will be at PGS2, but again, they just don't want to come into it with a bad, like, sour taste in their mouth. Twisted Minds right now, alongside Fates, are really showing that they are the GBT-worthy teams. And Navi, while they've had a couple of good back-to-back games here, I feel like with how they're playing today, if you're getting at least 2 of those games a day, that's where I say, okay, Navi, that's almost an average day for the likes of Navi, right? With what we've come to expect from them. And based on what happened yesterday, it haven't been that journey thus far.
Yeah, definitely. It's I mean, maybe they're looking to, whenever they come into these tournaments and they're thinking to themselves, okay, maybe it's not really gone that well or whatever, maybe they're looking to other horizons about how it's going to go down, because technically PGS does provide some points, but not that many. So, you know, it's not easy to gamble on that though, because in the theory the lobby's even harder. So
yeah, ain't gonna be an easy ride at all. And while both, I mean, yes, harder in terms of the caliber of teams presented, it's also gonna be a whole different ball game. That's where I don't want to say proud, because it's not like I'm their dad or anything, but that's where I'm really, really happy to see how well Ascent managed to do during PGS.
U ovoj zoni bi trebalo Entropic da razbije. Oni vas igraju dobro ovo. Oni odlično uzmu u Impalu. Rasporede se po ovim novu planinicu ovdje. Ne odu dalje. Kad gledam ovo kako igraju ovu zonu, vas odigraju dobro.
Sometimes, you know, teams would rather get direct invites to tournaments, but having the experience from the wild.
Realno, na Miramaru i meni što omiljena zona. Za gledanje.
The process is working, that's for sure, for Ascent. It's not slowing down. We're constantly seeing them at the top of lobbies in these high octane, high profile tournaments going on in EMEA. So long may it continue if they're able to show these kinds of forms. I mean, again though, a circle like this and a lot of these eastern circles on Miramar have really not afforded them too much comfort, even though, of course, we have already seen them get a win on Miramar here throughout the tournament so far. The second game of the tournament with the 14 kills they were able to garner. There's 2 crates dropping on the island. That is silly.
Dun, dun, dun. They know what's about to happen. Exhalation already eluding the emergency pickup. They know what's about to happen too. And just to kind of underline the whole ascent journey with how they've come from, literally how they've come from pretty much being retired. I mean, Brexco, Chris, there was a while where we didn't see any of them. Then they go, you know, we'll play a tournament for fun, see what happens. Oops, we qualify for PGS. Ha. And now back in as one of the most stable teams in all of EMEA PUBG. Like, they were out. They were done. They had looked to go other directions with their lives. Yep. And here they are back in action, proving that just because you step out for a while, you still have a pretty good shot at getting something going.
Clearly kept warm, that's for sure. As FaZe is keeping things warm by dropping on the unplayable. And that is scary for these teams around them. It is very... The lines of sight, so as long as they've got the decent gear to be able to make this work, this is a terrifying outlook. It's the IF Sauron properly when it comes to this location.
I've never called a player a Claymore before, but I kind of feel like that's what Gustav is right now.
Daj, zoomiraj mapu, imbecilu, primaš pare za to. Zoomiraj mapu, brat.
If anyone comes, guys, don't worry. I'll warn you. I'll give you the cue that there are people coming your way. And, well, sometimes you pick up the Claymore and you then keep running. And I think that's what's going to happen here. They looked around, perfect situation, or perfect position to scout forward. And now, as they know, at least to some extent, the lay of the land, they'll be able to rotate out of it.
Is DA dropping on top of them? Somebody from DA is there dropping. Okay, no, he's just scouting.
I say one player from DA.
Yeah, never mind.
It's just Hewitt.
Yeah, I just realized it was only one. As DA, the rest of them is
zato što je Miramar stvoren za ekipice koji igra vječno.
I mean, I called Gustav a Claymore. I might as well just call Hewitt the UAV. They just keep becoming utility at this point.
He's trying to make something happen. He is up on that rock, but I mean, how on earth does he make that work from there alone? You cannot peek.
Možda je najveći faktor upravo mostovi na Sosnovki, na Military.
For info, and that's it.
Yeah. Look up to the sky for any other team coming your direction. In the meantime, Chris
FaZe 3 kills, huh?
And a rare ascent taking casualties early, but also an ascent where when they have had games gone against them, this has been part of the reason why. Cordon splits early on, where they then take casualties, and well, there you go, first one down.
U FaZe 1 stanu dođe.
Where was that? Because Brexco is driving north of San Martin right now.
I know, it was in...
Nije hate, stvarno, ali brate, nema ono. Zato sam neko prije 3-4...
Okay, my bad.
Dobra IGL-a, brutalna IGL-a, ovo ostalo je sve dobro.
Well, so hard, well, can't really blame him for that one.
He also gone, yeah. Patulin's doing Patulin's things as Lou is able to catch him on the rotate past. So the rest are going to circumnavigate this position, get out a dodge because those shots from Lou are dangerous. And even Patulin's still shooting some.
I mean, at this point, Exalt just cannot catch a break. It's
Bravo, Yoli.
Not gonna lie. And same thing could be said for Yepa. There is just and as much as I like what we're seeing from what is obviously a somewhat lower tier team in Yepa and Exalt for that matter too. There's just only so many times it can work out for you, and also I love that this shows the difference in skill in this look.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that again emergency drops have opened up angles that just didn't exist prior. So when you're taking spots like this and trying to deal with them, then eventually FaZe is coming from this unplayable get up on. It makes it a little bit more precarious unless you're accounting for these extra angles that have opened up. So for Yepa, it doesn't look like they've
Znate kad bi FaZe pušao ovo na trećem krugu ili na drugom? Aj na drugom bi dalje na trećem. Kako bi pušao na trećem? Nema teorije, nego bi 7 timova igralo unutra. U prvom krugu ti ovoliko da priđeš. Ja ne razumijem. Prvo su stali u onu rupu koja ne može se igra ni u jednoj zoni. A može poslije, ali prvo ne može nikad. Sad ben tropik mogao malo, znaš. Mogao bi malo Jole. Možeš malo Jole.
That's what the position does for you. You got to peek something.
You know what? He proved me wrong.
Ali ne previše Jole.
There you go. It doesn't take much, but he did it.
True.
There you go.
I'm wrong most of the time.
On hođe
But
ako uzme
anyway,
3
we've got
boda,
ourselves
bravo,
Tropic
a ako
here
izgine...
lurking, against, it's
Bravo.
actually just nail
E, ovo je
Never mind.
najpametnije
I
što
thought it was
mogu
a
da
Tropic.
uradim.
It's just nail up. He's gonna run away.
Peeking with 15 bullets.
Bravo, Jole.
Maybe just get out.
E,
I
ljudi
like the
stavili
idea
su
that
Jolet
maybe
u
he gets
kočnicu.
silver, you know, a quick flush, but
To je
at least,
prvi
yeah, at least have
preduslov
enough
da
bullets
budu
that you can reload
top
your
gore na
control.
tablici.
Yeah,
Znači nema metaka.
would be nice. He's already expended quite a bit,
43
already
metra.
having done
Zamislite da
damage
najlupu
this game,
date
but
pušku 43 metra.
now it's
Hoće
for
sad
Twisted Minds to
43
rotate
vjerovatno,
all the way
a
out of
o...
El Azahar. They might have a crate as
Hoće
well.
5 minuta, neće imati čime
see
pucati.
exactly who looted that.
Island circle.
To bre.
I mean, that's
The crates are never wrong, James.
kind of crazy, but it's still very
still
unlikely.
A, vidi, rekao sam to
Yeah,
bre.
the crates are, in fact, never wrong, especially when there's two of them on top of each other. Regardless, I
Šta
think
sad
now they're
uradim?
gonna, I mean, if you have an emergency pickup now, and
Ako
look at
zona
Nami,
ode
they would
Nostrva,
be
otišla je
sending
Nostra, ali ako
straight
vrati
down.
nazad,
Those unplayable
onda je
mountains
bolje
in
ostati s
and
ove
around
strane i
Impala.
palajuće
The
se
issue
sad.
is, look at the direction they're coming in with the plane here. They would really want to fly all the way down to the warehouse compound on the southern side, unless if they're just fully committing to the island
Joj,
plane. But they
PUBG,
know there's spots
mrtvi
to grab
upi.
from the southern side, but they are not within reach with that plane path right now.
Yeah, so their parachutes currently are heading straight south from
A
where
meni
they've
koliko
currently
izgleda
gone.
on će
Yeah,
ostati
as you say,
crpu
the
i...
plane path wasn't exactly the most ideal for them for this, so it's just going to be a little bit
Da
of
li
a
će
stretch
igrat
as things
planinu?
go on. Looks like they're
Da li
going
će
to
proba se
commit
popne
to
gore?
the compound on the edge of the sea even. It's a body of water, and for now, the rest of the teams here, the Woo, has actually found themselves an all-right spot to pitch up on.
Yeah, that's where they've found a lot of their defeats, is trying to make their way in on the edge and then lost people in doing so. So at least for now, they can sit around again, unless if this next circle does something absolutely insane, which it can, because it still doesn't have to go on land.
Masu
I would
ljudi
expect this one to
ulazi
go down towards question mark, down towards that southwest side, but of course,
i im
we'll have
palicu.
to wait and see for a little while longer. As Monarch and now taking
Da,
the
dosta ljudi očekuje da vrati nas.
All right. Well, with everybody in Impala, it's going to get a little bit kooky here in the location. Not spooky, just kooky. As we've got ourselves Sarvam also entering from the north. Nail up
Bravo,
finding
Jole.
himself a nice grenade to get things rolling on Gustav, finishing him off. Very well done. And another big drop from Exhalation, trying to enter the north side of these rocks and maybe shoot down at everybody.
Exhalation
Maybe they're going to land on the
je
mountain.
iskoristio
I mean, it wouldn't be the
haračku
worst
da bi
place to be
došao
right now.
ovdje.
There's a lot of people looking at you, and yep, I think
No,
that's
like,
exactly what's happening.
okay,
Does the boom get down?
dobar je ovo play.
He does. 3 of them made it here in the
A
meantime.
ja
Alvarez
mislim da je
is
možda
well,
bolji play
I
sačuvat
guess I'll
padobran
try
za
to
slučaj
drive
da
up
Phase
there,
3
guys,
bude
but
na ostrvu,
I'm not
nego
sure
plivat.
how.
He is quite far away. So, yeah, we'll see what he gets up to.
Evo ga,
As
sad daj
Beanie
sad
now
game plan.
with his usual bolt, he is
Ako
looking
će
for an opportunity against
high
an
kill
team
game,
here.
onda kontam da
Sticking
žele
way
pobiti sve
to
što
the
je
coast here. It
s ove
gives you a
strane.
little lip of cover if you want to actually move south
Sve i to
alongside
okej.
it.
They were taking shots towards Seabone just before.
Ne može ga
For the
proći.
scare. I assume in the meantime, does exactly that. Zooms on in, spots people in the city down below, and that's the issue for everyone in Impala right now.
Nisu
There are so
kontali
many
uopće da
teams
su ovi
in this
sletjeli
city
gore.
that no one really
Dobro je
has
što su
to
to saznali.
focus uphill. They all have to worry
Na ovaj
about the
način
teams
nije
that
niko
are right
prošao.
next to them. And that
Jo,
should,
evo
in
šut.
theory, allow for Exhalation to
Sale
come out
Batulin je
well.
kroso, ljudi.
In the meantime,
Zona vam
Twisted
ide.
Minds again, we always credit them
Zona vam
being
ide
way
Nostrom.
ahead
Ne znam
because
zašto.
of their big brain plays, and they just
Ne
know
znam zašto imam osjećaj da zona ide
but
Nostrom.
this game is gonna go military. And even if it doesn't, there's a chance they could just hard wrap south around. I'm not sure where Batulin is going, but that they could hard wrap south around and actually get into a pretty good spot if this circle goes south again.
Maybe he's going the other island. I think he might be. Yeah. This is bold to say the least. Because I think with the circle, yes, okay, it doesn't have to avoid water, but the middle does have to be on land, correct? So for it to be the islands, it would need to be on the
Drop
far
traži.
west side.
Ja kontam.
Where is he
There's a
going?
little
Tražio je drop.
dot.
Evo je on tražio
Happen,
drop
but
ovdje.
no, not gonna happen. Not this
Eh,
time
nije
either.
vratilo.
Then we're reaching the fun spot where it's we both
GG
have
Batulin.
unplayable mountains
Pura
and
GG, sad
water,
će
and
Bata
so it
da
could go
stoji
anywhere.
tamo.
In the meantime, Hal getting some much needed points here as they're
Ili
finishing
odmah idu, a?
off two Entropic players. Nail up, Lookaruks. Both down. But again, because you cannot place the next circle outside of unplayable territory, we might just see a complete, like, what the hell just happened here, phase 4 shift.
Yeah, big shotgun plays coming in from the map there. Very nicely done. Face is kind of perched up against this hillside, and eventually we'll need to move on out. James is nowhere near with them as well, though, so a vert nade will not bounce far enough. But oh my, never mind the vert nade. Kirexi, a homing missile.
That was the bait of a lifetime. Lob one in the air, have him bait the attention, and then just take him out afterwards. In the meantime,
Ja ne znam, evo
on
nisu ga
the
jednom
western
pojeli.
side,
Bravo,
wanted to play it
doktore.
slow, but then
Obviously, there's this circle pubs, and because you have Exhalation on the hillsides, there's nowhere for them to go but into the city, excuse me.
Dobra je stvar što svi gube igrača, ovi što treba da ih gube. Kada je trop 2 igrača isto je okej.
And now he's made landfall with the rest of his team. Having technically wasted a little bit of time, but you never know.
You never know.
It could have been crazy. Woo.
Sure could have been. In the meantime, now what could be crazy as well.
Se pozicionira s ove strane, a meni izgleda da ova zona ide ovdje.
Oh no.
Na primjer. Ja bi išao uvijek igrao tamo onu stranu pa da. Bolje na ovo.
4 seconds longer.
And he's
Uff.
Never mind.
Evo ga, Bimi. Bimi, Bolt Lord. Bolt Lord.
That's the issue for Foot right now, right? Because they have Exhalation sat right up above them. So as much as they want to
King is back, guys.
They also have to worry about the fact there's a team next to
To je jedini lik koji priznaje da bolje igra snajper od mene.
Sail back towards the shoreline.
Jebi ga.
And these two, I mean, they have Spear and Perfectus inside the circle, but Batulans and Lou has quite the journey ahead of them with. I mean,
a vidi, veći bi problem bio da otišao na ostrvo.
But it's so far north that we can't even see it on the map feed.
Yeah, when they zoomed, when Uber zoomed in or whoever it was, it looked like tiny little ants up against the hillside, and some shots did hit in, but not do a huge amount here. Twisted Minds has somehow been able to get themselves in an okay position. Perfectix is hungry for some shots here as he hears the vehicles moving along, and great shots from Spiro actually being the one to be able to.
Ovi ljudi samo igraju neki next level PUBG.
Full committing on that one, sprinting up the hill trying to find it. Now
Oni se na ostrvo, vratili se nazad, pozicionirali se na stranu na kojoj vratno završava meč.
Rotations as Skillikai jumps out, taken down, Ascend finally dealt with. In the early games, 0 points for.
Ne može bolje. Još question mark da umre.
Me trying to hype up the rest of the lobby because now they might actually be.
Daj ovamo.
Yeah, definitely. That's very, very important. I mean, I feel like that's literally their lowest place. Actually, no, there was a 14th place game already in round 6. But anyway, Circle very much so in parlor focus.
Fun.
And considering that hillside is still in Toby or the mountain.
Yep.
That's
crazy.
Ja nisam očekivao
away from mountains for another 3 circles. So this really could get very, very spicy, especially for Exhalation if they get to stay up there throughout all of it. Then we're coming back to the same ammo situation that we talked about earlier with other teams, because from up there you might get flushes and whatnot, but you won't get more loot. So we'll see what they make happen, as after all, coming in a bit late here, still able to get into the warehouse. Of course, the journey not over just yet, but a good place to start.
I can't believe Obba's just been able to get close. He was all the way up in the northwest.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So he's done all right for himself.
Ne znam, to ili vuče ovdje kad cesti ili dolje. Nema gdje drugo. Nešto se nećem kaj je zadnji put u grad završila. Ja nisam nikad igrao u grad. Vas da bude to na cesti između ovoga hangara gdje je FaZe i Sarvema tu negdje. Ili tu ili mama baca na batulinu.
And well, he's buying himself as much time as he can here, but again, tricky fight to have to take. Fix those fine Batulins, so working in there. Worst timing on that headshot as Perfectic swings, finds him. Easy kill.
Yeah, the cleanup, and looks like Spirit.
Šta radi Bimi bolcom, ljudi, gledaj to.
Finishing him off with the Kar98 once again from a distance. All these guys in these very high locations. Ibby, get off that. That's Danny Mon's bike. Get off that.
Se sjećate što sam malo prije rekao, da šta je bolje da Quizy radi, da Vu radi. Oni su na treći, na četvrti shift uzeli ovo dolje, a hangar je bio prazan. Bio je samo jedan lik ovdje na ridge. I sad taj hangar ima top 2 pozicije s ove dvije.
Right now than the teams in the city are.
Znači, ja ne znam koji im je IGL, ali mislim s razlogom su 12.
Right now I think they're waiting to see, are we going west, are we going... Honestly, just on what side of the mountain are we ending this? Because then they would play into it fast, and most likely, if not almost guaranteedly, get there before any of these teams inside the city would.
Yeah, it's rough. Very rough to try and make something like that occur for them. Again, though, the dynamic has completely changed.
Onda ne znaš hoće li s lijeve ili desne strane.
Not necessarily this one, because, you know, oftentimes this mountain range is just not in play. But with the mountains being occupied the way they are, it's just not something you'd have to deal with before.
Yeah.
So movement between buildings might be more difficult. Never
Na
mind
kraju
all
se
the
ovaj
other teams in the buildings
potez
looking at
s
you.
parašutom
And
Exhalation
being such a focal point
ispostavio
here. Where
kao
are we going
brutalan.
now? What's the circle gonna do?
Let's see how spicy are you gonna be? How spicy are you gonna get?
A dobro, to je sad to ide na cestu tu.
North we go. So what could
Naravno,
potentially
Saša
turn out to
Batulin
be
je
a
došao s
proper
ostrva i zauzeo
Impala
bolju
City
zonu nego
finish. Not
svi
that
ovi
there's a whole
ostali
lot of
zajedno.
to fight in, but could just be enough here as Twisted Minds
Navi.
very pleased.
Pa da, dobra
I think the
zona,
interesting thing is
brate, na
Exhalation's
grđe i
gonna have to
brdo.
go rock climbing and mostly down. I think
I ovi
eventually.
naši imaju
They might still have a little bit of a lip to
prostora za
work with
igrat,
on
jel?
the north side, but
šta
maybe
imaju?
maybe they'll be doing some jumping. Hobber actually finds himself Nixie with a car explosion. So he's doing all right for himself, despite having been separated for so long.
Ne znam, neću.
Able to find one as these city fights do start happening. DA, Question Mark, and Wu are the ones on the southwest side that has to make plays forward. They have to make
Ovo bi
moves
trebalo
on
da
in.
izlazi iz grada.
Exhalation,
Ali ja bi
unluckily
iskreno
for them,
volio da vidim
come off their mountain too.
završetak u gradu. Malo zbog naših.
Here's DA putting in some shots against the Wu, who's trying to get over towards
malo što je zanimljivije gleda.
Keanu. But, there's so much danger here.
Šta ovi ljudi rade, brate?
He's got to be
Oni
very
imaju
careful
rupu
about
ovdje
this.
pored
Smokes
čeka,
need to
ne
be
znam da li znate za tu rupicu, evo viš. Tu. Oni tu imaju rupu. I tu mogu da se postave fino. I da krešaju hangar. A ne da gube vrijeme ovdje. Šta njima gameplay tu, ja ne znam. Volim da vidim.
Outside the circle before they're eventually going to be forced to make that move forward. Question Mark, good thing for DA. Aren't going too aggressive on this as Lyron is trying to fend off against the pressure coming their way. Hello, my bad.
Meksi je spasio. Promaja ga je spasio.
Yeah, I'm sure he gets that next time.
But again, it's just an angle you just usually never have to really equate for. So, well, as the teams in the buildings. So, got to be very cautious about when you turn your back to certain locations. And the Wu just throwing down some smokes to make some transitions happen.
Wu nema
here,
nikakav
as
game plan.
there's going to be a
Ili
lot of
oni mogu
barrels
krešat kućice gdje Sarvem
across
igra.
them
A on što
when they're
kreša?
trying to make these moves.
Ne znam šta
Hard
radi.
for all these teams to try and wrap in on that south side for sure. And for Salem now they can sit tight, but as you were saying, everyone knows where they are and eventually they'll
Znaš kako, Mare?
of quite a few
Ovaj,
players. In the meantime
tu
now,
ima
they have
jedan
to make a move
faktor
eventually. Did as
što...
much damage as they could prior to making that happen.
Ne mali
Now
faktor, a
the
to je
next
da
fight is on.
Entropic
I would imagine
ušao
that
u
they, I
Impalu u
don't
prvu
think have
zonu.
to go up against Question Mark.
Ti kad uđeš u
the
prvu
battle on
zonu,
the eastern, western side north
pa onda dobiješ
could
shift
also be
drugu.
a play, 'cause they're just one
Onda
person out
treća
of the
ode pola. Ti si u
Yeah,
četvrtu
there's
stakan, oni
opportunity.
nisu ni mogli da izađu više od tale.
Lots more shots coming in against the Wu here. Keanu's trying to
Right.
make a mad dash for it, but it's not going to be
To je
enough.
jedna od
Will be shut down
loših
by
stvari
Sarvam completely.
za
You have
uzimanje dobrog
the
spota u
tip
prvu
of
zonu.
Impala. The parachutes are opened up, so
ipak
it
je
wasn't
Batulin
so much
ovaj...
rock climbing as it was kind of base jumping here, but great shots coming in
Ima
against
više prostora za
Aizu.
uraditi što
Another
je
one's going to be
uradio.
open to it. Phil First is absolutely
Oh,
hitting
da,
every single
svakako.
one of these. We're watching Vasquez
Da je bolje
POV,
od
but it was
ostalih,
Phil
bolje
First
je.
that was able to do the majority
A
of the
nije
work.
duplo, ali je bolje.
Yep, down they go as Metralias. Oh, gotta get inside the circle. Just exactly
Jel ovo
gets
ide
there. Circle
van?
swings east.
Ajde, ođe.
And this fight between
Standard.
Face and Foot, the winner of this could also be the winner of the game, because they will be able to reclaim that high ground. Damage done on multiple fronts. Now it's actually Twisted Minds helping out Face, or helping out Foot eSports, I should say, and keeping the position under control, but they do have Navi nearby.
Yeah, maybe Navi will try and
Tamo
wrestle
stoji
it away
še
from them.
bodova,
Mexi is also able to shut down Hobber on this side here with Entropic now having their back against the blue a little bit.
Kad
So
bi
it's going to
Foot
be up
sad
to Mexi and
izginuo, kad bi Navi
Ives to
očistio
try and
Foot.
make sure that they can shut down Exhalation and then get moving fast. Because moving through these cities is hard enough when you don't have a time limit. Never mind when you do.
Exactly. Good nade lopped on forward, bounces off the car, finds Marco as well. Spill first, throws one more. Goes a bit too far on the second one though, but instantly swaps over,
Oh
finds the
my
forest,
God.
finds the second as well. Phil First has been a beast in this tournament so far. A big part of the reason why Question Mark is currently sat up there in second, tied with a center.
The kid's so good. The kid is so good, and it doesn't even matter that that fight has just concluded. He just says, okay, another window, another shot, another window, another shot, another window, another shot. Because Howl is getting blasted by Phil First here, who, again, they need to be moving through this circle fast now, considering the Blue's going to be on their toes. But well, how do you make these transitions now?
Ovo je bilo dobro da Quetchmark ode dočisti Entropic.
Like the way the Question Mark is going
I da
about it
umru
again,
od
as I said,
faula.
coming into this game after their takeover
Samo
performance.
da
they're
se
so
ne
good
odvoje.
at these up close
Ma dobro,
fights,
nema
they're
ga oni
building
ništa
to building
da
room to room. Just
Bravo,
making sure
Mićo.
they're leaving no
Bravo,
snakes behind,
Mićo.
because there still are a few of them behind. trying to sneak their way
Aj,
on
Scofield,
in.
prodaj nok, molim te, prodaj nok.
Trading headshots with Schofield. A lot of damage coming through both sides with that nade.
Brate, veli, ako question mark ispuša Havel iz ove
Could
pozicije,
be. Let's see if it doesn't
GG.
look like it has. As now Adus is going to be making another move down to the left-hand side here, hoping that some of these buildings have been vacated ahead of him. It looks like he's going to be okay. Monarch is just a leapfrog ahead. But it looks like right now they're more concerned about self-preservation than anything, not trying to hold off anybody moving in from this angle.
That's the thing. They're sat down. I mean, now we're turning up to the north side of the city. It's all these layers upon layers upon layers. So many small hills.
Ne mogu ga flashem, šta je bre ovo?
Anything, and Monarch are sat down in that little tip below question mark. They can't really do a whole lot before question mark peeks over the ridge. And right now, as much as yes, they would want some extra kills going their way, they're just gonna have to kind of, I mean, accept the fact that they're only being given what's ending down towards them. And now the next one is going to be Monarch to make the same move.
All right, a lot of eyes are going to turn their attention to Foot at the moment, and some of these teams on the chase. Maybe not in Tropics. It's only Mexi left alive. It's going to be hard for him to get anything more done.
Sad trebaju futbolisti.
Kiliakai, who's able to
Futbolisti
I can't remember, but find yourself a shack, find something. But it is difficult here when you're in Impala in the middle of all of this. Na'Vi and Foot are going to act as the barrier teams here on this east side against one another, I suppose, actually, because now Foot's going to have to wiggle their way in against their position.
Naš je dobio shift. Mića dobio shift I ima ulaz u zonu.
Around to the east. I think that was the first mission that they needed to accomplish, Foot, because once they get full control of the hill switch, they now realize that they have also sending T-Bone further down. It's just a confirmation that they have the space to maneuver. The issue is, where do you go now that you have to come off? Yes, you can shoot it from afar, but realistically, they ain't going to be much of an impact in the transition into this next circle.
Steady as she goes here, as Na'Vi's just going to hold the ground. Oh, a BMX near Danimon. Let's go. Nades. No, don't blow the bike!
No!
That's what James is worried about. No! The bike!
This is ruined. My entertainment is ruined.
Daj Nate, pokaži jebote.
Okay, we're set about that, James. In the meantime, let's look at Twisted Minds. And after all, trying to fight this one off again. Both the teams will probably die at the end of this one. We did see that. Look at the bike. And there you go, James.
Yes!
Entertainment back on.
Yes, all right, let's go. Danimon is going to win this game. He's going to clutch it out on the bike. He's going to shoot people with a pistol. We're going to be going. It's going to be great, but at the same time, now he's dead.
Yeah. Damn it. Down he goes. As we said, Twisted Minds. And after all, this fight.
Oh my god.
Both teams are going to die at the end of it. Nice.
What?
Nice quick kill there. Lou now, solo player to life, does hit it back on low HP, they can't see anything inside the smokes! And Lou will win. 9 kills for Twisted Minds.
Ovako izgleda loš Glenn Twisted Minds sa 10 killova.
It's going to be a tough fight against Na'Vi, but they've found 2. They need to find...
Ali to je pozicija, ništa drugo.
The T-Bone big wraparound could be impactful, and indeed it will be here as he finishes off. Alia finishes off Uber, and 80's down as well. It's all on Melman to try and salvage it, but with Foot having this advantage with the high ground as well as the big wrap.
I Na'Vi ako bi ubrao top 5.
He has 11 smokes. He was ready for the
to je što vidim da može da umre, tako da kontam da može do top 5 da dođe. Sad bi Na'Vi trebao da umre. A ne, nema zoomira, nema peniđe, ne znam da li ima još neki Monarch.
At 40 points. Even below, they were at 20 points, weren't they? Coming into the first rank or second rankle of the day. Now they're at 71, eyeing a top spot.
Melman's on fire.
Yeah, even catching Melman with a molly can have a run away.
So makes you be a Melman.
Completely on fire. Thankfully, he will be able to heal up, but he's completely surrounded by anything else that may encroach. Also, he doesn't really know exactly where the angles are, but it opens straight up to Mexi. Mexi's a solo. Any points that he can get here are big. Currently in 65 points in 6th place. Not 6s.
Ajde umri Melmane, brate, top 5. Ajde.
Placement points acquired, but of course with Foot right around you.
Nice keen.
Base are somewhat counted, but also for Foot, I mean, as long as they don't have to move, I feel like they won't. Again, similar position to where they were in the end game in the last one. They want to maximize. They want to get as much as they can, risking everything. Take out a solo player, maybe losing 2 when you're already inside the circle. When you can play it slow, now hearing all these other teams fighting. It's just
pušajte, tako je bre, futbalerčići moji. Samo oderi po Melmanu.
You know it's a solo player. As long as you're sat close to one another, you should not be in trouble. Even though...
Sarvem 60 bodova ima, brać. Sarvem ako vina, idu ispred nas.
Evenly spread for the most part. here across this.
Da
Again,
Mića
it's
bude
that
u
kind
top
of
5, a
urban
Mića ni
situation
top
that we
5,
find
tako ovi
ourselves
vinaju
in,
ništa
but,
ne znači.
you know, Savum's doing all right for themselves. One knocked at the moment, and they should be able to get him back up. There is a potential that they're able to convert big on this and try and join that top pack.
Evo, top 5, ajde.
Yes, they are. T-Bone, nice position here. They sent 2 around the left-hand side.
Opa, Monarch možda umre.
Flash
Top 4.
forcing Melman to look that direction. T-Bone wraps on the other one.
Spotali su.
Now let's see. They have
Mihajlo
someone on
je
the other side. They need to be wary of that. At the same time, Monarch here. Vasco knocked. They should be able to get the rest again. These multiple hills.
Najbolje bilo
they're
kad
working
bi
with
ideal.
different levels of
Idealno kad bi fudbalere i Sarven pobili bez da uzmu
much
kill.
time to work.
To bi bilo najbolje.
Still the solos
Ali nažalost Havel nam je četvrti
still alive for Entropic.
u ovom meču.
And eventually he has to get rooted out here. Foot is looking towards him slowly. And likewise, you're having Howl slowly coming in behind Monarch where they're going. That's insane damage.
Almost 3 with 1 nade. CC peeks on over, finds the last.
Oh no.
As Monarch are just, I mean, completely destroyed.
Yeah, I mean,
Mića živ, ljudi.
spent too much
Mića
utility
živ.
during all of this. They've been sat in these little shantytown areas for a long time, and it's paid dividends. Now they've got themselves a decent amount of the circle.
I da Mića pobije sve.
things out on the other
A
side.
ne, da Mića.
He's been
A
able to
Mića
fight
top
for a long
4,
time.
ja
They
svi še top 5, ali top 4. A da već
through a
ti
little
pusti đavora.
hole in the wall. Mexi's super gone here. There's no way he can get out of this.
And look at the teams alive right now. It's all but the 4 teams you've been talking about. All these teams alive now to try and bridge that gap that was question mark in second and first.
Mre. I onda bi Sarven trebao da vina, a prate, ne volio to da desi. Zapravo ne znam šta volio futbolist 75 bodova.
I mean, both of these teams are going to be wanting to
Brate,
eliminate
svaki meč neko vina i onda ih prestignu, razumiješ? Prije futbolisti ih prestigli, sad Sarven. Jebo majku.
It's a weird situation where, again, because of the different hills that we have
Ćemo li
in the
ima meč
city,
dobar?
you can play it safe for now, but the game is ending up on the road itself. So I think Howell's going to wait for Salmon to peek up and over. They have to play Whack-A-Mole on them at this point.
Yeah, there's a spray coming in on that corner of that crate, realizing that there's really not that many angles that they could be playing for now. Actually falls down the hill a little bit. Global Army starts things off with a good nade. Mora's going to come forwards. A flash here to try and slow them down as much as possible. Try and allow the blue to tickle them a bit. I say tickle them, punch them in the face. As Beanie tries to peek on around, gets himself ruined.
Oh, that must have been a fadeaway shot. I think he could have connected that one after backing off the angle. Let's see here, Salmon and Foot back-to-back top 3 finishes for these 2 teams as they're trying to isolate Hal, but with the amount of smokes, this is becoming a full-on blind man's
ljudi, frame-ovi u minusu. Meni bi se komp ugasio, vatrogasce bi zvali.
Spray on everything. Because you can't see. There's nothing to see. Everyone's blind. This is ridiculous.
Sjećeš, Lazare. Jebi ga, ljudi, Lazar se malo izgubio. Nemojte zamjeriti.
Oh, he's up on the high ground. He's up on the high.
Gle, on ne zna da su kaktus ovdje. Iće pa i kaktus.
That's going to be the second one down, third one down to Salmon starts taking cactus as well. Howl in trouble too, as now more kills come through, and once again, no, it's Salmon! Salmon wins the game from down below! Chilla with the sawn-off takes out 8C!
Kako je krenulo.
The huge sawn-off play.
What?
Savum gets the victory and joins the upper pack here. A lower bracket team that was able to do so much there is doing a lot in the grand final.
Pa ljudi, Global Army ne može sredi kiselu na kills.
Was actually Foot. Because Savum started getting
Prvi
kills,
hosa prolazi.
Howl started dying to blue, and then Savum wins the game.
Ja mislim, Nikol Pinta, da ti ja trebali da potpišemo peticiju da 8 prođe, iskreno. Oliki stres i da samo 2 odu, mislim da nije u redu. Ni prema gledaocima, ni prema igračima.
Causing some problems for these teams that when they're able to get up on the high
Nažalost, top 2
ground
ide dalje.
and just shoot at everything, and it looked like Elevation really was the kind of play of the game really for a lot of these teams, especially Foot on that east
Ovo nisam
side.
vidio. A gledajte meča, braćo draga, gledajte meč. Ovo je bio roller coaster emocionalni. Ajde, loadaj za 2,5 godine, nema problema.
Looking back at the previous Tago, and yet Savum and and Foot both capitalize on this one. I think that's the huge takeaway. And more importantly, as talked about in the previous one, where both Question Mark and Ascent were racking up a lot of points despite them falling early. This time around, neither one did.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers disc here. Guys, what a fantastic cast and what a fantastic game here. I can't believe it, like a fantastic urban ending with like the high ground in play, of course. Twisted Minds managing to get this many kills after going out to the island, James, here. What's going on?
Yeah, and the fact that they got 9 here is kind of the sleeper story of the game, right? I mean, yes, okay, Foot and Sarvim are able to join that top pack, but Twisted Minds getting 9 after what was a precarious choice. Not exactly the easiest of choices and maybe not the most advisable of choices, but they still were able to somehow convert some decent numbers off of this, so kudos to them.
Yeah, and another situation here, just 1 nade or maybe 2, they could have gotten, you know, 7 kills while Savim and Hull, they were fighting on that left side or west side of the road here, Joby.
Kaže, brat, Turkish lobby, možda ima turskih timova podosta, ali dijele zadnja mjesta.
Savim and Hull were in a position where they had to fight each other. It was just going to be about when Foot opted to push over, and then you realize, wait, none of these teams have really had to move in forever. They all
have ovo je turski tim, futbolisti, ali nema Turaka. Veliki pozdrav, ali nisu Turci.
10 for the kills and 10 for the win, of course, and 20 for Savim here.
Jel low meč, ako Boga zna.
Yeah, definitely so. I think when you get down to the final moments in the game like that, it's why mollies can become really high value. If you've got that many smokes down, sometimes people are having to just move in, there's no choices, and then all of a sudden you throw a cheeky molly somewhere and people are running into fire, going all over the place, doing whatever they can. It's difficult.
Isto ko što je EIQ.
I think I saw a gas can being thrown into the road. And you guys were like,
did you?
Woo! Yeah, I saw a gas can because it was like, it looked bigger. I feel like it was Foot that actually did it. So
that's amazing.
I looked at the map at one point. I was like, oh, was that gas can thrown? And if that was kept to actually be thrown onto the other side of the road, onto Savim and maybe Howl there, that could have been a whole different game. But in general, this Impala and
problem kad uđeš ovdje u prvom krugu,
pa
onda dobiješ shift.
It's just a situation for where Sava managed to hold on to that edge, that kind of the top of the pit slice, the inner sides of Impala.
I mean, it was kind of bound to happen that the
baš težak meč, ovdje ne znaš da li će otići na ostrvo, tamo je Salo Batulin otišao, on je gore našao brod. A neće da ima i ovdje neće spawnat, brat. Ovdje ima spawn, sad nisam ovdje ima spawn,
Exactly, and here are the bot for this match here, Savim 20, Foot 14, Howl 10, and Twisted Minds 10 as well. Obviously a good performance here for Mexi as well. While being the solo, he's able to get 4 and 4 for 8 here for Entropic. Which kind of makes them they're kind of around to being that top pack that is able to strike.
Napišite mi vi učat.
Cheeky little scam.
Evo, recite mi kogoda prati sad ovo da nije otišao do WC-a. Molim vas, recite mi da ste IGL vi vaše ekipe, da li biste vi kolali da se kreša ovaj kamp. Molim vas, recite mi da li biste kolali to. Ajde, znači prošli krug je bio ovaj.
Now with Foot, Savim, Face, still these teams within just one good game, even Entropic at that point here, one good game, they could actually strike the top team.
Ja ne kontam.
And I think that's the biggest thing, right? Because honestly, I don't care how many points Ascent and Question Mark are ahead of one another. I just want to see more teams be close to them.
Right.
We want to see more teams be in the race for those 2 spots for the finals. And right now, while Ascent and Question are ahead, Foot and Savim are right there on the hunt.
Yeah, for sure. Thoughts on this leaderboard here, James?
I thought it was going to be a bit of a runaway for the 2
razlike između Exalt i Sarvem
Crash. Not really got that many points in the previous game.
Znači Sarvem se u ovoj zoni full beta, ono što smo pričali dok je bila ova zona, znači ako ide ostrvo ideš na ostrvo, ako ne ide ostrvo ostaješ s ove strane. A onda ako ostaješ s ove strane, tu po meni Entropic pravi grešku. Znači ako se betaš na ovu stranu, onda uzmi kampove koji su bliže ovoj cesti, jer nikad ja nisam vidio zonu da se završava Impala. I to Sarvem radi, ali Exalt što radi, to ja mislim da nije njima jasno.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, here Savim being able to have this
Ali
two
možda
back-to-back
Entropik.
games with decent
Ovo.
back-to-back games.
I onda su
Also
oni
makes it again
uzeli
like a
to
talking
tu.
point. It
Nemam
wasn't just
pojma,
that
evo.
one good
Znači,
game
ja
on
ne bih
Taker's
uzeo
game
to
that
tu.
made him kind of pop off, and now here they're showing consistency both in kills and placement.
I mean, anything that
Jer
they get above this is
realna
a
je
huge
priča da
success
i da
for
se
this team, for this roster. I mean, yeah,
tu
okay,
nikada
even if you
završava.
don't get top 3
I
here,
onda
I
se
still think
nakupi
like a
igra,
top
ti
5, top
nemaš
6
gdje.
finish in EMEA in the qualifiers would still be excellent for them. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna go off to a short
Ali,
break, and then we're gonna be back
brate,
with
realno
game number
realno
5 and
je
6
mnogo
on
lako
Myanmar.
gledat
So stay
Fire
tuned.
i pričat. Ovo je pretežak meč. Pretežak meč. Ne znaš da li ide na ostro, da li ostaješ tu. Pa ovdje ne znaš da li će s lijeve ili desne strane planine.
How are you going to deal with it? He's headed towards the room. Looking for an
Ne
opportunity to
znam,
get
ali
one.
su se
Will
snašli
start things off
prilično
already with
loše.
Cade. Oh no, that's just not fair. That, you know, Prince standing brick. And we're now back.
Ja bi dva
with
tima poslao,
Zdravo,
ne jedan.
who are taking some shots at Exalt here. Nice. TA's car positioning.
Šta bi,
considering the dip that they're trying to take.
izvini, nemam pojma šta bi ti dva tima u jedan. Znači ja sam sigurno nešto pitao i sad ja ne znam šta sam, ne sjećam se šta sam rekao. Zašto bi dva tima, a ne jedan? Šta bi? Puče stream.
First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several
ovaj
games
će
waiting to be played.
Ovaj arcade će biti
No more
dobar.
time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible
A,
whenever you
dobro.
like. The
Ekstra
interface has also
Ma, ba,
undergone a transformation, featuring a
katastrofa,
more
bre.
intuitive
Znaš,
hub and lobby room.
dvije su stvari tu. Znači prva stvar je što ovaj kamp mora biti zauzet na ovaj shift. Znači mora. Zašto? Zato što
Time spent playing now
na ovom
has a
krugu
beat
ti dalje ne
that
znaš
can
da
be
li će
used
zona
for reruns.
lijevo ili desno. I
Additionally,
ko kontroliš
within
ovaj
match
kamp,
page,
realna
you'll
je
now be
priča
informed
da
about your
kontroliše
occasions,
situaciju,
including your
otprilike, jel
ADP,
tako? Ko što
achievements,
futbolisti
and
odavde
rewards for
kontrolišu
different
sličnu
modes.
stvar.
Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward
I
not
sad
to
ti
be
znaš da taj kamp mora biti free, ok, nije otišao tu, Navi ostaje tu, igra backdoor ovdje, plus mnogo više zona ima koje završavaju ovdje nego u gradu, tako da je ovo brutalan potez Navi, ali ne može to svaka ekipa dodigra, može ona koja ima prajo u toj zoni.
and foster a positive gaming environment.
Razumiješ?
The higher your reputation,
Futbolisti su mogli da
the
uzmu,
greater
nisu oni
rewards.
su uzeli ovo, po meni je ovo još bolji kamp
Reputation
nego
level
ovaj.
and corresponding rewards on your
Alo.
career overview page.
Brate, ok, znaš, da su oni to radili u grupu 2 na 3, ja ne bi rekao, a brate, on to rade
This update
sad,
brings plenty
kad to
more
mora
changes,
biti zauzet.
including an upgraded
Ovo ne
report
razumijem.
function that
Ista
enables
stvar radi
more
Ace,
comprehensive
znaš,
reporting
ovo je ono,
in-game misconduct,
zato je teška ova zona,
and cheating.
jer
Added feature
ti
of
moraš da se
control
odlučiš prije shifta šta ćeš igrat. Ako ti čekaš shift, svaka ekipa koja je čekala shift da bi napravila odluku nije ništa uradila u ovom meču.
and we'll see you on the back.
Razumijete? Znaš, Ace je sačekao op, tu je i onda Ace probao da uzme centar. Jer to oni tako igraju prosto, oni to tako igraju. I ako prođe, prođe, ako ne prođe, ne prođe. Ali dobra stvar toga je što prolazi u 6 mečeva prođe 4 puta i ti si prvi na tablici. Zato ja taj playstyle mnogo više volim nego što ovo što Entropik radi. Entropik igra ivicu, a taj playstyle se isplati samo ako te gađaju shiftovi, ono, uglavnom. Makar trenutno tako stoji situacija. Bukvalno svaka je... Evo Vu na primjer. Vu. Evo. Evo. Znači Vu na ovaj shift, sad je već jasno da zona ostaje ovdje, oni igraju ovo. Ajde sad vi meni objasnite, morate da budete top 2. Znači ne možeš top 8, ništa ti ne znači da skupiš 5 poena i da ubreš. Znači tebi i plus se nalaziš 13. si na tablici, ono ili koji god. Znači ti moraš da uzmeš poziciju, znači oni se sad već nalaze u situaciji gdje njima fali 50 bodova, ono, ja ne znam koji su oni uopšte. Gdje su oni, evo ga, 13, znači 30 bodova, brate, znači drugi ima 90, jebote 60 bodova ti fali, imaš još 7 meča, 8, koliko mečeva imaš? ja ne razumiješ, ono, znači ti moraš da se staviš u poziciju za win. Na ovu zonu najjači spotovi su ovi tu i ovo što Sarvem igra. I umjesto da probaš odavde, tu dođeš, pa onda dođeš ovdje, pa krešaš, ili krešaš odmah. A bolje je i umrijet odmah, pa si znaš da se tuko zapravio spot u ovoj zoni, nego igrati jahat Ivicu, jer Ivicu jašeš donekle samo, viš. Oni se tu nešto kao naš, kao on vata ovu stranu, ovu zonu u životu neće doći. Znači ja ne znam koji je njima IGL, ali ovo nema smisla nikako, znaš. Onda shift na lijevu i onda se pomjeraju lijevu što je skroz ok. Znaš, pa i u ovom trenutku oni su trebali da uzmu auta i da krašaju ovo tu, pa znači to je posljednja šansa njima bila za bilo šta. I već uglavnom je kasno. Vjerojatno ne bi ni došli dotle, umrli. Ali baš nemaju nikakvu ideju šta treba da rade oni. A imaju brutalni igrače. Zvijeri. A mislim da mora da mijenjaju IGL-a pod hit. Ne nužno da mijenjaju roster, ali da daju nekom drugom da proba. Ili da nabave coach. Skontajte vi koliko ovaj kamp prazan, brate.
First day and then going into some of the later stages today, but then they pulled up and had some fantastic games. Now they're also in the running games.
Clear.
Yeah, I mean, considering the points that they got in day number 1, they didn't have too bad a placement, and they did get that third with 5 kills.
Znači kamp uzima zonu.
You would expect oomph from, right? Like you're expecting them to get maybe a win with like a 10 or a 14 kill or something like that, but there really wasn't anything of that.
Pa iskreno i DA je sibu. Ovo je DA lik ovdje. Sad nije bolje bilo.
They need so much oomph that it kind of vibrates in the chair when they play, right? That's the kind of stuff we want to see from Foot. But yeah, it's the same for my fantasy team. I had, Vana as my captain. I changed it over to Lou, and Lou has been doing super well in this case here. I don't know how you guys, this fantasy team are doing. Toby, let's look at yours.
I'm doing pretty good. I have T-Bone on
Ko njega izbio? Njega je neko izbio.
So I'm not disappointed by that. I never win this anyway, so whenever I'm close to you guys, I'm just happy. I can talk about my fantasy team all day, but
the good thing is, Toby, tomorrow we're gonna have Saga join us, the buddy double of Qualifiers, and he's gonna be in shambles. James, you caught up to me a little bit in the day, but I've actually.
Mislim da je nebitno. Mislim da nezavisno na ovaj shift ovo je bolje nego ovo. Ali alright. Ali ovi su jebali ono poprilično. Čebate, ti igraš. Igraš ovo što je ok skroz, ne moraš da ulaziš u grad. Sve do ovog shifta je ok, ajde da si igra. Ti da odeš igra ovo. I'm a question mark.
I have to do the same to you guys, but guys, it's the penultimate game on Miramar here, guys, take it away.
Finished that quick, didn't he? All right, got out of there scot-free, but anyway, let's get to it. That's right. We have 2 more Miramars to go, and we have got ourselves quite the playing path, actually, for everybody to try and get adjusted to this one. And if these emergency drops are telling me anything, Toby, is that people will exploit the high ground.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the case this time around.
Ne.
The case for Miramar as a whole. And we'll see if it comes to fruition this time again. It's one of those that I don't think too many people thought of when they implemented the emergency pickups. Oh wait, they're just gonna sit up there with no one being able to do anything about it. The only way they get off is, well, yeah, circles shifting away from them. And good thing for the
players. Ako im je Vuki coach, onda mi je sve jasno otprilike. Znači nije poenta dovesti Boga oca da ti bude coach mehaničkog. Nego čovjek koji zna i znanje o igrici. Ko šta Sen doveo kova, ko brat ruke nema. Pa brat ima glavu.
The fact that Foot, Sartman, FaZe can fight back is awesome. And there is still opportunity for Entropic,
Znači, futbolisti imaju
even after all, and
individualno bolji tim nego Ace. Question Mark ima bolji tim nego Ace. Twisted Minds ima bolji Ace. Sarvem nema. Sarvem i Ace respekt za poziciju. FaZe ima bolji tim nego Ace. EIQ ima bolji tim nego Ace. DA nema. After Alt nema. Monarch nema. Navi, a Navi ima najbolje pojedince u timu. Havel nema. Wu nema. Ima Nixia i to je to.
On Erankle yesterday.
Exhalation bolji tim, pucački. Exalt nema.
A one-off sort of thing.
Znači 50% lobija je bolje od Ace-a individualno, 50% nije. Ali to je dokaz koliko to ništa ne znači, generalno. Jer to su realno male razlike u to nekom individualnom skillu. Između svih njih, od 1. do 16. A osnovne razlike su kretnji u IGL-u, šta je, svemu ostalo. A kako puca, to najmanje bitno. Na ovom nivou. To je nešto što ne pravi razliku. Možda napravi razliku u nekom direktnom duelu, ono, znaš, za win, za ovo, za ono, krešaju se, pa tu možda napravi neku razliku, ali overall, na 30 mečeva ništa ne znači.
And Baron Peak, he ate a circle for breakfast. And there you go, or ate a magnet for breakfast, I suppose we should say. As he's now sitting tight. And I do feel like, as much as I like to give a team credit for coming out and winning a game,
mislim, mehanički brutalan.
That can be quite the tall order up against these
ali kad bi sastavljao svoju idealnu četvorku, ne bi ga uzimao u obzir. Bez obzira što možda pucački, recimo da je u top 5, možda. Top 7 u Evropi.
The good thing is though that as much as yes,
sigurno. Ali ovako overall,
they're also making something of it. How many times have we seen teams that get 7, 8 circles in a row and come out with 2 kills and 4 placement points?
Ali
it's good to see them being able to convert against top tier teams in this lobby.
If it works, it works. And yeah, for Sarvam, I'm not complaining the fact that they've been able to do pretty well here so far in the
mehanika nije sve u ovoj igrici.
Especially after such a good showing in the lower.
Ekipa mora da klikne.
DA is now flying already.
Što mislite, zašto je Kub izašao, a nije Nixi došao?
The more I've thought about it, the more I'm...
Kad pogledate Nixi, zamislite da Nixi najlup igraju u Entropi. Kakav bi to fragging power bio. A onda bi vas pitao sljedeće, da li biste doveli Nixija umjesto Mexija, iako Nixi puca duplo bolje od Mexija. Ne, za 3 života, ako mene pita.
So they're rotating down towards the south, they're effectively coming down to land in where they would normally be looting from, but the playing path this time around didn't allow for them to go down there. Issue is, as fast as they might think they are, Wu is on the church. Entropic is wrapping in underneath that. Howl has already taken the southeast compounds, and Savim are in this area too. So unless if they fully commit to go all the way into Chuma, they're gonna be contested. But then again, if that's what they're opting to do, then kudos, because it's completely free.
Yeah, there's spots. I mean, the high grounds above Chuma are really cool to be able to take. So it looks like they're going to be moving on down.
That's actually where they're going. So, fair play.
It's a spot that they know. It's a spot that they like, right? So they're actually fanning out across it at the moment. But that could be a little bit detrimental. As Keanu's taking some shots against the man here, who's really caught in such a rough spot. He's dancing them left and right, and actually has forced Keanu to step away from the shot. But there's so many angles open against him.
Yeah, not having easy time here at all, and with how the rest of the Howl players are positioned, there's not really a whole lot they can do to help out, unless if they fully commit to the crash onto Keanu and Quizzy, which would be dangerous, considering the fact that Wu also has players up on the church above. So, Liza, Schofield, and Ruin, if they want to come to the Mats 8, I feel like they kind of have to go for it now.
Yeah, it's tough stuff. He's running, though. He's running. Mm-hmm. That boy be running.
Yeah. Odlično.
He's got guns.
Baš su dobru poziciju uzeli za ovu dončicu.
Wait, no, he's got 2.
He has 2.
Imaju autoput i lijevo i desno, mogu se kretati oči.
Yep, he does have 2 weapons. Only 5 bandages though. So suboptimal situation for him to be in, of course. We'll check in with him a little later.
Sad bi jedan win pao, brutalica. Vinamo i prvi smo na tablici, umru Ace, futbolisti, Sarven, svi umru, mi vinamo.
You know, I mean, grand finals.
Ako može. Eto, ako ne tražim put, nemoj najbolje.
Yeah. For me, I like the ones that cause the most misery to the team.
Koliko je opasan igrač, toliko zna da proda.
Other casters too.
Samo ga treba veza za auto. Vežeš ga za gepe kod auta.
It's a tough one.
Do 4. zone, onda ga pustiš da se razdivlja po mapu. Najlup.
Yes, exactly. Because there's nothing better in this game than watching people have the worst luck or the worst time with a circle and trying to make the worst rotations. Because that's what creates...
Ovaj dio što rade, brać. Što rade, brać.
No way they did not kill him. He beat that. That was a... Thank you, Nixie.
A šta radi DA, molim.
On behalf of the observers, I will say thank you for not making this the most clipped EMEA moment in EB's at least 2023.
A brate, a ne volim ovo, iskreno ne volim ovako kad se prozivaju igrači, ono... Druže, to bi proziva, ne, ono, znaš kao...
Good times.
Please, Ibi kill him. On kaže ono, please, Ibi kill him, nadmenu. Jo, ljudi, jeste ikad igrali s Tobijem? Znači, tek kad imaš osjećaj da bata sjedne za volanom, ali ne kontroliše volan rukama, nego digne noge i igra nokta. Otprilike tako Tobi igra. I onda on dođe i kaže, brate, svakome se desi ono da faila. Pogotovo u igrici mrtvoj s ovim brutalnim serverima. Kad ti izgutali X7 metak.
God, is it that long?
Yeah, we do miss those days. Or do we though? I feel like PUBG has come a long way since.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's definitely very different. That's just...
Ovaj DA igra, DA igra bez mozga. Jel to i godinama tako, oni su... Ja ne znam, brate, oni za njih. Oni su jedno vrijeme bili, osvojili ono, šta su osvojili, neko veliko takmičenje, nešto je bilo, PC su osvojili, ne? I isto su tako igrali, ali se mijenja PUBG, svaki update je drugačiji, razumijete? Znači imate silent update za zonu i to je jasno svima, znači tačno poslije svakog update-a vi imate slične zone. To se tačno primijeti, znaš, igraš ovaj dio mape, 3-4 mjeseca se favorizuje jedna strana, pa onda dođe update pa se favorizuje druga. Mijenja se meta, mi sve se mijenja kako si igrali. Došli su padobrani, došlo je mortar, došlo je ovo, došlo... Igra se mijenja, oni dalje drže istu igru, oni midbolaju non stop, to ne možeš proći.
Despite all the utility being charged up for it, Nixie's still able to get the shots down. If he finishes it off, Howl
ja ovo ne volim.
in shambles.
Iskreno, ovo što se dešava ja ne volim. Ovo je prva zona, znači fajtaju se za kamp koji uopšte ne mora da bude tu. Niti je bitan za bilo šta. I sad će Wu da uzme tu 3-4 boda, Howl neće uzeti nijedan ili će svi podijeliti između sebe 2-3 boda i tako se održava 13. do 16. mjesta. Mislim, da se može desiti da sad 7 shiftova padne na ovaj kamp kao ono wow IQ 200, znaš, onda im pogledaš 10 mečeva, po 10 mečeva oni su 9 puta uradili isto, vinali jedno, znaš, ili uzeli više od 10 bodova jedno. Evo i sad je Nixie umro, Nixie ili nokan samo, umro, uz 2 igrača. Ni krivi ni duži, znači, ni krivi ni duži. Ovi su ih mi bolali 2 puta.
Any semblance of points here in this game.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. As Monarch with 3 in the church proper. There to see what they're prioritizing, but will it come? Yeah,
evo,
it will pay off.
pao je shift, ali ništa ni ovo ne znači. Ništa ni ovo. On mora još 5 puta da shifta na njih da bi ti rekao isplatiti.
How do you grab on through? How do you get down towards the east where you know there is space available for you?
Hello, bro.
I feel like a wide wraparound is the play. Issue is, look at what you have to transition through. Hills and hills and hills, and it's going to take so long for you to get all the way around that.
Ovo je dobar shift za Entrop.
Not as easy on some of the other battlegrounds. Did it again, the kills. Did you see that? It was wild. And the Wu was number 1. But they're currently not number 1 at all. They're 13th. So let's not talk about that. But Navi's been able to find themselves a decent spot. Likewise, we also saw Sarvin towards the west side of them consolidate their forces and get into a decent spot. Twisted Minds being shot at from a distance here by James.
Ne može šitat, zbog djece. Ne znam, razumijem. Reši, pa normalno, to je tačno. To je tačno 1/1. Ne možemo svi igrati.
Going for the big iron sights with the AKM. Didn't find anything else, I suppose, but for now, Schofield still retreating back, knowing that eventually this aggression is going to come. Nades through those
Brate, kako
internal
smaraju ovi
windows,
Turci,
but
druže, ja bi
away.
Turke bi stavio na zaseban server, nek igraju se tamo između sebe, brate.
Game lost, though, I think it's safe to say for both these teams. And now, Zdravo finds Hubba.
Ajde, ne znam, iskreno me ne
This
zanima
again,
ovaj
I mean,
fight.
happening miles
This
away from the
way,
circle. Zdravo finds his former teammate in Hubba, and quite a distance to it as well.
It's a nice try.
It's a nice
See,
try.
but, I mean, question mark here when it comes to these kinds of team fights has been very impactful, very stalwart in their defenses, and then
Ako
being
Acem
able
bude
to
prvi,
kind
ti
of trade
drugi,
blow for blow with
treći,
people.
ide tamo.
So now they're looking to try and
Bitno je
finish it down.
da
Exhalation
dva
didn't
idu dalje,
get much doing
top 2.
themselves here in this tournament.
A ako neko od global partnera koji su već invajtani bude u top 2, onda prolaze treći i četvrti. Znači ako bude Twisted, FaZe ili Navi. Navija nema ni na mapi. Oni treba da se zahvale svojoj organizaciji što svaki put dobiju invite za LAN. Treba se zahvale. Jer Navi je online užasan i onda braće odu u LAN i osvoje. Je bitno. Prvaci svijeta. Prvaci svijeta. Ali definitivno online već par turnira ne mogu sastajati. Tako da od njih ništa. Ali ako Twisted i FaZe budu top 2, treći i četvrti prolaze. Znači sad trenutno prolaze Ace i futbolisti. Question mark i Ace, izvinjavam se. Question mark i Ace. A sutra ovi naši još vidjet ćemo ko će proći. Veš! Najbolje gleda, najbolje. Nije najbolje gledara. Najbolje igra. Ništa se s tim ne može zamijeniti. Ja volim i gledati, i analizirati. Volim da gledam to. Ali nećemo se laga najljepše igrati. Samo treba ima ruke. Reši sam sebi. U to ime.
There has been what question mark believes to be injustices in the EMEA landscape against them for doing so well at PCS7 and things like that, blah, 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 blah. We could repeat it forever. But they always come along and do and perform like this. So they're always like, okay, let's put the doubters to rest.
Brat, daj slikaš po zonu i pošalješ tamo. To ti je free Sendaj. Nije free ovo prvo, zaboravi. Sendano već. Rupa i šek. Morate šek uzeti. Please uzmi šek. Neće uzme šek. Ali ima fali jedan. Ali ima fali jedan, da. Što ga je failo i bici. Okej, uzeto je ovo, ostoje pekado. Jesmo li uzeli pekado? Please, uzeli smo pekado. Please, uzeli. Fuj, bre! A izvini, šta i vas radi? Šta je? Ljudi! Zaboravili ste i vas, alo?
Let's see then, because right now they're doing all right. They're doing well for themselves. DA here is as 3, still alive in the middle of all of this, but they don't have a whole lot to work with. And Foot is coming in late again, but it's so far, you know, today it's worked out for the Al's gone.
Jeben, ti zamolim prosu čas. Jurica zaspo.
Eventually the kill would come through. As Swoop down to 2. At least they have 5 kills, but a rotation now to make
bravo za send, brutalan send.
This one. We know the next circle is going to shift away from the mountains, and that's why we're seeing all these teams grouping up, bunching up in the fields. Even if they don't have a compound, get down here now, because trying to make it one circle from now is going to be practically impossible.
Definitely. Monarch, with this kind of hillside that they have, is really not that bad at all. It's pretty decent in terms of not having a compound in these kinds of circles. And Tropic is pitched up in the middle of Picardo. And question mark is rotating all the way down from the high grounds above power grid and trying to loop in what I assume might be down into Picardo and then try and work it from there.
I think their idea is just wait the circle out. They're happy that they have a plateau which is still in, and there's going to be enough chaos commencing when the next circle does shift, which again we expect to go somewhere in between DA, Sabim, and Jeppe.
Iva snema ulicu jebe ga ne.
But they just want to see it
Evo, Iva luta, traži extended.
to happen, something else does, and there's no reason to go for a
Možda ima Iva
20 seconds to go when they could just sit around and wait a second.
Ma da, ovo je taktika, brate, real. Uzmeš centar sa trojicom i pustiš Ivasa, brate, da je luta po zoni. Da. Sviđa mi se ovo. Već mi se sad sviđa. A mislim da je mrtav Ivas, ne znam zašto, ali mislim da nema onaj parašut od prije. Jebi ga. Ali odličan spot. Spot je ubio DA. Realno bolji je spot DA, ja? Ali, imamo spot za top 3.
To make that happen, Foot is going to be staging their efforts towards After All, who have got themselves a compound just ahead of them.
They're leaving. They're leaving. They're driving down the hillside, but where are they opting to go? Are they pulling up on Wu? I mean, they were here early. They saw the fight between the two teams, and they might just be pulling up on them. Issue is they're pulling up very far apart from one another. So Clem has made it up here with a teammate we're seeing.
Kad sam volio znat kako. Ja vam kažem, brate.
Arrived as well. So Wu trying to fend this one off on their own.
Umre, brat, od zoni. Jebo, kdo. Ne, poslije mu šaljem poruku. Želim da znam. Želim da znam. Ja, poslije ćemo odmah. Želim da znam. Kako je, brat, osao van gori. Ovo je šov program. Ko ne? Pa ove naše ljude da nema, trebalo bi ih izmisliti. Evo ja ne znam kako on ostao tamo, ali želim tu stranu priče više. Ništa me ne zanima ako ovo sad, ništa. Uopšte me ne zanima. Znači ako vinaju turnir i ono dođe najlup na intervju, ja bi ga pitao jedno pitanje, samo molim te kako i vas ostao iza vas. Šta se desilo? Zubo, dođi na Jovicu, bre, pa gdje si pošao, Dante? Ma dođi na Miću. Ništa od onih top 3 ljudi, ali ubit ćemo Turke. Ovo je loše slučaj, Lasilja, nije politički ništa. Ali kako drugačije, jebi ga. Ajmo Mićo, flašaj govna.
Compared to question mark who were kind of scrambling once they landed on this location. Doozy can still do something.
Nije politički, nego navijački.
Bit of a monster himself sometimes, so let's see if he can. He's going to be creeping.
Mali je problem što im je ostao najbolji igrač živ. Ali nama je.
So he's going to have to be slow about it.
And Foot just backfilling all of this. I mean, they saw After All leave, they take that position, then they see the two teams fight out east, they take that position, and now just in front of them you have Face and Na'Vi fighting this one out. If there are more casualties coming in here, maybe Foot just pull up on this one as well.
Aoya managed to make the cross to help out Example's position. That's quite the move. I guess the only people that could have been looking at him really in this angles were some of the FaZe boys. Maybe Ascend if they were feeling a little bit spicy from that west side when he made the transition. But he'll have been blasting across. And where are we going?
Well, I mean, Ascent and Sabim has been eating a few of the circles today. Let's see if they get it again. No, at least Ascent won. I mean, Sabim in on the southern side. They're going to have to fend off against the majority of teams down there, but this one just even more out into the open.
Jeppe got themselves a decent compound too. About time for them, considering, I mean, they're in last place. They kept having bleed outs, they kept losing players early. Now they've found themselves an opportunity to get a bit more on the board. But FaZe and Na'Vi, high profile matchup still. Kind of locking horns with one another, not really budging, but Kirexi will make them budge with a big nade to start things off. Gustav's going to follow it up. That's a belter, I think.
Yeah. One is pretty much set on, and now, you'd have to imagine he falls here too. Indeed, he does. And with the amount of damage coming through, imagine that maybe this is where Foot eSports opts to go this direction. They've seen the double knocks now on Na'Vi. They saw damage done to FaZe early. They should know this is where that fight is taking place, but of course, they're currently busy elsewhere.
Again, the last survivor here for Na'Vi did not make the transition to try and bring the thunder to
kandidovao se. Samo još nisam javio, ali ono, znaš, ko zna, ko treba zna, što, znaš. To pričaju svi je. Svi koji me prate znaju, znaš ono. To kad čuješ, brate, znaš da ga niko ne prati, niko ne zna reći. Prilike, tako i ja. Kandidova se. Ko me prati zna. Pravo i bi. Nije to bila zona pa zdao kill. Kako najlup hvata fragove. Ja gledam, brate, kako najlup ubija futbolista, onda mi bude jasno.
It is a decent entry point for them if they're able to make it work, but it doesn't look like it has worked.
Problem je što je Maxi nokan, a ne možeš da ga digne jer je... Ili može? Ne vidim, on nešto nije zoomiran, nemam pojma gdje se nalazi. Da li ga može dići? Valjda može. Ne može da ga digne.
Alright, well, somehow still alive though. A little bit of buying time here for the moment, but any move he does make, technically I think Entropic could eventually see him if they're not preoccupied with what question marks doing against them. In the distance, Lyran actually dislodging Vasku.
Ja, još smo povezani na nekom platonskom nivou, razumiješ, to prevazilazi sve ljudske poznate odnose.
Is that Nate gonna fight him? Yes, it is, but it's gonna be Molotov from the other side, so Nate himself and his teammates. So,
nema veze. Jesu on ubio sebe bombom, ali još trojicu.
Yep, and looks like question mark and Entropic locked each other in here to force the stalemate.
Gledajte zonu za Entropic da su preživjeli.
Not even an opportunity for transitions between them, by looks things. I mean, it's only so much that a Doozy can do.
Na kraju su dobili taj shift. Imaju mali rič tu.
Whittle down the heels very quickly. But I mean, they've got 93 points now. 5 kills from this game. It's pretty decent.
It's pretty decent.
Kako
umreš u šeku, objasni mi, druže. Joj, ti igrači me nikad ne mogu se nervirati. Evo ja se iznervirao umjesto Lirona. Znači sada sam Liron, Mitru bi od A do Š sve. Dobro used, naravno. Ne smiješ biti toksičan. Druže, ebo majku svoju ima šek. Halo. I te ubije perfektik drugog kraja mape. I šta sad, znaš, ne može Bog, nema Boga da ga digne ovaj unutra. A safe je u tom šeku, koliko toliko. Ali ono, ali ne smiješ ga dizat. Ja mislim da ga ne smiješ dizat. Ma smije, još uvijek je rano zon, ali na primjer da im je jedna ekipa samo ostala na neđu. Da li face, da li lace, samo da jedna ekipa, mrtvi su obica od šek. Jer ide bombica tu kroz prozorčić i mrtvi su. Vaza se to igra i šek i rupa jer ti iz te rupe držiš njima glavu tamo, da ne mogu dovoljno blizu šaku da ih ne ide. A kad soba u šeku, moliš se da će omašiti ne ići. Ali dobro, u ovoj zoni sad još uvijek može. Šta kaže Jur?
Again, I mean, Yeba, they're being quiet about this push. I feel like this was their chance to peek on over to get the kill confirmed, but it's a difficult Rich line to really go aggressive on. As Correxi tries to run on forward. I don't think he intended to underhand and flash himself. There probably should have been a smoke, but there's a snake coming from behind.
Lagan.
I can't see you, you can't see me.
That's the play, the ostrich strategy.
That's right.
Tamo smo imali, ovo je bio idealan. Sarvem ne može do top 5. Sarvem je gotov. Futbolisti su nam mrtvi. Question mark nam je mrtav, a sad ne može da vina s 2 igrača odavde. Idealno je bilo da vinao mi.
Twisted Mind sent big to the middle, and that could be the winning play for them, considering they've seized some control here, which is very important.
Svaki put si imao zamjer, sad su odigrali onako kako ja volim da se odigra. Da agresivno uzmu treći centar i čao. Ali jebi ga, nisu odbranili kreš.
And now Jeba and Savim fight this one off. They had
Nema se šta zamjerit. Jebi ga, izgubili su clean fight, to je to.
Now let's see if they can make it happen here.
And Twisted Minds is going to have the onus on them. They're going to try and push across this hillside and clean up everything that's going on here as well. Savim in danger.
Jedno što im možeš zamjerit, šta i vas radi van zone.
Oh no, if Twisted Minds is here as well to try and go for it. It's a P90 in hand, and it's an absolute laser. It's actually Perfectix with the shots that's able to make that happen, but the P90 put in some work as well. And that's Twisted Minds shutting down Savim handedly.
Da i vas bio tamo, možda bi odbranili taj push. Meni je to, vidjet ćemo na Twire, meni izgledalo kao da je Anthropic uzeo parašut, a da li Iva zakasnio, da li se nije zakačio. Ne znam šta je bilo, ali definitivno da im je falio u tom fightu. Tačno još jedan igrač da riješe clean fight.
Twisted Minds with a little bit of aggression coming their way. Also, you really want to get that P90 back in action.
Yeah. Medipe is flanking. He's wrapping down the roadside. I don't think he has any clue that Corexi is
možda je zapeo, pa ne,
he would be extremely exposed. And I think Corexi actually might be smart to not shoot at Medipe before he takes out at least one of the players from Twisted Minds. And he's got a Groza as well. That is a dangerous flank around.
Definitely is. Charging it up once again. What can Voldemort do?
What can Voldemort do?
They are still consciously aware, though, that there is a snake somewhere. And there will be Batulins hitting Odin on the distance and actually able to connect with him very, very nicely. Both teams are a little bit cautious.
Now the Corexi peeking over. That extra blue. Not a whole lot they can do. Twisted Mind's going to push forward here. Only one kill so far, though, on this fight, as they do find the second this time around. But a lot of damage coming in return from Voldemort. But look at the amount of blue damage coming through. So difficult to go aggressive here.
Kakova bomba njegova tila. Ja mislim da Rusi imaju, brate, buffovane bombe.
100%. Now it's going to be up to Corexi to try and do some big rap. I mean, technically speaking, yeah, you could kill the solo.
Malo prije smo pričali o tome da ne može da se igra sa dva lika u šeku. Može do 6. zone, do 7. zone. Poslije više ne može. Može opet, ukoliko imaš igrač tamo gdje je igra.
I think Corexi waits this one out. Could go aggressive. He knows there's 5 alive, so I mean, that would be at least 2 teams.
Well, definitivno to je spot.
I mean, 6
Uzmeš to 5 i čao.
2 teams. I'm a little, not gonna say worried that he's going for this, but there you go. Goes for it. Let's see if he can get more of it. With this one, it's just GG.
Ljudi nisu čovjeka izgubili.
I mean, if there was ever a moment to try and deny yourself, it might be now, but
I mean, yeah.
Zbog čega bi se denajao, brate, pa denajaš se Twisted Minds, ništa
ti ne and then a flush on somebody quickly, that's always worth.
Just don't kill Perfectix, because he's on my fantasy team.
Don't kill Lou. He's on mine and Martin's, so we're 2-1.
Oh, please kill. No. Thank you, Lou. I take that. I'll take that any day of the week. Twisted Minds out victorious. Had me worried for a second there. But, thank you, Lou, I suppose. I'll give that 1 extra point over to you guys.
Thank you very much. But Twisted Minds now, a huge win for them. It was quiet up north for quite a while there, but they were able to flex out when they needed to and now put themselves back squarely in number 1. Is Twisted Minds all over?
Yeah, huge.
Ja, posljednji, lagano. G-Bay, lame. Evo, brate, vi imate 10 igrača. Ja, brate, ja se retardiram pune. Ja piko jednom i piko 4 igrača.
Yeah, it's very, very, very textbook here for them to deal with it, and then from there on out get themselves the points. I mean, it's not a flashy game. It's not a huge game. It's not a 20-kill game or something like that.
When it comes
to the consistency that you need to find yourself in these upper bracket, in these grand final lobbies, that's all you need. That's all you need here, as long as you're able to get a few of them.
Especially when you're off to as good a start as they currently have been. So we have a GPT team once again back in top, Marty.
All right, guys, welcome back to the PGS to EMEA Qualifiers disc here. What a fantastic game, and I gotta say, the amount of control that they had on that compound for a very long time was just insane. I was actually expecting a team to either breach it or something, because it's a big warehouse, James, and then the longhouse building. But not even, you know, Question Mark or anybody with the emergency pickup ended up doing so.
Absolutely. This was a situation where I didn't think it was gonna
Brat,
pay off.
Buki je ostao živ.
It obviously kind of went the way it did. So there's not much more I can say about it really.
No, 21 points here going Twisted Minds way, 11 kills, and they're back here on the very top. Toby obviously looking really strong and good, but staying 4 guys live and taking that center control at that exact time when everyone else was fighting was crucial for that win.
I mean, I think for the better part of the last 2.5 years, Twisted Minds has been one of the teams that we know to be one of the best at finishing off games. They thrive during winner check
dobar
for
team,
this exact
respect,
reason, bringing
iskreno
home
dobar
win
team.
after win after win. And here they are doing it again, making it look like they've never done anything but that.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, FaZe being able to kind of clutch out, both getting 6 kills in the second place for Correxy, while I bibble babble and not be able to speak English here. But yeah, that case with, you know, now I feel like leaving, I believe it was Alia or Mailman behind in that compound, the brick compound, not the brick compound, the concrete compound. If they were
ja uopšte nisam pikao za danas,
kind of strong there, they would have pushed out FaZe in this case, James, and they would have maybe been that team in the end to be second place and more kills.
Yeah, maybe. I think that when you get in a compound,
to meni samo prebaci,
the way that fight works out, it so easily stalemates if you're
Brate,
not able
moj
to hit the
kapiten,
nades. And then if
moj
you're
kapiten je bleo vas.
like conserving utility into the later stages of the game, then you're like, okay, well, what can we do? If we
Lik je namjerno to uradio, sam ga stavio za kapitena,
we don't want to give them that. So yeah, it gets slow in those scenarios, right?
Yeah, and a rough game from Question Mark, but still 5 kills going their way here, Toby. That's obviously still kind of holding on for everything in the top of them.
Again, I mean, as I'm saying, as long as your bad games are decent games in most other teams' books, you're gonna kind of come out on top in the end, because then your good games are gonna count.
Yeah, but ovaj Molodok ti je,
so the fact that
Molodok mi je
mediocre game still and
9 poena u minusu bio.
Overall off of this game, I think it's pretty big.
Yeah, and 21 points here for Twisted Mind going their way means that they're going to be the first team.
Ajde vidimo šta se desilo sa Entropom.
12, Yepa 9, good to see them up there. And again, a decent game here for Sava, James.
Nikola 9-5.
Yep, love it. I mean, what are their points at right now here? 81 points. Mate, there is really a world where Sarvam could go to PGS2.
Yeah, 12 points ahead, or 12 points ahead, yeah. Question Mark is right now, so it's a pretty good one. But our upper mid pack is, you know, it's pretty damn close here, James. And, you know, even in Tropic with one decent game, they're still within striking distance.
That's the cool thing, and makes me kind of sad that I'm actually not.
Aj što smo mali community, što 1300 ljudi gleda. Ali od 1300 ljudi, 500 ne zna igricu.
Doing great, but that really doesn't hugely, unless they run into them in the lobby, it doesn't hugely impact their potential.
Meni ovo izgledalo kao parašut.
Yeah, the gap is slowly closing between Ace and Question Mark.
Na ovaj shift oni se nisu mrdnuli. I ja sam bio u fazonu, WTF se ne mrdaju, ne mogu niđe odavde doći, stignut. Oni su ostali tu. Kad sam vidio ovaj shift, bio sam u fazonu, nema šanse da uzmu bilo šta od ovoga, a moraju da uzmu nešto od ovoga. I onda sam pogledao mapu, vidio njih unutra.
But again, I mean, I feel like we're normally would say coming into the final game, it's super close for everyone, and most teams have a chance. This is going to be like.
Ali ovo, ja ne znam šta je.
I mean, even mathematically possible, teams being able to qualify.
Right. I mean, there's 30 points from Foot down to Navi right now. That's a huge gap. Not even one great game with Foot not getting anything, James. That would mean they would still have to have like a back-to-back great game for them to catch up to the top. It's Navi, they can do it, but still, it feels like the other teams at the very top, they're just getting those 4, 5, 6, 7 points every game, and then they pop off and have a great game, you know, once or twice a day.
Yeah, it gets very difficult, especially when there's some scenarios here where, say, for example, some of these teams are leapfrogging ahead of you because of those emergency drops. That's not a factor, or hasn't been a factor when they were truly at their peak, winning a world championship and things like that. So the landscape's changed a lot.
Mislim, ovo nije precizno u milimetar. Tvoja nije precizno, nekad se desi pokazuje ljude vamo, a oni u kampu. Ali nije puko jebote, jel on zakasnio je?
And unfortunately left Ivers behind, or I don't know what happened exactly. You guys were also, I wasn't sure. It looked like he missed the pickup.
No, I think it's intentional, honestly. We see it with many teams. DA has done it,
Kako
FaZe has
može
done it,
biti
multiple
intentional,
teams have
objasnite mi, jer on nije imao
three
game
guys
plan
behind,
poslije.
and one guy is kind of the, again, in case the circle goes away, or in case you can just kind of linger in on the edge, that's our
our, I don't want to say safety, but kind of safety anyway. We'll have that solo left alive in case the entire team just gets completely blasted now.
Nema to. Okej, legit je taktika, je legit, ali nema mi smisla. Ako je to razlog...
I've seen it enough times now that I think it's
glupo. Po meni je to glupo, da ti pošalješ, dostaviš jednoga, oni su ovdje izgubili fight jer im je falio jedan. Evo.
It happened to Best of Lush this game, it happened to Ivers this game, and it's been multiple other times where I just want to see them
I oni su isključivo izgubili.
Yeah, I mean,
prvo su loše postavljeni.
Look at how much strength it gives you in those later stages of the game, right? Like, for example,
znači loše su postavljeni bili. Igra se ova kuća, igra se 5 stack, igra se ovo ovdje. Jer niko neće kršati odavde.
What happens if you have that extra man?
Znači 1, 2...
and there's a huge gap between Howl and
Navi,
15 points now here, Toby. And there's also a 60-point gap up to Ascent here. Is it too late for the bottom teams, or what, can they do something here? What do you think?
There are definitely, I'd say, the bottom 4
2.
I say this now because I hope,
znači 2 na 1.
to be proven wrong, but I truly do not believe that is going to happen.
Da i vas bio tu, očistili bi question mark.
It's Howl, it's Wu, it's Jepa, it's
Exhalation,
and it's Exalt. You know, a team
vidi,
that has 1,000
ja ne znam je li to razlog.
Tačka,
ćemo imamo šta i vas kaže.
Big tournament too. Maybe log in their PGC points now.
I mean, the wild thing is if points go awry at the top, there's a potential
ne pričam ja. Znači ja komentarišem ono što je Tobi rekao. Tobi je rekao da su ga namjerno ostavili. Ja to komentarišem. Po meni, ako su ga namjerno ostavili je idiotizam. Nije stigao na emergency, to je ono što sam ja rekao na početku. Izgleda mi kao da nije stigao na emergency, kao da je zakasnio, tako mi izgleda. Nije pukao jer ide lijevo desno, da je pukao išao bi samo u jednu stranu. Ali ako je tačno, ovo što to priča glupo je, to ja kažem. Ništa drugo. A nisu retardirani. A ja mislim da nisu retardirani, ali Tobi je rekao da to postoji. Slušaj šta pričam. Dođi na početku, onda hit.
So maybe Variety, maybe Junkyard will have to wait and see. But I do like the idea, honestly. Again, as much as I said, please Ascent and question mark die. It's not that I don't like them, it's just that I like it being close. And in the same fashion, please Howl and Exalt die. Maybe mainly Howl, because Exalt is already kind of doing that in 16. Because they are above the 1,000 points and PTC points. So if we give them minimum points now, PEC fall is going to be that much more exciting because it's going to be that much closer between the teams up there at the top. So maybe, since they're not going to qualify anyway, just don't get points.
There you go. Let's do it. Don't get points. Simple as that. Yeah. I mean, at the same time though, looking at this playing path, hoping for a north circle. You know, really shake it up a little bit here and see how these teams are going to deal with it. What do you want?
I said Oasis.
Oh, you said Oasis. I thought you said, oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Sis.
Okay. There you go. Yeah.
That's a mutant. That's all I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for. It is a mutant indeed. Odin, but got to swap it over to bolt. Or to burst action. That must have been the reason why I didn't get the kill.
Oh, yeah.
And now we see a circle we've seen before. But at least with a different spread of teams due to how far northern the playing path was. So a little bit of variety does come through, as Ascent are going to be very pleased with this first shift going their way.
Gone are those halcyon days of everybody hoping that the mutant meta was going to be, you know, truly alive and well.
I'm still waiting for it to happen.
And then the org.
Yeah, and then the org came around. Yeah.
Cheeky green gun. We've got ourselves now the Wu on the move. They're going to be trying to get to their little loot spot. Their little loot spot. You can tell it's late. You can tell it's a game 6. I'm speaking in riddles, in tongues. The li-la-la-la-lo from Metal Gear Solid. But we've got ourselves Ascend, who are sitting pretty for this circle, mate. Sitting pretty.
Yeah, it's I mean, when you get to loot the areas of the map that just have a tendency of yoinking circles, you're going to be in for a good run. I'm not going to say that that's the reason why they currently sat in second, because they have been playing a really, really, really good set of 11 games thus far in order to be up there. But it sure has helped them, knowing, I mean, that just again, everyone knows Miramar. It's not that, but just when it's your home turf, when it's where you loot, you get to pick and choose your positions earlier. It's worked out well for them.
And after all, whoa!
Okay. Again, DA early. They've just given up on driving altogether.
Yeah, Like,
Why
cars,
car
what
when you
are
can
they?
fly, bro? Yeah.
I mean, how much loot can you have by now for this to occur?
1 first aid, 1 smoke, 5 bandages, and other stuff. That's at least what Komago had. So outside of that, I'm not sure.
I don't like it. All right, I'm done.
James is done. He's leaving.
You could have had
Can
so
you at
much
least
more.
wait until after this game to leave, James?
Okay, yeah, okay, agreed.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I don't know. You could have had so much more, unless your objective now is to drop. I mean, I think they're going to go to the hillsides north of Valdemar, but unless you're going to something like a Monte, like, what more loot are you going to get?
I would be surprised to see them go down towards Chuma. Same way they tried
they
to
could.
rotate in the previous
Yeah.
one, just because they're rotating back into kind of a. We're rotating into this circle from where our normal loot spot is. Again, I'd be surprised if that was the play, but not surprised. I'd be. In all fairness, it would make sense, but as we're seeing them now fly on in, it's not the case at all. They're going straight down to the Lira, and it's already been taken by Sabim.
Yeah, so they may end up dropping very hot. Let's see, as they are just flying off. You can see them on the minimap down there in the bottom right, just across from Fate, who is looking around in circles, but not looking up. So, not looking for the opportunity to shoot at them. Ooh, all right, Schiller.
They're still very high up.
Yeah, and far
Okay, that's a
away.
shotgun.
You're
Yeah,
not hitting that.
Gledajte
probably not
meč.
gonna happen. No. Would be interesting to see. Not quite the case. So DA do fly up towards Chuma. Couldn't get all the way there due to the plane path. CC. Absolutely crazy. That is the sound of a mini barking at the fence, but not really being more dangerous than dog at the fence.
That's the sound of Floof being annoyed at the washing machine. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very keen to attack the washing.
Mhm,
But anyway, we have got ourselves. The thing is, Sarvum, not a bad spot. They've got a P90 in hand already. There is an opportunity for them to strike out at the top 2 here regarding the PGS qualifiers, I suppose. So, I don't know. Sarvum, man, if they're able to surpass expectations like this, I'm a fan. I like it.
Yeah. We oftentimes have talked about how the teams that
Josip,
loot
bro,
in and
dobar
around
krug.
Picado, Pachinki get the better of a lot of these circles because they get to rotate early, they have
Rotate,
fixed to loot, they have the shortest
Ali ja ga
average
reporto
distance circles.
za
and
Griffin,
Salmon,
jel
I
tako?
mean, they have
Ste sve mance, ali dobio
They've
mance.
made the most of it. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Able to claim these positions early. Again, not really caring too much about the loot that they have to begin with. Prioritize the positions that they're going to get to and just play with what they've got. And what they've got is a current fifth place.
And like, you know, people being in a sushi bar as the meals go past, this road through the middle, everybody's like having their pick of the litter here. They want, you know, a little opportunity at some teriyaki. And Yepper is presenting that. They're losing tires everywhere, but they're not being picked up for the full meal. So they're somehow surviving.
That would be the nastiest running sushi if people just
To je
took like a
to,
little
ja
bite.
radim pucere po
Let
Srbiji.
the rest
Dobro,
of
ovaj
the sushi on
odmah
there.
visi
Kind of
već
what I'm
5,5
feeling like these
minuta, vozi
people
bez
doing,
3
like, how
gume.
if we're to
Janis
continue
4
your
zdrave ne zna
analogy,
vozi.
and now all that's left is the bowl that's just wasabi.
Probio mi jednu, mrtav.
Well, nobody likes the
What?
wasabi, right?
Vozi
Like,
bez 3 gume,
Come on.
3 kilometra.
I triggered like half the chat. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, James with his British taste buds.
That's right. Anything
Oh, it has
spicier
flavor.
Than a
Oh
korma.
no.
Anything
Yeah,
spicier than a korma is no bueno. All right.
Bilo bi dobro da ima ova
Well,
verzija
circles closing on in
streama bez
as the rest of
komentatora.
the teams are closing on in as well.
Kako god
So
želiš
these
da
folks,
da ih
slow
ne
rotation
čuješ,
out
ne
east.
možeš.
We have Face coming in on the northern side, question mark, making their way into the circle from the north now as well. But we're already now seeing this picture painted where everyone is expecting this to head south of Monte. Teams aren't really centering up. They're just saying, you know what, yeah, southern half of the circle, let's just go down there. Because if we were to kind of play the odds, if we were to, even though we don't want to be superstitious, but just look at where are the circles usually going, it's down here. And I feel like Miramar has become, and maybe always has been, the most predictable competitive map that we're playing. It's getting pretty wild at this point, that there are only so many Inklings we're getting lately.
Yep. That's undeniable at this point. And what's also undeniable is the peaks of Baron Peak. Look at that, able to hit them with the bolty. We're not going over to him, unfortunately. I wanted to see where he was, but it's all good. We've got ourselves Navi and Twisted Minds next to one another. Wow, what a unique
Who would have thought
scenario.
that was?
Isto. Evo, meni je ovo depresivno. Moram slušat malo ovu igricu. A onda čujem njih i onda se nerviram.
I don't even think they can really see each other, to be honest, at the moment. Even though Lou, as well as Perfectix, are really just underneath the lip where Alia and Nelman are.
It's a info gathering time of the game. There's a bit of a truce, as neither of them are actively looking to try and get kills. Just get all the info they can with the positions that they're currently sat in. And then we have Wu coming in on the very far southeastern side, somewhat next to Afterall, somewhat on their own. But a team, again, I mean, we talked about them during the earlier qualifier stages as being one of those teams that does have a really, really good roster on paper, looking at what some of these players have done in the past, but just a team that for moments looked good in qualifiers earlier, but just, again, when it's only 1 or 2 or 3 games you can muster in a 15 or 12 or 18, you name it, set of games.
Taj stream ti radi, da bukvalno na stream deku stavite M4, Beryl, Kalaš, Sniper, Mini, kako puca ja klikćemo.
Teams in EMEA where we've had just a lot of time for these teams to
To je realno dobra ideja za stream. I upalim na Twitch, svi bi gledali. Bravo, 5000 ljudi na stream, niko neće ove budale slušati.
All the members of FaZe, right? It has been years and years and years. How many games has Navi technically played against?
Realno je, braća, da bilo ko kasta umjesto njih od nas ovdje
being able to attain the upper echelon
20-30.
And then it's hard to
Više bi
slot in
smisla
sometimes.
imalo.
But
Možda ne bi znali ovako priča koji je realno, brate, talentovani su da kenjaju.
Faring better than others. Twisted Minds being one of them. 107 is where they're currently sat.
Priča o PUBG-u, onda ne bude baš najbolji. I to bi još u svih njih tu najbolji.
Where are we
A
going?
onda zamisli.
Towards Montaigne Nuevo. And this is always an interesting area of the map to go to, because the area in between Exhalation, Sabim, and Twisted Minds, kind of the triangle that we have in there,
Sorry.
it's going to be practically unplayable for at
Kod Brazilaca tamo
the next 2 circles.
Ti
Depending
još
on where
da
this
ne
one
znam
takes us.
brazilski,
So
to
there's a
je
lot of
portugalski.
land in the center of this circle, James, that is not going to be occupied by
Na osnovu čega si ti
It's
to
gonna be
zaključio?
vacated.
there you go. Well, vacant is what you're.
I was so close.
Yes.
Eventually, I'll get it.
If someone was there before, then it would have been vacated. But right, has there been someone there before?
Yes.
Okay, well you're right there.
Now I'm saying it just because proving points, you know. Yep.
Tons of people. But anyway,
Tons.
we've got still the Lou Perfectix
To je
duo.
dobro. Flašaj ga,
Now
flašaj
being
ga.
swarmed a bit more. Initially it was only 2 Navi members next to them, now it's 4. So it might be get out of free for jail or whatever you said it was all those days ago. I can't remember.
Yep.
But will it
I'm
be
glad you
free?
remember.
Zato kad sam zadnji put preživio da se vozim ovako na beku bage. Na Svetog nikad.
Get back to safety. Spirit did get headshotted, so not a whole lot of covering fire from him for now. Baron Peak in the meantime pops the head off his teammate. I guess when you're peeking behind an entire global army, it's you're bound to hit your teammate eventually.
Ja se bro zna to skroz.
And in
That's
game
what that was
6.
all about. Yeah, we're starting the craziness now. Deneman found a kill, wasn't a run over with a bicycle, but Mouse does fall as again these edge teams trying to maneuver their way on in.
Dobar dan na drop.
Because I've used the bicycle a lot, but can you run someone over with it? Martin will know.
Definitely try.
Martin, can you do that? Are you listening?
Why shouldn't you be able to?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't gain enough velocity maybe or something like that.
Have you ever gotten hit by a bike?
Yeah, but I've not died from it.
I mean, it depends on the approach and the speed, I suppose.
Martin says he's never seen anyone do it, so...
No, we'll see. We'll see. We'll test it. I haven't tried to get a run over with a bike either, but I'm pretty certain it definitely could at least boop someone, and then if you boop them enough times.
Yeah, Jack might know. We'll see what they say in 15 minutes time, but anyway. We've got Foot on the move. Where are they going? They're, as always, coming in later from that southeast side. And they have a little bit of room to work with. DA's shooting at them. But again, all right, DA, you're on the edge of Shumasera. Cool. You got here from far north. However, couldn't you have just used this later and maybe got yourself a center compound?
Yeah, there's something to be said about them maybe using or trying to use their emergency pickups a bit too early, but then again, it's a learning progress. And now, if the next circle does not go hard south, they will definitely wish that they had a chance to just fly over everything they'll be going up to, because it's going to be a hard, literal uphill battle for them to get anywhere north from where they currently are.
Yeah, tough, really tough. So, meanwhile, likewise for the Wu. I mean, yes, okay, they're
Braća iz Wu ovjeravaju u kuću.
But trying to move
u stilu Navy Seals fazona na 61 na live.
Where are we going?
Jeste, brate, ova dva što su umrla tu.
Into no man's land.
Yeah, Sabim does like circles, and this one is going to head their direction too.
Into vacated land we go.
Sendaj.
Now, yeah, the issue is next circle should swing east because of the mountains out towards Monte. So where Exhalation is currently positioned,
sad će Send uzme prije njihovo GG Kleinemine.
And I think up until that point, everyone is going to start headed in that direction. First, the teams being Ascent, sorry.
As they are usually the... Exalt as well, though. This could be a big fight as Molodoc's coming and swinging on around from the side here. CC and X, although actually able to shoot all the way from the south here from Zarvam. Chris going for some shots, not to be the case, though. Artix will shut it down. Needs to get into the building here, though, along with Fair as the Molodoc to try and keep themselves safe. As this is a battle and a half.
Yep, double kill coming through from Gilly. Guy still has a little bit of HP to work with, but needs to spring around. Doesn't have enough. Able to take him down, and now... don't see, I mean, who's left alive? It's just Rex trying to get Chris back on his feet.
Yeah.
On the side of Ascend. Again, I mean, when you're forced to take the fight outside, you kind of have to commit to it. You can't just run inside.
Kako ti znaš da ja slavim Mitru, da gdje mi objasni kako, znači lik je sad, ja 2 put promijenio adresu, lik je oba puta skonto gdje živim preko Google Mapsa. Razumije, ljudi ako mi kad niko provali ustavljeno, ako se nešto desi, znate ko je.
Is somebody going to swing on me from a corner and stuff like that? And it did actually come to fruition here for Exalt, who have shut down now one of the lobby leaders. And now it's just going to be the two. And I mean, they could share this compound for a little while now, unless Exalt really wants to dislodge them.
Yeah, they could. Again, question mark running each other over. I feel like that's the 3rd time we see that today. In all fairness, one of them were in a remake, so I guess only twice.
Yeah. That is true. I forgot about that one.
Ovako ja bacam
clear out the shack. Thankfully for him, only ghosts.
Ovo mi izgleda poznat. Ovaj Molotov zvuči poznat.
PUBG, I
suppose. Been a spooky day.
Yeah, exactly. The able to grab on a bit further forward again. Just take the terrain you're given. Lyrons drops Wu from afar. That might be the direction they want to kind of peek on over, because Wu's run up this hillside. It's going to be dangerous, but not as dangerous as Chris's current position. A wall and a fence to work with. A whole lot of people looking his way. Sabim spots him, takes him down.
All right, well, in these last couple of games, Ascend really hasn't got a whole lot trundling their way, but a few more throwables going over towards Fairest and the boys to try and save them here. So the line of sights from the north as well as that southeast trying to be negated, and Schiller will be getting up. So Baron Peak even, I should say.
Yeah, now if we can just eliminate question mark and then have Sabim and Foot have a good game, then we're looking at something very interesting. Circle does go down towards the southeastern side as expected. Maybe I thought this one was going to go a bit further north, but still, down towards the east we go. As the Navi in a good position to rag up a lot of points from this uphill position. But again, we're playing off this area, as I said before, can't really use it for anything. Currently, Vasco is sat in there with a teammate in the shack with nothing but that to work with.
So how are FaZe, question mark, and Entropic going to approach this? Because these are 3 teams that are actually contending for those top spots right now.
True.
And all 3 of them are caught off on that northwest side, trying to make something happen. Jeans took the initiative early, moved forwards ahead of the rest of the team.
Laguje na Twitchu.
Take one down with him.
From a distance, not too bad at all. Quite far away up on the north side. Beamy trying to shut down Batulins, trying to drive around in the buggy, but that's a bit too ambitious. Twisted Minds here going to get completely shut down. Beamy with the moves. Loving it.
Wow, what a turnaround. And you saw for a moment, Navi, I think, we're looking to maybe third party this, but then they get the knockdown on Samble. They have to then go back and play defense mode. But now, that's Beamy left alone in the compound up above us. Twisted Minds are current first and second place teams out as the first 2.
Vidite, lagujem, ne mogu, brate, ne mogu, pa ili gledajte sa mnom ili gledajte na Twitchu. Neka mi kasni, nema veze, sad ću pa. Video je otvorio svoj stream. Kakav retard jebot. Sad mi preskačemo najzanimljivije djelo. Da, mnogo kasnije, ali
I mean, tomorrow's going to be even more spicy. We've got ourselves Dante, though, trying to hit on towards Entropic.
Pomaže nam. FaZe.
Question mark.
FaZe ću reksi.
Distance as well being knocked.
Dobar
With the fact that FaZe is still laying in some pressure against them. These three teams, it's super important to win out this fight. Going into tomorrow, who's going to take it?
Definitely. FaZe not wanting to fully commit to this, allowing for a doozy to sit back here and apply suppressive fire, at least for a little while longer. Does give him enough time for Best of Luck to get back on his feet, but Entropic hasn't really been forced to go anywhere with this either.
Daj nej, da vidimo.
Being flung forwards, shots through this grid wall.
Zamal.
As it's difficult for a doozy to move away from here at the moment. And
Treba question mark umre ovdje.
from the south, question mark falling here would be extremely beneficial for both FaZe and Entropic.
Yeah. Definitely would. For Foot as well, with PMH just being a solo left alive, seeing this happening, I'm sure.
Bravo,
He's pretty
Lukec.
pleased with it. Look at Looks, headshot connected. The player with no helmet ain't gonna be all that difficult to make happen. Nail up goes down as well. That's actually after ult. From up towards the south side, up the hills there. To third party this one as well. Fourth party, I suppose you call it.
Yeah, they're chipping in. This is tough. And big more sprays coming in from Mexi here to try and get something done. He's been a force for Entropic throughout the last 2 days. Yeah, I don't know if enough we can get things done. He actually gets some more of it. That's 3 for Mexi. I don't know if he can heal himself up in time. So Entropic's probably done here. Lucarux is going to try and do something, but even if they did, Exalt's right there and waiting.
First 3 teams.
Josi, bro, dobar skroz.
We wouldn't have it any
Još piti to isto znaš, što i Lucky onda.
Coming in to tomorrow's final 6 matches. In the meantime, now Exhalation trying to regroup, trying to back off. But once again, James able to flank around, able to get into these kind of one circle ahead sort of positions for his team.
Lucky na aparatima. Dobar je Lucky. Dobar je ljud, Lucky pokru.
Still trying to heal things out. Trying to pick up more meds. Where forget he's got 8 first aids. Okay, so he'll survive for a
Dobro,
little longer, I suppose.
76 bodova. Nema
Nema
ko da nam pobjegne mnogo, futbolisti neće još dugo.
Because they were looking for you to eventually make entry there.
Imamo sutra dosta šanse da se prođe, sutra će biti zanimljivo.
Not looking good, not looking good if you're Entropic in this one. And to be honest, not really looking good for footies.
Ajme ser, to bi, aj živ bio, to bi ne seri.
Has a car to work with, so that's the cover he's gonna get for the next while. And unluckily for him, Navi
Ne kenjaj to, Bajas.
the compound here as well. You'd imagine that they're going straight in his direction, especially now that I think Ali had just caught a glimpse of him.
Ejku ne može zone uzeti, sunce neće.
Probably going to be looking north. Sorry, not north, south, just up the hill, I should say. But Exhalation is also making a big move as well, through to the middle, as Monarch's trying to shoot at them, stopping them in
Mijem li reći da
to
su
be able to
sjebali
make the
ovaj
move
krug?
towards this circle. It is quite close,
Da
especially
nisu
also
smjeli
with
dozvoliti da
Afterall
Exalt
pushing
i
in
Ascent
on that
uđu
south
prije njih na
side.
ovaj kap, gdje
And the
sad
blue
Exalt igra.
wrapping heavy around here against
Hoćete li se
Howl.
složiti
We've
ili
seen
se
them
nećete
try and do this
složiti?
time and time again, and very few
Imali
times
su
has it worked
planinu
out
preko
for them when they
puta.
go on these wide swings. Phase 5 blue, it's simply too much
Mogu
to
se
tank.
taj
They
kamp
have to
da
now
uzmu
run
prvi.
forward with still 200 meters to the circle. 3 first aids to work with from Nixie. I'm not even sure they can make to the circle even if they don't take damage here.
Ali slažem se,
Obami
da ih
able to
neće,
take out
neće ih.
Diamond, and after alt is
Ali,
caught in
da li
such
mogu
an
da
awful
igraju
spot. It's only Ienan to try and make this happen.
malo
But as soon as he
agresivnije, malo
peeks over the
bolje.
bridge, Chiller with the P90 that he had from the very
A
beginning
da
of
onda
this
uzmu
game,
zonu, a da je
will
ne čekaju.
rail him down. CCNX as well,
Mogu.
taking out Exalt. They've had
Ja mislim da
such
će, ja
advantageous
slažem se s
positions
tom
in a lot of
procjenom.
these games. Look,
Ja bi kuću
CCNX
stavio na
only
jeb.
has 750 damage done at the
Stan,
2-minute
eto,
mark.
nemam kuću.
Really for him, not a
Stan,
whole lot of it
ja
is
bi Stan
converted
stavio na
into
jeb.
just 2 thus far as James able to dodge and weave, touch the Baron himself, get back to safety.
The Baron. And looks like
The
Schiller will
Baron.
finish him off with the P90 on the other side here. Now charging up the M24. Here comes
Nixie,
question
ciao,
mark. Sorry,
Batti.
here comes the Woo. Jesus, I am tired. Here comes the Woo. I keep getting all the names wrong. Trying to move through against where we're seeing Digital Athletics here, but with the split that they've got, I mean, Nixie's already
Vidite
down.
gdje
It's going to be
Exalt
on
sad
Ibi
tu
alone to
treba
try and
da
do
bude
something, and Lucarux
entropi.
has now been found, and even then dies to the blue.
I know that I said that Savim has been getting circles today, but this is getting out of hand. This is getting absurd. The fact that they are set with the only proper compound left in play and a huge gutter all the way around the building. Just like a wall you can't climb at this point in the game. And it's still inside the circle. It's getting wild. The last 4 games for Sabim has been, I mean, at least in terms of the circles, they've been playing well. At least in terms of the circle, spoon-fed.
Ti možeš samo ratu kirije.
Oh yeah, you embrace it. You're a big fan, no doubt about it.
Znaš ti staviš stan na njih, oni osvoje tvoj stan, brate, I onda im lak proda adresu negdje na...
that they have been given.
Na nekoj listaciji.
All these other teams here scrambling for a chance. FaZe is one of the ones that we're keeping our eyes on up to the top, of course. They're at 84 points. It's only BeamE alive for a foot, as you were saying before.
Pa brate, ti se ne zoveš United, ti se zoveš DGA.
He's actually doing so much against them. That's a double already to start things off. He's looking for the point straight away.
Trying to confirm them, wanting to confirm.
Ne se zoveš United, pa I da te razumije.
Takes him down as he was low HP already. The vehicle explosion will get the second as well. So only 1 point claimed for the Wu in a tough push forward there.
I felt like Ibu was collateral damage and all of that. I don't think he was really aiming for him. They were more aiming for a DA, but Hearth unfortunately drops his own nade and kills himself off. Not easy to deal with, unfortunately, as Na'Vi is still on the warpath on this eastern side. Looking for a transition point from here. It's not going to be easy to find, but, I mean, they're just going to shoot at everything for now. Wait until the blue pushes them out of that position and then deal with it then.
Da, Foot nije boda uzo, jel da?
Out just prior to placement points. So
Mislim na placement. Zato sam na kilove na 2.
So 1 extra for him as we now have 7 teams left alive. FaZe still alive with all 4 as they try to creep on in, but they have to take this fight to Exalt and they have to do it now. And at the same time, Sabim, the more damage they can do to Na'Vi before they make their way closer towards him, it's just going to make that endgame much easier.
All right, these 4. Still, the bombardment continues here from Exalt onto the position of FaZe, but that is a cheeky angle and a half. Gustav making full use of that against Faeris, who used to be absolutely a beacon for Exalt, but has really not been able to get much traction on the track here for Exalt.
Konta jebote da je 12 godina prošlo. Šokirao sam se upravo.
For Exalt, but so far 16 to just 28 points to show for
12 godina.
11 and a half game into it. Fate trying to make the run on forward now. Baron Peak missing 1. The continued push goes through, and they're going to be running into the 4-man face, and I'm not seeing them getting out of their life at all.
Gustav with the rapid fire mini. Let's go. And we'll actually take Molodok through all of these smokes and how it's actually going down. So, but now once this fight finishes up, they're somehow going to have to transition south, and that is going to be brutal to deal with. Gustav with plenty of points. Maybe he'll let me catch up with Martin, because he's my captain.
Oh, nice for you. I have him on my team too, and I'm only 30 points behind both of you now. So, catching up. In the meantime, James spotting players up high. Good thing for Schiller is that Baron Peak is still looking down in this direction, covering his back as he left himself a bit exposed to face fan there. That nade's going to be not too far. Well, it's going to be good, but Alia! Good for the double headshot.
That was brilliant stuff coming out from him. They really realize, okay, maybe we can still make this happen. Maybe the unattainable can become attainable if we are able to make more points today, going into tomorrow, feeling good about it, feeling fresh. But how do you feel fresh? Just reaping the rewards of these circles.
Yeah. They are chilling this one out. No one is going to be able to get up on their plateau because of how aggressive they've played, because of how much they've dared to go out and take control in the mid game, and no one is in a position to do anything to approach on that compound. The worst thing would be if the next circle shifts west as well, so in their direction. But let's see now. Na'Vi fighting the open for a while.
Drugi Argentinac, Campazzo.
Only 2. That is rough. That is very rough indeed. I mean, even, you know, the majority of the FaZe members aren't really working with a whole lot here.
16 bullets I saw in Fex's DMR with no spare ammo as well. 4 alive for all of the teams, though. Impressive feat for all of them to be able to stay put for as far as they were. But now, again, as you said, they were wounded before, but this is pretty dire straits for a lot of these teams. 7 bullets for correction.
Nice shot.
And when you've got these guys looking down at you with M24s, MK12s, global armies just absolutely destroying this position. Wait a minute. No. Oh, okay. Well, global armies on my team as well.
Yeah, it wasn't bound to happen.
Na'Vi versus Sarven.
As Navi doing what they can to try and pressure Sabim. As I say that Corexi is going to be the one to find the double. This is huge. Corexi is still alive in face. This is going to force Sabim to go back to the rest. They can't go to fire down below.
Koji se lao.
Get the flush on one. This could not happen. Sabim had the plateau and still does. Should be able to maintain full control now. Last up, the knock on to example. It's going to buy him a little more time for the rest to come through on his teammates.
I felt he held the angle very intentionally, knowing who he's up against here. Because they have the high ground position, they have the advantage. If you can shut them down in just any slight way, then there's the potential that they don't get that many placement points here. If you're able to hurt them against the other teams in the lobby. Now that it's only Curexi left alive, but
bolje da ostane Campazzo nego Vildoza.
4 alive as well, as they try to continue further forward. Low on utility on their side as well.
Mislim, meni kao nekome ko navija za Partizan, bilo je bolje da ostao Vildoza.
Taken out, which is 8 so far.
Steadyish goes for Na'Vi on this side. 8 kills go their way. A little bit of a lull in the mid games for them today, but the start and the end looking to be a few bangers here for the boys in yellow. A wrap around here against Howl. I don't think they have that many more nades available to them though. If they did against Howl, that would be an absolute death sentence for them, but not so much on the board.
It's going to be very hard for Howl to dictate the flow of this one. I mean, they're going to pretty much just have to wait it out, try and play as low as they can, hopefully see Sabim fall on the west side so that they can turn all their attention towards Navi. But in a perfect world, they don't really have to do a whole lot early and just allow for, as you can see here, Sabim to take out Navi or Navi to take out Sabim before they look towards the center. Corexi will fall in the end.
Vaza se mora navija za nekoga da ti bilo zanimljivo.
And 1 kill with it.
Eto, čisto malo da krenu igrati.
Yeah.
Martin is definitely going to ask us, so what are you the most surprised by on this leaderboard? Yep, Sabim second place finals. That's definitely it for me.
I hope he asks that. Martin, take note. But anyway, as we've got ourselves Na'Vi trying for the cheeky wrap here against a Sarvan that's actually not looking down this cliff in the south side. They're looking towards Howl at the moment.
To wrap up behind now.
Ide na preko
This has
100
gone
poena.
unnoticed. Ali is baiting the attention. He's still sat back on the other side. If this has gone unnoticed by Sabim, that is a big mistake. But now Uber shoots down below. They were exposed to Howl. Unlucky that they have to give up the position, give the info across. They were sat down.
The shots, what can he find?
Podaju
Able to hit with the mini, a big angle to take, and now if Navi pushes on this could be massive.
Ne uzeti kill na bitno.
Melman, the fragger of the team, gets Baron P. There's only one left alive here for Sabim. If they wrestle the high ground away from them, they could fire down on Howl, no problem.
This is Navi taking matters into their own hands. The longer time they're spending on
Bolje
this
leža gore i uze vid
leaving themselves exposed
nego
to
3 kila
cannot
ukras.
fight on both fronts. Now Alia falls. They need to do damage in return. Lhasa is pushing on forward, has 4 smokes to work with, can buy time. Matt is down behind on the other side. But because Navi didn't commit fast enough, they're in trouble. Now CC falls to blue. They went for the rest, didn't happen fast enough. And now once again, shots connecting as Lhasa finds one more. Does he spot him in the open as well? Yes, he does. Finds the second as well. Lhasa really trying to bring this one home for Howl.
Finally, Howl coming alive in this tournament. Not many kills to boot here, but Global Army is able to shut down the rest of Howl. It's not going to be Howl coming alive. Spoke too soon. It's up to Example versus Global Army.
There's been a tournament prior. I'd say Example had it for free. Now he does win anyway, but what a game. What a finish off on the day. We're seeing glimmers of old Navi come back here at different points throughout the day and finally able to bring this one home too.
Ja isto. Da vam pokažem tastaturu, ljudi.
12 points, and they've ended it with 70 points. As much as, yes, there was a lull midway through the day, this has been a success for them to get back on track. The question is, can they repeat it tomorrow? And they might even need a little bit more.
It's going to be incredibly hard for them to catch all the way up towards the top, which now contains Sabim as well.
Gledajte.
Yeah, what a
Gledajte
day
Miš.
for them. I mean, yes,
Gledajte, ovo je Huntsman V2. Gledajte gore Penka. Brutalica i slušalica. Ja mislim da su ovo Barakude ili kako se to već zove. Gledajte ovo, ljudi. Brutalno, vraća moja brutalno kako dobro izgleda. Moja mora ona bavi. Ne znam kako se je Barakude, ono, nemam pojma.
This time
around,
I'm very glad that we got it.
Ali gledajte tastaturu, tastatura i miš. Ja imam taj miš. Ovo je Viper V2 Pro. A gledajte kako je lijepo. Prava je.
Took exactly the same angle that Laza had and was able to finish him off. But Martin, what a finish to today.
Guys, what a crazy finish. And again, huge step up above Savim and Navi here. But a huge clutch for coming in here, James, for example. He's back in old form maybe with them being able to get 58 points today.
It's about bloody time, isn't it? I think it's fair to say for all those Navi fans out there, like watching this, how it goes down and stuff, it still gives them a glimmer of hope for tomorrow to try and make the big bump up.
Yeah, it puts like 25 points
Jesse Rujo, jebo ga li. Kod mene je Huntsman, moram sad novu uzeti. Ne znam kakav ovaj, ja sam imao Huntsman pa se je pokvario, prosao kol po njoj. Odličan je Huntsman. A ovaj je neki V2 Huntsman, moram vidjeti šta je to.
12 kills and a high ground, you still have to defend the circles.
Yes, exactly. And I think getting some circles is definitely an understatement. Even they probably felt like it was getting a little wild there in the end. But again, you gotta make them all. You gotta make as much of it as you can. You're not gonna get those circles every game. In the games you aren't gonna get them, you need a lot of points. And in the game you do get them, you better capitalize. And kudos to Savim that the games where they have been getting these circles, they get top 3 places.
Ali ako bi uzmali PUBG iskreno.
So good job on them.
Pa i da je skuplje, skuplje. Ovo je brutalno, ovo sam vas da htio da imam iskreno. Ovo je naslov.
Doesn't matter, you're not going to be able to celebrate it tomorrow.
Well, I'll phone in from, I don't know, the airport or something, I don't know. Anyway,
ono su njihovi ljubčasti i crveni. Clicky optical. Ili linear, uvijek su bolji linearni, meni mak. Mada ima ljudi koji vole ovaj tactile feedback. Ja ne volim. Mislim volim, ali neću kucam mailove.
They might not have got massive kills off all of them, but they've played it patiently, steadily, and done enough.
Yeah, they've done so much to of course stay at the top right here. But Navi 20 points in this game, Savin 18 points. Face another great game and another great day for them here, Toby.
Yeah, I feel like Corexi really helped out there in the end. But in the beginning of it, it was a lot of the flanks that we do sometimes see teams kind of die because of.
Ali mi je ogromna. Ja bi zovu, ali recimo bez ovog dijela tu. Ogromna nalja, šta ću
I think on 3 different occasions really helped face maneuver further forward from the north.
Yeah, and here Twisted Minds, the first team and only team right now at the end of day number 2.
Ali vrate, uzobio u PUBG sigurno.
But look at that second to 4th place. Now, of course, we're counting out FaZe a little bit because they are going in, but Savim, Ascend, question mark here, just 5 points between these teams here, James, is crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, even further afield than that, I will say, like when you look at Navi, if you told me at the start of today that Navi would have been in 8th place with a potential to strike out at the top 3, I would have called you a liar. But here we are, somehow, somewhere, they've made it work.
It's just a little bit rough for them that they're 20 plus points behind like top 5, because we need to see them in this like top 4 terrain, Toby, for them to kind of catch up to in terms of PGC points, or they need to make PGC fall, or have an insane PGS fall to be able to get in and try to defend their world championship later this year.
Exactly, it's going to require quite a bit out of the likes of Navi to make this happen. And also, I mean, I think most importantly, not just them, but it's also going to require that the teams that we have seen play very consistently at the top today fall apart. I think with the way Twisted Minds are playing, of unstructuredness, in lack of a better word, from Ascent that I think could maybe
ljudi, vi ne možete da vidite ovo od moje slike, ali ja sam uočio nešto.
To turn things around on the
Čekaj da vam pokažem, kako da vam pokažem.
Yeah, they had 60 points at the start of the day, but now only 35 points on top of that. If they were able to continue their form, it would be looking good too. Twisted Minds still looking super strong here. They're able to get, I think it's 41 points from today here, so they're able to step it up. But again, Navi 58.
Ne vidite, vi vidite Lazara lično.
Extremely exciting for tomorrow games.
Ne vidite, ček.
And Martin, do you know what my surprise for the day is?
No.
It's Savim looking great.
I was never gonna ask you guys. It's like the worst thing you can do as casters. I hope these guys on the desk are gonna talk about this thing that they're not gonna talk about.
A te sluške nem ni kupovao.
That's very true.
Guys,
ako bi kupovao Razer sluške, kupio bi ove.
It means that we're
Razer, što smo zvali, Razer, Black Shark,
our PGS2
Black Shark,
EMEA Qualifiers top 2 out of the GPT teams that are not going to be coming here. And
Ali
of
ne V2 na
course, it is
V3.
extremely tight here, and I'm super excited to show it tomorrow, guys. Just make sure you tune in, same time, same place, and see you tomorrow.
Što nema V3? Ma nima V3 bre, ili je Kraken V3? A možda je Kraken V3. Da, Kraken V3, Kraken V3. Ovo bi kupio. A ako bi kupovao, ali ne bi kupovao. Mada je Forsica koristi ove Kraken V3, kao da su brutalni. Ali nešto ja nemam povjerenja u gaming slušalice. Još uvijek su mi ove druge bolje. Audofil. Kakve su ložiste bubice za PUBG? Za PUBG su ti najbolje bose QC20 i Sennheiserove bubice. Ložite koje slušalice nisu loše, ali za iste pare, to je za manje para ćeš da i bolje slušati. Bose QC20 i Sennheiser. Šta je mobile? Na ser joystick. Ovo joystick šta je ovo? Ili je ovo cijeli pad? A nije ovo bre, ubaci se telefon unutra, kontroler for iPhone. Jebo majku svoju kako napreduje ovaj mobilni gaming. Ljudi prave joystick. Clown. Cloud 2 najbolje za PUBG. Profa! Koje su vam prognoze za sutra, guys? Imamo li šansu? Imamo šansu. Imam šansu. Realno nije velika razlika, 24 poena. Bilo bi idealno da krenemo s vinom sutra. Da spustimo razliku na par bodova i onda ko živ ko mrtav. Top 3. Jo. Biće zanimljivo. Biće zanimljivo.
Negdje prvi puta sam. Great Ocean Highway. Ovdje, ovaj. Jel tu? Pošla mi na Discord samo sliku desi.
Batica igra.
Joki, dobar si, Joki. Dođi. Ne, pošla mi samo sliku onda. Aha, okej, vidim.
Teške mafke.
Stižem, samo čopom oko. Kaka si huligan? Dulik, ne pita me ništa, nije mi dobro, brat.
Znači,
Znači,
pitamo i vas.
grindam kao nenormalno, hoću kupim neku prodavnicu, a ne ide mi.
Sad ćemo
Oh,
pitamo
you're
i
next, I'm
vas.
sorry.
Je li...
No, it's your turn, sir. A, okej. Ilvon, hvala na 20 nok, hladna glava opuštam, biće, brate, biće para. Neću stići da je kupim svega mi. Hvala puno, brate moj. Evo me, mina stižem lagano.
Sad ćemo da vidimo s Ivacom da nam riješi dilemu je li profulao pick-up, je li zakasnio na pick-up ili je bilo taktički. Da vidimo da li je
Ja, kako sam glup,
Tobias
sam ja glup, skoro sam izgubljen.
Wimblad bio u pravu.
Meni uopšte nije ovdje lokacija.
Ili smo mi bili u pravu
Ja, baš sam ono
da je
izgubljen.
samo zakasnio na pick-up.
Baš. Jebik. Baš sam ono pogubljen. Ova valuta je norveška kruna. Zaneo se mačuti.
Norveška kruna.
Svi grindaju, brat. Norveška kruna, lik prima sve samo baca pinečke. Bez dvojke si mi, dobro? Kako je?
Nije mu drago,
Dođe,
samo
skupio
rekao.
PlayStation, nikad jeftiniji nije bio, 64.000 sunce ti. Spamujte u chatu Duliću da kupi, kako se kaže, PlayStation. Duliću kupi PS5. Nemam pare. Ajde da si to rekao nekom ko te ne zna.
Gledajte komentar. On prima sve, ali ne valute. Lik se zove Money, ima 2,5 godine. Sad će 3. Top 3 sigurno moja i Fuzijeva prognoza, Lazarevac gang. Ma, ja Fuzija ne slušam ništa da priča, brate. Fuzij je klasičan navijač. Ja, slušam ove realne. I ja navijam da prođu dalje. A mi treba realna prognoza.
Ne, evo, stižem, završava.
Da li realno mislite da mogu da prođu? Moje mišljenje je da mogu.
Ma opljačke nekog lika, brate moj, glaš
Moje mišljenje je da mogu. Ali, na primjer, iskreno, ako poprave ovo, mislim da mogu. Ako ne poprave, onda ćemo da se mučimo kao i danas.
Nemam vremena.
Hoće, loadat će za jedno 2,5 godine.
Nemam vremena da se zebam sa njim. Znači, rešio sam premijer i rešio sam Picador, Exemplar, Felon, Habanero. Habanero je lako naći, Felon i Exemplar malo teže možda. Idem po Aminu. To Duliću. Evo ga Habanero, bukvalno. Samo ću ga ukrasti, neću sada ga čopujem zašto me čeka Amina.
Kako njima paguje ovako sajmet? Ili je do mene?
Ok, neću ga ni ukrasti. Ok, pukla mi je guma. Ništa me neće. Neće me.
Evo ga.
Baš me neće.
Evo, ja mislim da ovo moraju da isprave.
Ukraš ovaj auto, idem direktno po nju.
Evo. Ja. Na ovaj shift oni napadaju Exalt.
Nikad ne odustaj.
Zapravo nisu ih napali, samo su im prišli. A mislim da je mnogo bolje bilo da su uzeli split ovaj. Čak nisu ni morali da uzmu split u ovom krugu, ali ono što je moralo da se desi je da evo sad budu u autima, da već sad voze ka ovamo.
Sad ne otiš srl, još tu je.
I da uzmu ove kuće tu. Razumijete? Znači ja bi to uradio. I mislim da dokle ne poprave taj dio tu, i dokle god budu igrali ivicu, prognoza je loša. Gle, oni mogu igrati ivicu i da svaki put im dođe na ivicu, ali to nije priča, znaš, jer kad igraš ivicu, opiš ode zona na Maricu.
Nemaju ljudi kola, tek treba kupe kola.
I onda od 6 mečeva imaš jedan dobar. Meni se ne sviđa mi se njihov playstyle, ali navijam svim srcem za njih. Svim srcem navijam za njih. Dok, na primjer, s druge strane, playstyle od Ascenda volim, gledajte šta playstyle,
Viktor, aj molim te napiši to i nakvari mi i doživljaj, molim te.
Ascend radi ono što on trebaju da radi. Po meni.
Uglavnom građan nepljačka ubija, bukvalno.
Ko sam ja, to je moje mišljenje. Ajde, Ascend dođe. Znači, Ascend je u lošijoj poziciji nego što je Entropik. Za ovu zonu. Ali Ascend krenuo na vreme. Oni su u auto. Gledajte. Vidite šta Ascend radi, ono što je Entropik radi. Po meni. Znači ja znam da dobijam hate zbog ovoga, ali ja vas da pričam ono što mislim. I boli me kurac. Svako ima pravo na svoje mišljenje. I svako igra PUBG na neki svoj način. I meni se više sviđa ovaj način.
Aj banite ovog gitora iz chata, molim vas.
I oni njih pretiču ovdje. Ali čak nisu ni pretekli, jer meni uopšte ne izgleda da su oni imali namjeru da idu gore. Ali mi ne jer da jesu, onda bi on Ivasa uhvatio ovdje na kampu, ne bi se Ivas parkirao tu. Evo gledajte. Evo, on je izašao iz auta ovdje. Ajde koliko baguje Twire, ona možda vozi auto.
Duša! Joj, preslatko!
Viš.
Hello!
Mislim da je to nešto što oni treba da isprave.
Hello!
I onda će biti sve ok, po meni. Po meni. Ovaj playstyle.
Hello!
Može da se isplati, viš, sad njima ovaj Ascendu nije prošlo, bi izgubili su fight.
Ono roleplaya nemu.
Ali oni od 6 mečeva 4 puta, ili, neću reći da 4 puta dobiju fight, nego od 6 mečeva 4 puta će da uzmu poziciju, jednom će se fightati, to je jednom fight. To nije 6 puta fight, to je jednom fight.
Hello!
I zato je Ascend od 6 mečeva 4 puta ima poziciju za skupi bodove, a naši od 6 mečeva jednom imaju.
Ne znam zašto ne čujem. Hello!
Kupa spet,
Hello!
Ma ne, šta će im pa spet, bro, nemam vremena da streamujem, a ne šta drugo.
Ima onda to ne čuješ, šta se dešava?
Kupio, stvarno je sad, imate koji da kupi PS5, imate ga jeftino u Game Centru. Kuda imate Game Centar? Ja mislim da je oko 60.000, to je nekih 500 evra.
Skočio sam ostao, znači, ne znam.
I dalje je kod nas skuplje nego bilo gdje drugo, ali jebi ga, nikad nije bio 500 evra do sada. Ali brate, nema vremena.
Ja imam kod sebe $200, teo da zavrtim jednom onaj wheel spin, ali neću brate, gubim pare. Neću, svaka hiljadarka mi može biti od značaja. Hello. Ovo igrač.
Pokupi lika, brate.
Sir, are you good?
No, not good.
Oh my god. Sam ga zgazio, brate.
Koga je pljaštio.
Nisam došao pa šta me helovaš, preslatko. Pa ti pokisla kao mišić. Stoj tamo na kiši duša. Kuće upade da igraš sa nama, Dulke.
A brli igram sam, GTA 5, hoću.
Aj!
Kakvi su ovo free spinovi?
Hello. Okay, I believe in you. Let's go, I believe in you. You have lucky hands.
No, krv ili ovaka majica?
You can do it. Come here.
Kaže Ludi Veljko, ja te pozdravim od Ulića, ovdje nema N246X.
Oh my god, look at that car.
Uzet ću 8X onda. Reši.
Maybe next time, right?
Maybe. Get it, girl. Get some money.
Alright, good luck.
Te je banovali za trollovanje na roleplay. Ne bi ja to mogo igrati.
Lunch later.
Brate,
I believe in you.
razumiješ, krenu da pljačkaju banku, sad uzmu taoca, hoće, neće, daj, vrst pobio, ja bi pobio sve. Ja tu mnogo, brate, možda pare. Evo i vas odgovorio, braću.
You gotta, you know... What? You gotta, you know... Like you're renting apartment. Ah, there you go. Good luck. You can do it.
Da se vidiš.
Damn. Unlucky.
A što se opalio Vanish mode?
Let's go.
Swipe up. Ja opalio neki Vanish mode, nešto.
I love that outfit. Okay, XQC.
Bravo, mačak. Jeste vidio što je napisao?
Hey, listen, let me ask you something. Let's go to the car.
Ne vidi. Čekaj da vam pročitam. Kaže, brat Makuras taktički zapeo za ogradu, zakasnio sekundu.
Hey, listen, can you by any chance loan me $2,000?
A bukvalno sam znao da je sjebao nešto reta.
A? Je, čujte.
Evo ti 2 poljaka.
A to bi glava odmah viče, ma to je taktički 100%, to nije radi.
Na telefonu, imaš telefon?
Kada Kuras taktički zapeo za ogradu, polomio glavu, nije stigo.
Ne, znam da nemaš, ništa, ajmo do banke.
Šta sam ja ovom autu?
Ne znam što si u tom outfitu.
A to bi vrti se ratu.
Vratilo se vreme da se ja krpim od tebe.
Ja.
Sad ti parej, kani me sve.
Znači vam. 125k šta da kažem, braćo. Šalim se, Deno mi poslom, to su njegove pare.
Deno investitor.
80k. I treba da mi daš još 30k. You just, you know, look at me and like you're renting an apartment. You just, no, give me cash. Or if you withdraw it. Deno mi poslao njegove pare, da bi ja mogao da stignem da kupim.
Kako vidim koliko imam para.
A imaš 2,5. Pričaš s ovim likom, ideš.
Probala sam.
Gaj njega direktno. Deno treba mi da, znači još 30k. Deno neće više igrat večeras, hoće. Hoće.
Zanimljivo.
Jeeeej.
Ovo je dosadno, ne mogu ja odgledam. Genji, brate. Ne ser da Genji ima u A drože, moj Rocket League 80.000 ljudi gleda, pa PUBG je pukao skroz. Evo, vala ja volim Rocket League, ali vrati, Rocket League gledao sam 10.000, PUBG 4.
C'est un certain seuil, quoi.
Eto, dotle smo došli.
Ouais, ça les affecte, tu crois, putain.
Jebo majku, ova cura bi, nju bi gledalo milijardu ljudi da streama na engleskom.
J'aime pas ça.
I ovako je gledaju. Ne zbog gameplaya. Ali brate, respekt, znači Senso je brutalica. I kako igra, i kako izgleda sve. U rijetku, stvarno u rijetku. I Macandark isto, ista stvar kao i Sensorija i on, brate. Macandark je najljepši otprilike kad ovako sad u ovim situacijama. S ovim sam igrao ne Super People. Ja, Super People. Ovo je legenda.
Look, I'm not far from Sensoria now. She thinks she's way ahead. And I've just been chilling, catching up.
Što sam proti nje takmiči, ne konta. Pa je li ti zanimljivo ili dosadno? Šta sam rekao, ne? I Razir je poslao onaj bundle, a zna. Znam, vidio sam sve. Respekt. A nisam znao da je Razir sponsor. To jest, znao sam, ali sam zaboravio, iskreno. Sjećam se da mi je Sanda rekla jedno... Sjećate se da smo igrali Super People, ja, ona i Sanda. I ona je tad potpisala ugovor valjda s Razirom. I meni Sanda, ja pošaljem Sandi poruku, pitam o čemu priča, kakav ugovor. I ona mi je tad rekla, sam se ja zaboravio. I onda sam vidio prije neko večer na Instagramu, da li Instagram bio ili nešto, ili neki klip, ne što sam naišao i vidio Svaka čast. A kako ova igra turnir? Šta oni igraju?
I was just looking at it. You can order sausage
EMEA, jel? Da, EMEA sa ja glup dođe. Ko šta ljudi jebote živo? Kaži ti sponzor, bravo Šeha, ja ne bi dobio sponzorstvo ni sa Lilom. Znaš ti, kad smo igrali Super People, kad smo se probijali ono do top 5 u Evropi igrača, ono top 10 šta je bilo, neću. Ja čim sam ušao na leaderboardu, ne znam, top, da je bilo top 5, top 10, ne sjećam se više dok sam stigao. Ja odmah poslao za Super People poruku odmah applyju tamo za partnership i oni odgovaraju 2 mjeseca kasnije za partnership, igrica se gasi potpuno, znači igrica bankrotirala. Znači ništa oni i da mi daju partnership oni ni iz džepa ni u džep, to bi se reklo. Braća nisu htjela da mi daju partnership ni kad igrica bankrotirala. Otprilike je to tako fučeriše kod me. A igraš ovaj only up. To mi je zanimljivo gledati, ali brate ne bi to mogo igrati, iznervirao bi se. Evo izvuca.
So they have like the fancy like goofy looking outfit and then if they need to like fight someone they like rip them off and they're in.
Hoću da pogledam jedan meč u Rocketu, ali brate 3 minuta, mrzim me čekati. A pogledajte koliko je dobra scena za Rocket League. Gledajte kakva sala. Ima i ljudi. Strava je, brate. Baš je, nema kako. Dosta što sam dobio za sponzorstvo ovo Audeze Penrose, ove sluške. Ali nemo da ih od najbolje sluške za gaming do $850 ove. One koštaju $300, ali do 850 nema boljih. A brate, pravruće mi u njih ne mogu. Naručio sam onaj jastučiće sa onim cooling gelom i to dok ne stigne neću uopšte da ih stavljam na glavu. Eto, to je to. To je to što sam dobio od streama. I dobio sam partnership sad za X-Defiant i za The Finals. Ove dve igre što izlazi. Remember the fundamentals. Ljudi, ja sam zaboravio ja da bi copyright zbog ovoga. Boli me kurac. Može i neće. A dođi ja neću, brate, na Eminem. O Eminem ću dobit ću copyright na Eminem. Mada sam kasno skontao već, mogu sad da slušam do kraja što bi se rekao.
To loot, to tilt, to deck.
Era impresión. Olosiko to je njer
Ovo ima isto grafiku koji ja.
A na ovom vremenu to je sad.
Tego ja prek monitora.
Blue click, evo je. Prije kad sam pričao da ne znam ko će igra, evo je ko igra. Blue click. To je rank.
Forstår skulle jeg?
Yes, bra.
Kommer Dial Silver prep med kancelin.
Ko je ovo jezik? Albanije. Aj, bježi.
One match more, and the favorites are coming back to the stage. Gen G taking on Vitality, and I hope this one's a spectacular showing. We'll see what happens. It might be a blowout if the Nerves get to another team. We don't know. We don't know what's about to happen, and that's why we play the game. Welcome back to Boston, folks. Day 3 about to close out.
It's going to be fun. It's fan favorites versus tournament favorites.
Absolutely.
But I think the fan favorites actually are favored now after what we saw from Vitality earlier. So anything can happen here, though.
This is going to be crazy. Turtle, we have on one side a team that has a streak of grand final finishes. They are trying to create the perfect split in Vitality. On the other side, all of North America's hopes.
Oh, yeah.
One of them ends here.
All of North America's hopes, and my goodness, do they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Vitality didn't show the best results against BDS. Maybe that changes, or the momentum is too much to handle.
Rule 1, though, what a magical run in that lower bracket. Not only did they make it to the main event, they knocked Complexity to the wild card as well. So Complexity would have been main event if they would have taken down Rule 1.
Ovdje nema, ne postoji organizacija koja nema Rocket League ovako kao PUBG prso, braću, ja tek sad vidim, ovo mi je šamar, ovo je šamar.
Complexity, SSG, and G2.
Skontajte da jebeni Rocket League jebote, ima sve organizacije, PUBG ima FaZe.
Well, that's a different tournament. We've got one more match.
Šta ima PUBG ima FaZe, Navi i Twisted i Ascent. 5. Ma nek ima 7 organizacija, ne više.
But it's where to start.
Listen, where to start is Vitality trying to do something that nobody has ever done before in Rocket League. Win all 3 online regionals.
Radošen. To je Vitality, Radošen, brat. A izgleda ko Radošen. Ovo je naš tek.
It's time to get the favorites on the stage.
Gledajte ovoga i Genji-a Zeka, liči na Kvizije. Isti Kvizije. Ovo ima publike, evo. Išao bi gledat ovo, iskreno. A ovaj, brate, Jack, apparently Jack Ali isti lik kvizi iz DV-a. Ljudi, jel vam čudno vidjeti Genji, a nisu Kinezi? Koreanci, šta god.
This is why I love like all the
Ne znam, meni baguje nešto Twitch.
NA5 seed here. They had to play a tiebreaker versus FaZe to even get here, but we know that they have the LAN experience. Full major champions. They have the ice. They know how to play in front of a crowd. And apparently Jack knows how to get this crowd going.
Oh my goodness, and if you're talking about apparently Jack, this guy is simply a LAN boy.
Evo turnir u Tetris. I ja sam mislio da je Tetris. Isti, evo ga kviz je. Ja sam mislio da je Tetris dok nisam skonto da 80.000 ljudi gleda Tetris. I onda sam dobio jedan šamar realni koliko je PUBG propao, brate. Koliko je PUBG propao. Ka Rocket League 80.000 ljudi gleda.
1.11 goals per game now number 2 in the entire tournament, and then we got the USA champs are going to be coming out for Chronic, the last North American born player, his first RLCS year basically on a quality team, and he's making it count. Genji, the only North American team to make all 3 lands, and they've made all 3 top 8s at the very least.
And their opponents, the new face of Rocket League's French takeover.
Ja, definitivno neki problem s Twitch.
There is a clear hero and villain in this match. Zen knows it as much as everybody else in this building. Turtle, if you were walking out and the crowd did that as a rookie, what would be going through your head?
To be honest with you, I think that's just going to fill him with more vengeance. This man is coming out here to make a statement, and he wants to prove everybody, every single individual in this arena booing him wrong.
So we polled just the users on Reddit, on Pickstop. It was about 1,500 votes. 72% thought Vitality would win this tournament. That is the biggest favorite there's ever been in the 2.5 years that website has been around. That includes NA regionals and EU regionals as well. There is no bigger favorite. But after what we saw, they're no longer favorites. They are 4th best here at best, I would say. So they have to find a way to pick themselves up and get ready for a very, very tough matchup.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. They finally lose their first ever series. They did lose to Carmine, but then Carmine had the bracket reset them. It wasn't enough. Eventually, Vitality came out on top.
Yeah.
This is the first time they've ever had an L with Zen, and now their backs are against the wall. But it'll be interesting to see also, because they know that the crowd's not with them. They know that people might be sleeping on them now, and maybe they need to just get that monkey off their back and finally drop something.
Every single one of these players you could look at and say that they could be the thing, they could be the person, the player that takes their team to
Pa imamo monitor, znate li? Mislim, znam da je Alien Vera, ali koji?
Good teams from great teams is how you play when you're not playing your best. How do you get the win when you're not playing your best? And how do you bounce back from a loss?
The hardest thing is recovery in this profession as a player. You're going to deal with ups and downs. You're going to have moments where you're going to look back and think, I could have done something differently. I should have done something differently. But the only thing that matters is how you move forward. And for Vitality, this is their first step back to the top.
There's a lot of people that would say that, you know, first LAN experience, it doesn't really matter. Most players perform. We saw Vitality in front of this crowd. Everyone was saying that they were nervous. They did not look like Vitality. But they got through that series. Now they had time to calm those nerves. It's all about the mental at this point. Vitality, we talked about them earlier versus K-Corp, that they got bracket reset, but they bounced back after that. That was an online regional, though. Now it's in front of a crowd. Can they do it here?
Speaking of bouncing back, Gibbs, you're within one game now.
All right, all right.
There you go.
I'm
Congratulations.
getting there. I'm getting there.
I want that sweep.
Getting a little bit closer.
I know, Turtle wants it so bad.
Turtle's excited about it, folks. Here, who do you think is going to win at home? GGM1, VIT. Put it in the chat here. Turtle, who you got?
Ooh, listen, I passed by Vitality just recently after their loss, and the air was thick. It was scary. They are truly the villains who are hungry. But you know what happens? And I want to say most superhero movies, the heroes always prevail. I'm going Gen G.
Gen G there, folks. Give me Gen G as well on this one. We gotta make it, for the first time ever, maybe Vitality won't be the favorite on the desk. Bates, who you got?
Again, it's Arena. Do y'all want Vitality to win? Do y'all want Gen G to win?
Bukvalno samo.
Give me Gen G, please. Thank you very much. They'll be playing on Championship Sunday tomorrow. Come on!
Are we cursing them?
The full death sweep. Throw up Gen G as well. I think they're huge favorites here. I got Gen G.
Folks, this could spell disaster. We'll see what happens. This chat also cursed them, though. It's the only thing that's left. They could possibly say.
They're definitely cursing them.
Yeah.
They're not
Vitality,
cursing them. They're picking Vitality.
No, the French are in
Chat
chat.
doesn't know
This is
ball.
like 80%.
Chad doesn't know ball.
80%? Oh,
Okay,
but
okay.
not quite 80, but they are
Chad
the
still doesn't know
favorites.
ball.
The curse could not be stronger, but Gen G also could not be stronger. Vitality, you know they look at this as a second opportunity, but they got to play against everybody here, folks. Oh, man. I'm excited for it. We're going to get into the game. The last match of day 3. One match left on the day, and the implications are massive. Strap in. We are careening towards either the end of a streak or the end of a region in Boston. The Tigers of Gen G.
Kako je dobro urađeno.
In this environment. Vitality is bristling for another chance to prove themselves. The tournament favorites versus the entire Aganis Arena. Time to prove them right. Gen G versus Vitality for
Samo
championship.
skontajte da imaju skinove za timove. U PUBG je to došlo posle 5 godina za 3 tima.
Could not get any better than this. An NAEU storybook ending on Saturday. And the crowd has made it very clear who they're backing. Alpha 54 over towards Zen as it got away from him. And Zen gets nudged away from the play. We are off and running in a very tense series.
Kako se ovo jednostavno izgleda.
Incredibly high for both squads.
Nema teže igrice od ove.
Lieutenant America, who gets the opening goal.
Jack with the demo on Redostin. Open lane. Chronic lands the shot. Gen G up as we start things off.
21 seconds into game 1. And the first salvo has been fired off. Here's Zen. All eyes on him all through the weekend. Would he deliver as advertised? What a win by Jack. As Nolly will bring that indirect to Central, but nobody else is there, so here goes Redostin. Redostin under Chronic, and Nolly there for the save.
You gotta keep eyes on Redostin here this series. Obviously did not have a great showing against BDS, and it was very evident. Can he also get back into these for Vitality? If he has a poor showing, this is
Radašin, dobro ga vrti Radašin.
Chronic over against Alpha. It falls towards Zen. When will he come alive? He's got 10 goals so far. He does lead Vitality. It's Alpha's shot. Redostin high and wide as well.
Redostin.
And now Zen.
100% ovo Radašin.
Alpha's there, and it's blocked away. Demo's all over, but still nothing into the Gen G net, as apparently Jack sends that away. Alpha to follow. Chronic couldn't get to it, and we're all tied.
Vitality pressure coming through. Demo's on the play, and the crowd can boo as much as they want to, but that is efficient out of Alpha 54. He gets up there in time, and this game's all equalized.
You probably hear those boos as far as Fenway. 1-all. Less than a minute and a half gone by. Jack opting for the boost, not going for the ball, so Chronic is there. Ollie is not after he's deleted off the field for a moment, and Alpha gets tied up on the side. Here goes Zen. Flip, reset. Left it for Alpha if he could follow, but he couldn't. It was well defended by Gen G.
You're seeing Vitality just, again, control all of the space in the midfield. They've got Gen G on the back end. Still haven't seen many opportunities for Gen G to break out as they still are trying to fight for control in the midfield.
Wonder where the timeout factors in here for both squads. One team with the benefit of their coach standing behind them, and a very accomplished one at that with Team Vitality. You know Farah will play a huge role in this series one way or another. As here goes Radosin over towards Alpha in the corner, but he gives way as Jack is allowed to clear, only as far as Zen. Jack still way up high, and Alpha pinches that one back into the zone. Here comes Radosin, and he could not break the tie, nor could Alpha. Zen will give it a look, but this should be cleared away. Radosin give it a look, and Nolly has it out.
Radosin times on the side of Vitality. Again, Alpha with that whiff. We saw a couple of those in the BDS series. Not necessarily back and forth. There's a goal. He couldn't get the touch. It's an own goal, and Vitality will go up.
I understand Chronic is a good goal scorer, but this is unlucky. Zen just threw it a little bit high and wide. Chronic, unlucky. 222. Vitality jumps in front on a disaster class out of Gen G. Nolly couldn't get this out of the zone. Radosin and Zen were there. Radosin there from the back to disrupt that play, and then Alpha eats a demolition again. Gen G have been very, very physical here at this event, and it has paid off.
Need to get a little bit more physical, though, in order to keep Vitality up into their own end. They've been utilizing space real well. Here's an infield pass. Here's Alpha 54, forcing his way through. Vitality up by 2.
They know exactly what their role is here. They know they're the villains. They are undeterred. Right down the middle, inside 2 minutes, and Vitality looking to seize control of game 1. It takes incredible mental fortitude in this kind of environment for a team like this to perform at this level. You wouldn't know that all this is going on around them by watching them on the field as this goes back towards their net, and Alpha's got it calmly to the corner.
Vitality, definitely tell, again, that talk after the loss to BDS starting to show its worth. Everybody's a little bit more locked in on the side of Gen G. Going to keep up the momentum from earlier in today. You know, that match against Lick was so long ago. Can they get set here in this series right now? Jack just trying to set something up. Chronic playing this off the corner. You're seeing Nolly's perspective. He's just waiting for this to get centered. Tries to go for it, but Radosin has to clear.
Numbers advantage. Back the other way. Nolly trying to scream back. He'll at least grab that corner boost. He's in position. So too is Chronic. Who's going to make the save? It's Nolly. As Zen is denied yet again. Didn't have a whole lot behind that shot. And Vitality might feel like they kind of let an opportunity slip by there after 2 Gen G attackers ended up deep in Vitality territory.
Things starting to get a little sloppy here. Final minute remaining, though. Vitality seem in control, up by 2. It's going to be up to Gen G to try to force the issue. They got to stop Alpha there. Good on Jack to clear it away for the double, but Zen's right back with that one on target.
Into the final 45 now. This one thrown forward. It is apparently Jack beaten by Alpha. And then the corner boost won by Alpha as well. So Gen G going to be handicapped trying to get out of their own zone. It's Zen now needing a second touch. He's got it. Now a third, and apparently Jack led the whole way.
Svi glasaju za Gen G, Vitality bolji. Zase.
Game 1. That ball downfield won't be followed up, and Zen can collect it to the corner. And Gen G are going to run out of time here in game 1. Unless somebody gets a big, big win here at the midfield.
Time ticking down. Vitality just have to play the 50 game. Nolly wants to set something up here. But as Alpha, he gets another challenge. And the clock is about to hit 0. Gen G will try to get one for the road. Radosin says no. Vitality take game 1.
And a Boston cheer for the French squad as Team Vitality didn't give Gen G much hope. I mean, he had the own goal that put Vitality in front, and from there they never looked back. And it never felt like in the entire second half of this game that Gen G had a path back into this game. That was clinical out of Vitality, and you couldn't ask for much more for Coach Farah.
Take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay. Even though Gen G had that hot start, Vitality able to get that surge back. You got to start thinking about how things ended up in the midfield here, especially looking back towards the BDS series. Vitality really struggled in order to get control because a lot of challenges from BDS happened in the air. Gen G ended up giving them that space in game 1 and was punished for it heavily. We'll see if they can make some adjustments.
Well, I know there are several thousand people here inside of Ganis Arena who want to see those adjustments made. But they are up against a buzzsaw. This is a team in Vitality that won 3 regionals in a very difficult region in what many would say is the superior region. Isn't that right over there, Bakes? So now they've got to take all that they've learned over the past month and a half and channel that in to just focusing on the game as we get set to go to Forbidden Temple for game 2.
Tension building, pressure in the lower bracket. Vitality has won. Can Gen G equalize here? Game 2 underway.
Just got a piece of that. Zen then got demolished. Alpha for Radosin.
Koji save.
Kept it out, but he couldn't give it out a second time. Radosinho gets one on the board.
Opet Radashin.
The kickoff, Alpha with that possession.
Koji save jebote. I zamalo opet da save. Gledao, baš je bio blizu.
He understands the individual improvement that he's been able to make over the course of that first game, keeping that momentum into game 2, and now he's rewarded with the goal.
I think many would agree Radosin really struggled in their upper bracket match earlier today. It's great to see a bounce back from him, getting the first goal so early on in game 2. Big flick on from Zen, and that's sent only halfway out of the zone. Alpha did a good job keeping it in. Zen's got to get up to this as well. There is no room for rest at all on either half of the field. You blink once, and it could be all over. Chronic will bring this all the way across. Second touch. Look at how all of Vitality were just kind of in a conga line all the way back into their own zone. They don't get punished for it just yet. They still have some work to do to clear the center line. Zen's going to do exactly that. Radosin coming on as well, trying to win that race to the corner boost. And now Alpha diving in as well. There's not a whole lot of spacing on either side here. Everybody just kind of jamming up in one corner or another. And whoever breaks out will have a significant advantage. It doesn't look to be Gen G. They were still all clumped up. Vitality does break out, and now they've got to play defense.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Gen G consistent offense. Oh, Jack, good shot there, but blocked away by Alpha 54. Chronic trying to keep this one in play, and Jack also looking to run disruption out in front, trying to see if he could get a couple of bumps. Ended up unsuccessful. Gen G struggling in terms of getting that physicality in terms of Vitality, been able to just dodge all sorts of bumps, keep things working for them now, but maybe a chance here. Jack puts the shot on, and it's in!
Free ball up.
You're
not gonna get away with this too often. Alpha tried, but unfortunately it's his last touch that puts it in. They
Ladno bi golman odbranio, alo.
We're all knotted up though, with a boatload of Rocket League left to go here in game 2. Here goes Radosin. Got it cleanly through, and Nolly's there to sweep it away. Chronic with a full tank. Jack running forward. He may still be involved in this play unless he completely rotates out. As Nolly is there, he let it go, and Jack's got to have it, and he does.
Good touchdown from Jack. You can see it straight to Chronic as well. Looking to try to pass out in transition. But Vitality, he's kept a mark on that as well. Here's Noli, though, trying to get this over Radosin. Wanted a good flick, but Radosin, great awareness here. He's been leveling up. Double taps there off the back wall. Vitality looking to add some pressure. Zin trying to get the follow-up, but it's not going to be in. Off to the side, and Chronic can take this on the side wall again.
Boston looking for a reason to roar again as Gen G work out of their own zone. It's Alpha. Zen in behind him. Radosin lurking as well. Chronic's got to be careful. Alpha could still play this. He does right back into Dolly as we pass the halfway mark of game 2. And Vitality gets another out of Radosin.
And you can see a little bit of the miscommunication there as well. I think Jack thought Noli had that. He's going off the back wall. Whiffs there, and yeah, Jack left flat-footed. Now Vitality with the lead. 2:22 on the clock. Gen G still time for them to get into this game.
Alpha and Radosin each have a pair of goals now for Vitality in this series. And Alpha sets himself apart from the rest of the field. He's got another.
Oh man, kickoff straight to Alpha, follows it up, and there it is with the double. Things starting to get out of hand here for Forbidden Temple. 3-1 now. As Gen G can't stop the bleeding. They're going to be going down 2-0 in the series. We might even see a timeout from them.
I mean, we would almost have to, right? Here goes Jack to center. Chronic couldn't get around on it. He was too close to the net. Coming across, Nolly indirect towards the net, and Rudosin, not the best touch. Here's Jack trying to bounce it through, and it caught a lot of traffic on the way. Now Chronic will give a chance. He just couldn't get to that ball coming out of the corner, so now Nolly forward. Eats a demo. Chronic for Jack to get back one. No. And Chronic getting bullied around by Zen. Alpha went past this ball. Uncharacteristic mistake out of him. And a chance for Jen to capitalize with a couple of demos and still turned away, left empty-handed.
Sad je Genji bolji u ovim trenucima, ali teško da će da dva gola.
They're trying to get that drop down, but now Chronic has to retreat. Genji have great ideas, you can see it develop, but the execution has been lacking.
Genji trying to almost outfox Vitality, and Team Vitality is not falling for anything. They're not leaving anything open. Radosin, good touch, but there's Chronic. Left it back, nobody there. Here goes Zen. This could be real trouble, but Nolly's there instead. Final minute now of regulation. Genji trailing by 2 again. This was the scoreline in game 1. Little to suggest it won't be the scoreline in game 2. Chronic going to work. Radosin around Jack. Nolly retreating. So Radosin's going to have free reign on this ball as well. He'll run forward, steal boost, and Alpha is denied. Zen making sure there's no quick counter.
And, I mean, so impressive to just be able to stay on the ball. The way he's been able to move things around has been very key for Vitality in this game. Strong clear from him downfield as 30 seconds remain. Vitality will look to kill the clock. Genji need to play now.
Nolly infield for Jack, and Zen watched it through traffic all the way. Again, not phased one bit. Jack trying to get out there, he could not. Nolly didn't clear it away, and the final seconds will tick away. Time will once again run out on Genji, and Team Vitality is halfway to Championship Sunday.
2 back-to-back wins on the side of Team Vitality. The pressure was immense from them as they ended up putting on 5 shots. Even though Jack himself had 6, it just really didn't feel like Genji's pressure was something worth noting. They would get the ball upfield, take a couple of opportunities, but every time it just seemed like Vitality had that entire situation handled.
Yeah, it seems like they've just had
zanimljivo ovo gleda, nije ni čudo što 80.000 ljudi gleda. Zanimljivo, nije da nije. Čak ne mora ti igrajući da bi vam bilo jasno šta se dešava. Koncept je vrlo jednostavan.
The extra minute plus here to try and turn things around, and maybe more importantly, slow down the momentum of Team Vitality.
You see the crowd just starting to get riled up a little bit, but NA's last hope is going to need all the energy here in the Guinness Arena. They're not in a good spot. Vitality has showed up and said, we know how to make adjustments when we get beat. You need to when you play at a stage like this. The question is, can Genji do that against a team that has been so dominant in the face of Europe? We finally see weakness in them, but Genji is able to capitalize in this perfect opportunity.
It's a crowd that's trying to rally. They've kind of been forced to sit on their hands a little bit, waiting for a reason to get up out of their seats. To see Genji in front in a game, it's been for very little in this series that they've had any kind of lead. Chronic had the opening goal, and since then, there has not been much to cheer about. So now we get ready for Game 3. The ever iconic backdrop of DF8 Stadium will serve as the turning point. It must for Genji, otherwise they will be facing quadruple match point with their tournament on the line. To that level. They're going to need a lot more of it as we get set for game number 3.
Off the tactical timeout, kickoff in favor of Team Vitality. They're going to look to jump right back into the driver's seat. What did Genji discuss, and can they put it into play immediately? Gonna be the big question. First things first, though, gotta get out of their own half.
Zen will collect this.
Bravo, koji save je bo. Ja navijam sad za Gen G da bi se izjednačilo, malo bude napet.
Stopped by Nolly, so Zen called back into action. Second touch not there. So here's apparently Jack with nobody jumping over there. He played that to just an open space that nobody occupied. It's a turnover to this man, Zen, and he got some help coming in from Radosin. Here goes Alpha now. And Vitality just continuing to abuse the Gen G backboard and set up camp on this half of the field.
But we have seen teams be able to come back, even though they've been stuck on a defensive end for a while. All it takes is one good breakout. Gen G looking for that breakout, though. I mean, rotations have been great. And still have the shots. Alpha 54, a laser to the back of the net.
Well, he has always had this ability. And Gen G just got a rude reminder of how deadly he is. All smiles now for Alpha, Radosin, and Zen. They've got a lead now in Game 3. Gen G at some point are going to have to chase this game. It is Zen up ahead to Radosin and an open net that he could not convert. He just couldn't catch up to it with 0 in the tank.
Okay. Well, he'll have another shot at it. This time Alpha will try to assist. Radosin will try again. Will get blocked out there. Could have been a 2-goal lead for Vitality, and we may end up needing to come back to look at that if they end up dropping this game. But a little bit of chaos and a lot of awkwardness in the midfield. Here's Alpha having a good performance so far this series, looking to keep that going. Even when sometimes his teammates don't necessarily have it, he can step up. Will he be able to stop Jack? He will. And he gets it straight to Zen. Just the way he's been able to move with the ball has been just absolutely impressive.
Oh, here goes Alpha. Uncontested on the backboard, and he strikes again.
I'm talking about him for a reason. Look at this. Off the backboard, he's going to make you pay for it every single time. Alpha with the double, and also the second goal. He's 2 for 2 here in Game 3.
Apparently, Jack, a little bit of an eye roll there. He had a great view of that spike from Alpha. Here goes Zen going to work. Over to Alpha. Everything's coming up Vitality now as apparently Jack scrambles back and denies Radosin a first goal here in Game 3.
Every time they even try to move upfield, it just feels like they overextend. Vitality brings the ball the other way, and then here we go. We see them stuck on defense. Vitality, their rotations have been pristine as they've been able to take control. We're halfway through Game 3, though. All Gen G need is 1. We've seen them surge, but so far still scoreless.
If we had a heat map, it would be ice cold on the orange half of the field. Everything has been on Gen G's half. Alpha just dancing around. There's the demo, but apparently Jack will thwart the play. 2 minutes remain now in a game that mentally you feel like Gen G must win. They will not be out just yet, but they'd be looking at an almost insurmountable climb. Zen from the corner, all day to play this, but he gave it away, and apparently Jack will collect. He's only got 5 in the tank. He's giving that one away. And Vitality, maybe a bit of a double there between Zen and Alpha, so that kind of stalls the attack. Radosin, oh, he's dropped it in! Everybody shoots and everybody scores today for Vitality.
Radosin finally finds the mark, gets a great read off the double, and drops it just under the crossbar. Vitality are taking this series by storm. 3-0, a minute 35 to go. They have kept Gen G on their own half. They have locked them down on defense, and they continue to increase the scoreline. But Jack strikes back.
Deuces now for apparently Jack, his 22nd goal. That leads all scorers in this match in the tournament. But still an uphill climb. 2 more goals needed for Gen G just to get to overtime. Forget actually winning the game, as Jack will go back to work, trying to dive bomb down onto that, but Radosin got to it first. Chronic playing it back, hoping there'd be a respawn over there. There was not. And now Nolly. Goal boost, and the ball to apparently Jack. Nolly got a touch there, but it's been a real mess coming out of the zone, and that's just happened far too often for Gen G in this series. It has not happened for this squad, who continue to play with a 2-goal lead.
And you even saw that from Zen, was able to get past 2 in the air, didn't even need to put the ball in a dangerous spot to do it. Jack, though, trying to lead the charge, has the flip, use it to send it over to the side. Noli off the corner to Chronic. Chronic, the shot! Oh, just off the post. Gen G don't have too many opportunities left.
Just barely cleared away from the crossbar by Radosin. It falls to Alpha. He'll sky it up, waterfall down, and it's cleared away by Chronic.
30 seconds, they gotta go. Jack, up in the air once again. Chronic was trying to look for a bump, but instead has to rotate out. Noli won't be able to get a piece of it. Here goes Chronic. Can he create something here? Jack tried to get the pre-jump early, but Alpha with that cutout, Vitality there letting nothing happen as Zed puts that one through and puts the dagger in game 3.
Yeah, it's hard to fault Gen G there. They're trying to go
Comeback
back to their
Israel,
roots
guys.
with the pre-jump play.
3-0 za
They
Vitality.
realize they've got to throw the dice every now and then
4-3
if
za
they're going to get
Gen
by
G.
this Vitality defense. And now looks of frustration setting in now for Gen G as they realize they're down 3 goals. They're about to be down 3 games. Final countdown here at DFH Stadium. It is Alpha all the way across. He'll stay with it. Zen looking maybe for one more for the road. It does not matter. Team Vitality has utterly dominated NA's last hope for 3 games.
And NA's last hope is looking hopeless at this stage of the game. Down 3-0 to a Team Vitality that has stepped up and elevated when they were knocked down. This is not a team to take lightly, Stacks, and they are proving it every single game, 1 game at a time.
No timeout remaining. Gen G burned that going into this game, and all they had to show for it was the lone goal out of apparently Jack. And a confident Team Vitality, not a cocky Team Vitality, but a confident team knowing that they still have a little bit of work to do here.
Take a look at the mobile one, high performance replay. And again, signs of life there on the side of Gen G. They can create the plays, but again, we've seen Vitality. It just seems like they have them read like a book. The way they've been able to intercept plays in the midfield, the way they've been able to dodge the demos, and then also counterattack to the point where it's a free backboard almost every time. I think we saw 3 double tap goals in that game off of Vitality. Everybody getting involved as well. Backs against the wall, no timeouts, no room for error. Gen G has to make a last stand right here, right now.
It is
Right
not
here,
100%
right now.
of the building behind Gen G. You can see there is a
Sto ima dobre
fringe contingent
patike
here,
linka ovo.
hoping to see Vitality march on to Championship Sunday. They got to be feeling really good as we head to Utopia. 1 more needed for Team Vitality.
Radosin sets it up for Zen. Zen trying to find that left side of the net. Jack will be able to pick this one up, trying to force it downfield. Demo on the play. It'll be Radosin getting taken out. Even though Vitality already up to a start, Gen G seems like they still are in this one. Normally, you get to this stage, you see a team that just attacks and controls the field like Vitality. Sometimes it can get into your head. Gen G don't look like that's the case so far in the opening of Game 4.
They have taken hostile territory and turned it into a neutral ground as this is thrown central. Jack is there, but not in time. Nolly trying to play that in the general direction of Chronic, but he could not. And here comes Radosin, here comes Vitality around Nolly. Chronic will bring this to ground. Staying with the play, Jack lurking very close.
Mogao bi Gen G igra sad
He could not get it to him, and Chronic will have to pick up the scrap.
bolje nego u prethodnim
That's a
mečima, to je
giveaway.
sigurno.
Right to
Posljednja
Alpha
šansa.
54. Cleared for takeoff, but denied by apparently Jack.
Defense set there on the
Tad će se vidjeti da daju sve od sebe.
That's a good setup. Radosin
Uf, koji
blocked by
save.
Chronic. Chronic trying to stop Alpha from putting that one through, and Jack dodges the demo and gets that one to the corner, out of danger as Vitality is starting to swarm.
Not a chance that had a whole heck of a lot of opportunity to get through, but it forced Gen G to defend the net directly and let Vitality steal more boost. Gen G have been really hurting in that department throughout this whole series. They got plenty in the tank right now, but Jack using all that boost only to get a bump in the air. Radosin's right back onto it, and the pitch goes wide to the corner. Alpha was looking for boost to steal, finding none, but Zen will pick Nolly's pocket. Chronic has to avoid contact, and Jack has to watch that go harmlessly across the face of the goal, and it is still absolute chaos in front of the Gen G net. Zen was a decoy for Radosin, and Vitality leads again!
You can see it on Jack's face. He had the boost, flat-footed there. He thought Zen had a flip. Radosin comes through, puts the shot on, and Vitality have set the clock. 2:53 remaining. If Gen G cannot get on the board, they will be done here in the Spring Major.
That's the sign of a player that's living up to the hype. He got all the respect in the world and used that to his advantage. Oh, this goes across as Vitality was all jammed up in the corner. But Gen G could not make them pay for it. There have been opportunities like that Gen G haven't capitalized on, and they're going to be kicking themselves for not taking advantage. This kicks out, though. A break for Gen G. Nolly, can he get to it? Yes, he can, past Zen. But it's Alpha 54 right there, not letting the ball get any closer to the net.
Gen G feels like sometimes they're playing from behind. Now trying to control the ball and change the pace. Jack's up early, but look at that. Zen, great read across. Alpha's there, and it's another goal. Even when it looks like Gen G get the push, Vitality pull up the wall and just send it right back the other way.
With the speed Vitality's playing with, it's looking like Gen G's just 3 spacemans out there. This has been wild. 2-0 now to Vitality. Here goes Nolly. They've got to get something going. Anybody's got to step up at this point. Nolly does! Oh, what a save by Alpha! There's Chronic to follow it, and again, Arena comes alive.
Look at this from Nolly. Gets the flip over Radosin, puts Alpha in a tough spot. Zen can't make contact and gets punished for it. Still life here for Gen G, but they need one more if they want to be in this game. Really.
We want to be in this game, want to be in this series, want to be in this tournament when the next 2 minutes expires. This is apparently Jack. Chronic's over there too. He's trying to find his way around deep in his own territory. Here he goes, through the air for Nolly, and Zen is there just a little bit quicker.
It's a speed test at this point. Nolly, though, does get a big demo.
Gotta convert.
Tries to get that one towards Chronic, and Chronic was also looking for some disruption. Either way, Zen had a great read on that play. Alpha clears it out. Nolly there to send it to Jack. Jack back to Nolly. Nolly!
Bravo, bre, kakva akcija. Tika taka lagana.
That is by far their best and prettiest play of the day. Oh, what a finish. It still was right at the defender and bounced in, but they will take it. Gen G sees the ball go into Vitality's net for the first time off of Nolly's car. And now apparently Jack will lob it forward. Zen, catch, and release right into Chronic, who almost scored. He hit the crossbar.
Starting to see Gen G surge, though. They've had control, they've had the possession. We approach the final minute. How much more gas do they have in the tank? Vitality is ready and waiting for a mistake. Alpha trying to set up for the double. Will get it. A little bit awkward there on the side of Gen G. Radosin off the back wall. Chronic taking his time. Low on boost, but will get the flick over, clearing away the danger.
That was well defended by Chronic too. He did not panic, realized what he had to do, even though he didn't have any boost in the tank. Here goes Zen though, just ahead of Chronic. But now Nolly can send it downfield. Chronic is there! He's got it! Couldn't get it! Gen G leads! For the first time!
Comeback Israel.
They have the lead. They've been able to battle back. 33 seconds remaining. Can they hold on?
This will be a long 33 seconds for Gen G. Apparently Jack full tank of boost. It's an awkward bounce though, and he couldn't read it. That's a real tough mistake to live with. Here goes Zen. It's Alpha for Alpha, who hit the post. Oh, everybody's hit that right-hand post at some point in this tournament.
You can see in Vitality, they wanted the attack. Eyes gleaming, looking for an opportunity. They need to create something here. Demo on the play. Zen gets the bump. Alpha has an open net, and we're all tied.
Unbelievable.
That's it,
One Or was it was Chronic, I believe, that got destroyed. Nolly left in no man's land. And Gen G rattled with 3 seconds left. Overtime looming unless Alpha can break their hearts. Chronic in the way. And the clock strikes 0. We go to OT.
This is the best Gen G have looked offensively, but it has not been enough. Vitality is making them earn it every step of the way.
They scored as many in this game as they have all series, but here goes Alpha. He can stay with it. Zin! Free ball for Zin for the win!
Zin finishes it! How fitting! Alpha sets it up, and Zin knocks it down!
Great pass, nice shot, good game. Vitality sweep Gen G out of the spring major.
Jel tužio, jesi je
What
tužio.
a performance. Vitality will make it 4 for 4.
Ajmo gledaj.
Sunday in this
83.000
final
ljudi.
of the regular
Ovako je
season.
PUBG.
My goodness, what an ability, what resilience on the side of Team Vitality.
Ne slučajno vidi, iskočilo mi tu.
The series against BDS, abysmal. The bounce back, phenomenal. You saw the desk, you saw the chat, everyone in favor of Gen G. It looked like, hey, maybe these guys can finally believe, but no, they are not done yet. What a performance out of, honestly, everyone. The elevation was for all 3 of them. They truly look like the 3-headed Hydra we've seen all sport.
We've seen a lot of teams on American soil get rattled when they come out against a North American squad, even if it's only one true American on the pitch. And it's a different
Gledaj
feeling.
PUBG NA. Gledaj PUBG NA, 949 ljudi gleda. Dobro, nije. Ali svejedno, 700 ljudi.
Why is saying something dead?
Svaka igrica vuka. Bukvalno svaka. Vjerojatno 137 milijardi.
Balls with a skeleton key. FMG kind of figured out that, oh, they're just gonna try to go for a fireplace execute. Potentially maybe their Ying who was by snow, but that was the only activity they saw. So there wasn't really any diversion
uvijek mi drago nekako puno vremena.
Going in on that attack. So again, just everything was lining up for FMG to take that round with really no strings attached, because nothing special really happened there by Sway.
Yeah, they just stacked up. It seemed like that was kind of the extent of the of the plan, and here we see the 4K again from Capsule.
Ovo je realno najbolji.
Yeah, very well played using those feed holes to deny Exer running over and picking up the case. That was really the final. Even without those final 2 kills from Capsule, I feel like that was really the nail in the coffin. Now down the kitchen we go. For my gang also, for now, kind of avoiding that top floor for whatever reason. Smoke, now being picked up by Capsule, his reward for the 4K. Being able to play, you're sitting on Smoke and VIP now, buddy.
The way you worded that just seems like it's more of a chore than anything. Although that's like your make or break spot if they're going to go for a freezer execute, because 9 times out of 10, they're going to want to clear you out, as you can just hold a really annoying spot to stop anyone from entering in from freezer through garage side. I would assume that's how Sway want to attack because, again, kind of like For My Gang, they don't have a lot of our breach that would be focused on the bakery wall. And they also spawned by the south side of the map. Unfortunately, Diffuser could not find that spawn peak kill for free, so it's still going to be a 5 versus 5. No harm, no foul for Sway, I suppose. As, yeah, it looks like they're going to be just starting their clear top to bottom as per usual on this map. And I would hope maybe get a little bit of pressure active in the first floor just to break some utility earlier on. And yeah, Kiru is on one of the rattiest angles I think I've seen in a little while by Small Break, but I think a drone has detected him, right? Don't tell me he runs out. Oh my god. No.
Wow.
They didn't know.
Guess not. Well done, Kiru.
That's your vertical. That's Jackal shotty and
they didn't have a sledge. Yeah. Because they decided to pick up Gridlock and Jackal instead.
When they've been running Warden. So what is the point of these two smoke ops when you could bring a sledge with nades? What purpose does that serve?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, Gridlock is okay on Cafe because it shows like, you know, all the rotates are pretty much staircases, or all the flank avenues are staircases.
Yeah.
But her and Jackal, I think sacrificing a sledge for it is just not worth it. Or, you know, whether you lose the buck or not, I think sacrificing the sledge and just the nades for it is a little bit questionable. But that's going to waste even more time. I mean, we're already down to half the round, and now they don't have the ability to make vert. It's going to be tough for
rupicu u podu I ubijete ispod.
What should I try to open? Oh, okay, no, why bother, right? Just going to walk down white stairs one by one and just try to challenge Diffuser. They do win the fight.
Clone bait. Did you hear that?
Actually, no, I was too busy monologuing and being angry in that round. So that if he did do a Yana clone bait, that was actually really impressive by reveal.
Yeah, he started the animation, canceled it, and then swung. I wonder if maybe that had something to do with Diffuser's death. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't like trying hard enough because he thought it was just going to be one bullet. Either way, that's a great equalizer.
Yeah.
Less than a minute left. Here comes the freezer drop. HUD goes right into the gas, but it doesn't damage him at all. Now he's playing on the window. Here he comes, jumping on through. The swing comes just as he looks away, though. And Kiru gets a second kill of the round. Reveal a second of his own on the capsule. That takes down the smoke. That's pretty huge, but the time still already low. You've still got Owen all the way towards coat check. The last two defenders tucked in sight. No C4 potential, though, from Kiru. So if they can manage to get themselves in through freezer, all they have to do is cover a straight-up swing. But look at where the case is. The case is not even near freezer. It's bottom brown. This guy has to cross, and the Jackal, did he think he had case? He just walked right in behind the bomb chassis and then tried to leave. Another miscommunication from Sway, but Reapers vaults onto Bunk and dies. Owen's got a flank coming, though. He's got pings, he's got info. Q's got to try and keep this planter at bay, keep try the Iana occupied. I couldn't English there. I still didn't English, but it's a quad kill for Kiru. He doesn't need the flank. He doesn't need Owen. 4 kills for the Bandit to put Sway in the dirt and put FMG on match point.
And I guess the only good thing to credit there for Sway was the fact that they at least were playing good on trades, but it still took way too long, like you had mentioned really well before you forgot how to English.
I had a stroke.
You know what? I think I have done worse. I think I have done plenty of errors of my own. I wonder how loud they get this time. That's one of the more tame rounds by For My Gang. Jesus. And that was like one of their more, I guess, upper echelon rounds. But like you mentioned, yeah, I think you were right about Jackal figuring out, oh, crap, I don't have Diffuser, so I can't plant the bomb. And with Eggs are like across the map as Gridlock with Case, there was no chance of playing for the objective. So if Rebus didn't fall over that little half wall, I don't think it wouldn't have been that close to a 2v2 position, because Rebus could have just literally played behind natural cover. Nobody was walking down Whiskey, because that's kind of where he was flanking from, was by that reception side of the map. So all he had to do was wait for the person with Case to walk in, kills the guy covering him, and then you have another person right behind you in sight, that being Hero, and the flank that we still talked about.
Even if he got the guarantee he wasn't going to make it out of there alive. Nice try from Xer, I guess, but they have to position their case. Either they have to figure out who the hell's got the case beforehand, or they got to position their case.
Realno odbrambeni igrači imaju, čini mi se, nemam pojma.
6-2 lead for FMG, a lot of ground to try and make back from Sway. We finally go up to Cocktail and Bar, the third site in FMG's rotation. They do spot the Warden spawn peeking. Looks like Schmink is coming to try and hunt him down, but he's also wary about the open white door and figures, you know what? It's not worth it.
Can't fault him for that. If you lose one of your only sets of grenades for any kind of round, it just sucks. And then it also would probably take a little bit longer to get the hatches opened up. Actually, no, I think it's Exer's job with the DMR to probably do that, so not a huge concern by that means. And it seems like for Sway, they also want to have alert going, both by the Nook and Ash, Benny, and Reveal, respectively, are working their way down below, but Capsule's got a bit of info to rely on. He almost for a second there was trying to challenge him, but as a drone will sail past his feet, he'll move back up the white staircase and maybe just wait a little while longer before trying to tiptoe against the Nook.
Deals a little bit of damage to Capsule, but the Jaeger ends up getting away, avoiding the flank watch AC for now. This guy's a madman. What? And he gets away. Why did HUD ying it? What was that supposed to accomplish?
The Lions are going to force him to be still. Oh, it doesn't matter.
I mean,
okay.
At least Reveal was able to get the nade kill from down below, but he's immediately traded out by Capsule, who came back. He was looking for more. Luckily, Schmink is there, but through the floor diffuser catches Benny. The Ash attempting to work vert from below. Schmink's got another nade in hand, but he's got not really too much info to work off of. It seemed like he was more nading the open hole than he was a position where diffuser was thought to be. Here comes another swing from the Warden, but he doesn't see the sledge in time. Schmink gives his team the man advantage. You're leading by 1. And both last defenders are kind of stuck by Bathroom and Freezer, but this is a bit of a nasty angle from Kira.
The
only problem now is you don't really have anything to deny. HUD just kind of barging in with those Candelas and the smoke grenades. Seems though, ooh, I thought Kira was going to win that gunfight, so it's still a 3 versus 2. Reapus has to win that fight, and Schmink just owns him from hopping in through heaven, but the Ying Candela blinds him, so he can't kill Kiru. He's still alive, fighting for just a little while longer in this 1 versus 3, but they've got info on his position. Assuming he's walking down pallets, I'd hope so. At this point, HUD should surely be hearing him, but no, he hops out the window? You already have someone there, HUD. What was that all about? Kiru might be granted the opportunity to bring back this round, but would have most likely been off of just trying to vault through that window as quickly as possible, as he is really just wasting his own time at this point.
Yeah, he thought maybe he could arc the C4 through the window to kill the player out there, because unless you kill that guy, this retake is impossible. I really respect the attempt. I think it was a smart decision. Just missed a little bit. Exer finishes him off. HUD with the plant, and again, Bar Cocktail through 2 different cafes is the only site that Sway have been able to successfully attack.
Off the back of another Ying, if you want to put it like that. I think it more had to do with... Yeah, I was going to say, I think it had more to do with Schmink just hitting shots like that, honestly. Definitely. That's the real breadwinner of this round. And some of the vertical, they did get down to at least kill Diffuser. Actually, yeah, was the Diffuser playing as Warden that round? Yeah, because Reapus was like... No, Reapus wasn't already dead, but he wasn't Warden that round. It was just... So, at least clearing out all of Cocktail once again, that large opening in the bomb site, then allowing HUD to hop in and plant the Diffuser, not so much because he was on Ying that it was all that effective. There just no one there to stop him. And then, yeah, no, just a 1v2 post plant on a really tricky bomb site to play a retake for at a disadvantage. And now we have, now I got Reading Room in play for FMG once again, which we did see back in round number 7, and they won that. And if this fails, they can go back to Double Kitchen where we saw them win. And even Mining Room, which has been played a little bit, which I could imagine would play out very closely to Fireplace for FMG. So this is still not really a horrible position for them at all.
Sad znamo dakle PUBG uzeo shield ideju. Super stvar.
All Sway have to do is win 3 more attacks in a row.
Seems like a pretty tall task.
Is it?
Yeah.
You're just not a believer.
Yeah, that's why I changed my vote off of them. Well, you changed your vote off them. You're not a believer either.
I did too.
What moral high ground do you have?
Oh! Benny! Good night, Kiru. Down goes the Aruni. I mean, she's already got her util down, so not the biggest pick in the world, but Kiru has been doing pretty well for his team so far. Actually, everyone on FMG has been doing pretty well. This is a stark contrast to their first game, with the exception of Reapus, who's -2. I mean, that being the worst you have on the team, everyone's doing pretty well. Especially Capsule. Capsule had a not great game the first day. He's shooting.
And at least it seems for Sway, they're getting ready to be a little more aggressive off that pick. There was a really big concern with them just not getting a lot of map control. So they were kind of forced to only push in through Fireplace, and they kind of ignored the whole top floor. This time, I was going to say, it looks like they're trying to clear out the very top of Cafe first. Although I think Reveal was just waiting on the rest of his teammates. Schmink could even hold a cutoff angle if he wants to, but it looks like he's just putting pressure down by Cocktail instead with these flashes. Then his teammates hop down. But besides that, still has to be very concerned about the potential of a run out and also being the only person who's kind of isolated compared to everyone else on Sway.
Sway still have a bit of time to work with, too. They've got a whole minute and a half left. And again, that man advantage. Schmink on the Nomad. He's probably placed all his air jabs to prevent any hop out on him. Diffuser, though, will get the first pick for his team as everyone's just dropped in through Skylight and Hatch. They're starting to take this top floor fast, and Diffuser gets destroyed by pallets. Sway look like they have something cooking. Don't call it a comeback just yet, but they look pretty damn good for these past couple rounds. Capsule looking to put a stop to it as a C4 with Benny's name on it. That leaves Owen and Capsule in the 2 versus 3. 55 seconds remaining now. HUD is still alive. He's on that sledge. You can make it a hell of a lot more uncomfortable for these defenders to try and anchor. Exar on Hibana. And also open up that laundry hatch. If it's reinforced, you can open up the pillar wall as well to give his team an extra avenue. Some more coverage as well. Someone on For My Gang, it appears, though, is flanking red. That's Owen all the way on the other side of the map, looking to either work his way upstairs or establish a position by Useless. Exer waiting for the call from his team to drop down into pillar and start this plant attempt as up comes the Frost. All those air jabs being used on that rappel means that Frost is free to come through, but the plant is being completed. Exer finishes it. In comes the Frost, but he doesn't know HUD is still upstairs watching for him. Capsule kills the planter, but that's all he's got going for him right now. He's still got to take out the sledge, and HUD is just evading him. He knows that he doesn't have to work for this kill. He can play for the time as he drops away. Capsule has some pings, but both attackers get out of dodge real quick. And they've been working off the crossfire. Capsule doesn't know which way to look. Schmink finishes him off, and now they work their way to within 2 rounds of overtime.
Much more impressive round for Sway as well, kind of punishing For My Gang for just being very aggressive in the first minute. If we had maybe seen Kiru alive, there wouldn't have been as much of a I guess a focal point for Sway to be like, all right, we can kind of start pushing the building. We've got the man advantage, and we've gathered enough info to kind of figure out, okay, there isn't really as much, pressure being put on the top floor by the defense besides just, Cocktail, which is really common for that bomb site. And there was for a moment someone playing by Pixel, but once that shield got destroyed, I think they backed off and played a little bit closer towards the white hallway. So it was still enough room for Sway to get in there. And, in the most simplistic way speaking, once you have that man advantage, you could theoretically just kind of play for trades and use the numbers to your advantage. And with 3 people dropping Skylight, I mean, it kind of looked like that was the plan A for getting top floor control at least.
That was a crazy 4-man bar clear.
Yeah. Imagine there was a frost mat or like a C4 put right under there.
Yeah,
we could be back to cams right
anything. I'm sure Sway and fans of them would not be a fan of that.
Nope.
Down on Kitchen now. This was still a decently close round from Sway. Last time they attacked it came down to a 4K from Kiru. That kind of bailed his team out. Also the fact that, whoever was playing Jackal thought he had Case and then walked to the site and then tried to run out because he was like, oh wait, I don't have Case. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, but it's Kiru with the opening pick. That's Benny. That's your buck. At least you got the sledge for redundancy this time, but still not a great first kill to lose.
The same way. He peeked the same window, man.
Yeah.
How do you just... I don't know. I don't want to sound like that guy, but just I don't know, waiting like 30 seconds or picking a different spawn, like literally anything, just to not die the same way. It just... This is such a face palm for Benny, especially after he did like much better last round getting the opening kill, I think it was against Kiru.
Očigledno ove igre sve koje imaju mali community ili manji community.
Now he's just dead.
Pa onda svi misle da sve
Quite
znaju.
literally the opposite.
Mnogo se
last round has happened.
This is actually the
jedan komentator je dobar, a drugi brate non stop se nešto podruguje.
Interesting. And
the first time was on Kitchen. Kiru also playing Bandit. Wow. No, Q talking like the game's over. Damn.
Yeah, For My Gang have really been trying to play like the mental game like they're Sun Tzu or something.
Benny, by the way, Benny also played Buck in that same round. So literally the same thing happened.
Except now, like you said, they don't have a Jackal. who thinks he has diffuser. That is instead
Maybe they'll have a sledge who thinks he has diffuser.
I was just about to say.
Wait, I'm playing vert. I gotta get down on site.
that would be hilarious to see. Hopefully not for Sway's sake.
What's
Working
this Flores
instantly.
for? Oh, for the BP.
All right.
Hopefully the other Flores is used to clear that VIP shield. Might be a little bit difficult because Capsule's got the sightline on it, but there's less than a minute now for Sway to work with. Schmink has done a lot of construction on that, or rather reconstruction on that floor, but no kills have been found just yet. Another one of Reveal's nades gets captured. That's why you use the Flores to take out the VIP shield. And they just drop in. Okay. They do not care. HUD is now dead because he dropped into smoke, and Owen just swung him because he got the call from his teammate that they're just dropping in. Exer is stuck here. No help from his team just yet because probably, you know, the rest of them don't want to jump into a death trap. Owen's going to look up and peek. Down goes Exer, looking for the second as well. That's going to be Schmink. Another gas canister goes out, and the flank from Diffuser comes through. This guy went upstairs. Reveal's got 2 kills for himself, but is it going to be enough? He's only got 12 seconds left. That's only 4 seconds to kill each of these 3 players.
Oof.
They line up for him, but he can't hit the shot. Kiru finishes him and finishes the match.
Ljudi, odo spava. Laka i ugodna. Gledamo se sutra. Streamamo Entropiju.